Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We're with you till 10 a.m. this morning. My name is Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Popezaza Payne. What's up, dude?
I'm with nothing, man. Just processing this entire. It's a new world we're living in. There's going to be a new NFL season next year, and I have to readjust. I got to readjust. I eagerly await hearing from Nick Caley himself, Nicholas Caley, the new offensive coordinator. I continue to, as I do every day, pray for the Chiefs' ultimate demise, but we won't really know until next year exactly what they look like.
I was thinking about that this morning. Usually each year, it's rare that both Super Bowl teams play at a Super Bowl caliber level the next season. That's just the NFL. The NFL has more variance year to year in terms of who makes the postseason, let alone the Super Bowl, than any other. There's half the teams that made the postseason this past year won't make it this year because that's just the way the NFL works. And so it would stand to reason that half the teams that play in the Super Bowl would not play to the same level. And just in going back and looking through, it's not that there's always one team that just completely bottoms out, although that does happen. But it seems like, Seth, it's never like, oh, the Eagles and the Chiefs were the two most dominant teams in their conferences this year, and they're just going to be back next year. It doesn't work that way. Like 2 years ago, these same two teams played in the Super Bowl, and the Chiefs maintained that level, although one could argue they did go backwards in the regular season and kind of turned it on in the postseason. The Eagles did go backwards and got blown out in the playoffs last year. So it wasn't that either of them bottomed out, but it's tough to maintain it year to year. Could we be living in a world where the Chiefs are on the verge of maybe a significant drop-off next year? That would be delightful.
These are my advanced stats, Sean.
Okay.
Everybody try to hang with me. So Andy Reid is 66 years old, and it's tempting to think, wow, he didn't look all that happy as he was getting destroyed by the Eagles. Maybe he's going to start thinking it's time to hang him up. Or maybe he's lost his fastball because he can't keep up with people like Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio, who is 66 years old.
The whippersnapper, yeah.
Yeah, that part of it, I could try to think, oh yeah, but, Andy Reid just isn't the guy anymore. But then you realize, oh yeah, the one of the very best defensive coordinators in the league, the guy that did in Andy Reid, Vic Fangio, who's 66 years old.
Right.
So I think the age thing has lost a little bit of its luster in terms of an argument against various coaches.
I think for the Chiefs, if I'm thinking about this, like, what are the reasons they could go backwards next year? One, they got a ton of free agents. Like, Brett Veach, the GM, and Andy Reid have work to do this offseason. Because they've actually, not only do they have a ton of free agents, but it feels like they've got more things to fix than they usually do. Like, they're still lacking in, I think, firepower at the skill positions, although Xavier Worthy looks like a very good pick right now. The offensive line clearly has issues. The Eagles are very good, but they clearly have issues on the offensive line. And that division's getting better. Like the Chargers, it's going to be harder for them to win the division in the coming seasons. The Chargers with Jim Harbaugh are ascending. The Denver Broncos with Sean Payton, I think, have become a problem at least a year or two earlier than people thought they would. We'll see what happens with the Raiders. But those two teams, those were both playoff teams last year, the Raiders.
Right.
The Chargers and the Broncos.
Right. And I think there's two things. One is that Andy Reid's a really good coach, and he's going to get a lot of whatever they have on the field. But they also, I think that they don't spend liberally. They're a pretty frugal football team. It's just that they do have to worry. They have to pay Pat Mahomes. I mean, Pat Mahomes' contract by now it's starting to look a little bit dated in terms of where he ranks in QB salary, but he also hasn't been the very best regular season quarterback over the last couple seasons. So they have to do anything with Pat Mahomes, or maybe they restructure that a little bit. But they also, they got to figure out some way to get Pat Mahomes from getting shellacked the way he did in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The offensive line, they had their injuries, but you're going to have injuries every year. That's really probably the biggest question mark. And but they struggled to score more than 30 points this past season.
Yeah.
I think when you run up against the really good football teams, including some of the close calls they had in the playoffs, you're gonna struggle if you've got those obstacles. It's just the veteran savvy only gets you so far. I'll go back to the Astros comparison of a couple of years ago. Yeah, the Astros they put up a really good fight in the playoffs in 2023, but you could tell that they just weren't the same team.
Yeah.
They flat out weren't the same. The powerhouse, and at some point you run up against teams that either can punch it out with you or they're genuine powerhouses.
Who's the best team as of right now? I know we haven't hit free agency or the draft yet, but as of February, whatever today is, the 11th, who's the best team in the AFC right now to you heading into next season?
Okay, if you...
Like, who are we chasing right now? You know what I mean? Like, I get it.
I think it's still the Ravens.
They're still the scariest team to me.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know. Like, if you did the whole, like, Vegas, put these teams on a neutral field, who's the favorite? It might still be the Bills.
Yeah.
It might be the Chiefs. Who knows? The odds came out for the Super Bowl yesterday, and the Chiefs and the Ravens were tied with each other. So there's still belief out there. And I mean, it was one game. But the Ravens are still the scariest team to me.
Yeah, and they have this year they looked like they really latched onto Todd Monken's system.
Yeah.
And with the addition of Derrick Henry, obviously that makes it a little easier. I guess where are we with Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley in terms of they're old running backs? I don't feel like next year is the year that Saquon Barkley is going to fall off a cliff, and I don't think that Derrick Henry is going to fall off a cliff either. I guess the biggest concern with him would be, can you trust him with his style of play to be durable every year? Are you going to get 17 games out of Derrick Henry next season?
They're looking to extend him, is what I read yesterday in Baltimore. So there's obviously, unless they're just doing it to open up cap space or something, but there's obviously a belief in Baltimore that he can keep doing this for a while. I'm not doubting Derrick Henry. He's built in a lab. If I had to pick, real to answer your question, Seth, if I had to pick one of the two to fall off, it would be Saquon, just because of the history of soft tissue stuff before this year. You know, like he's had an injury. This was a major outlier for him this year to play all 17 games or whatever it was.
It seems like he's genuinely happy where he is, though, too. That the day in, day out grind of playing for the Giants, or just a hapless and lost organization.
He had his family up there at the desk with him afterwards, like his two little kids. Couldn't have been cuter, and his fiance is up there with him. He's living his best life, this guy.
That's one of the things that I kept thinking about in the second half of that Super Bowl game was, man, Joe Shane, the GM of the Giants, like he's sitting there. Giants fans, if they watched that game at all, must have been just so miserable having spent an offseason watching their GM talk about how dumb it would be to bring Saquon Barkley back, partly because you have to find out what you have in your quarterback in Daniel Jones. And then the team abandons Daniel Jones midway through the season, and after having let go of Saquon Barkley, who's part of a Super Bowl winning effort. I mean, it's just every single thing that could have gone wrong for Joe Shane, the GM of the Giants, went wrong this season, and yet he kept his job. Every prediction he made on HBO, him basically bamboozling the owner out in front of everybody, cuckolding the owner in front of the American public, and he kept his job. Unbelievable.
They have the worst odds of any team on the odds board that came out yesterday, the Giants.
Well, they got to find out what they have in Daniel Jones.
they are plus they're plus 30,000. They are 300 to 1 to win the Super Bowl next year.
There's somebody in Parsippany, New Jersey that's putting down $100 on the Giants this year to win the Super Bowl because he's sick of all the haters.
Yep.
Sick of all the haters.
Think about how many bad teams there are in the NFL, and you're thought to be by far the worst, and you kept your GM and your head coach.
Right. And also, I mean, the other part of that, remember, your GM said we have to figure out what we have in Daniel Jones, and he's saying that after he himself gave Daniel Jones an extension a couple years ago.
That's right.
It's just really unbelievable.
It's awesome.
Man. I feel like there's some industrious Giants fan has to take the Giants to court to remove the owner.
Oh yeah.
That I think that it's the only hope they have is that they just get rid of the owner altogether.
Yeah. Texans.
Remember, I can't remember which New York owners' kids were super involved.
Woody Johnson of the Jets.
It was Woody Johnson.
Yeah, it was Woody Johnson's kids.
It was Woody Johnson's kids that were coming in and giving advice to players or telling players they sucked. Right?
Woody Johnson was calling them to find out what the Madden scores were on certain players. Remember that?
That's right.
They were using Madden score. And yes, the kids were also hanging out way too much around the locker room. It sounded like. Yeah. Like it was obnoxious. Sounds like they've dialed it back a little bit. My guess is Aaron Glenn is somebody who's going into a situation where he's not going to tolerate that sort of nonsense.
Yeah, if there's one thing I've learned about billionaires, it's that they totally stand by their word.
So far they have. So
I'm just saying it's really hard for a billionaire to exercise self-discipline.
Yeah.
There's nobody in his life that's going to ultimately be like, you're full of crap. And the billionaire can't just fire on the spot.
Ironically, the people that might be able to keep Woody Johnson on the rails would be maybe his kids, having a moment with them. But his kids seem to be just as bad as he is. The apple is not falling far from the tree.
They need to send the kids off to one of those hardcore, ridiculously abusive
corporal punishment. Yeah.
Where they go and it's basically like they're prisoners. Yeah,
to beat the kids.
The parents pay like $200,000
eating. Yeah.
Boot camp. They got to go to boot camp. You know what? They need to enlist in the Marines. All right?
Yeah.
That'll set them right.
Yeah, we need them defending our country. You're absolutely right. That'd be good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're off and running on a Tuesday. Ross Tucker is going to join us. Probably Ross's final appearance for a while. But, boy, Ross was at the Super Bowl as a fan in all his Eagles garb, and he was with his family, super excited. So he'll join us. We'll get his thoughts on the Super Bowl at 7 o'clock today on the show. We got a big programming note coming up today at 9 o'clock. So make a note of that, 9 a.m. today. We've got big Payne and Pendergast programming note coming up. And a quick mention, too, of our contest, the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. If you listen for an hour each day on the Odyssey app, you're entered to win. You can do it every day. You're entered to win a trip to Vegas with you and 3 of your friends to stay at Circa, to gamble at Circa, to hang out in their pool that has all the big movie screens with the games playing on it. The trip takes place during the college basketball championship tournament, and you're going to have an extra $20K in your pocket as well to spend while you're in Vegas. So download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you are entered to win the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Another wide receiver hits the market. Should the Texans be in on this guy? That is next.
Kirk Holmes, that's
West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. So the latest wide receiver to have drama feels like it's an annual thing now. Like this, the two annual things in the NFL: veteran quarterbacks that become available that wouldn't normally become available in past seasons. There's usually one or two. And now the wide receiver. There's wide receiver drama every offseason. Last year, it was mostly Brandon Ayuk last year. Ironically, this year, Seth, it's the same team, just a different wide receiver. Deebo Samuel has requested a trade per Adam Schefter, and according to the reports I saw yesterday, the team has granted him permission. I'm looking at it right here. Here's Schefter. They've granted Deebo Samuel, the Niners have, and his agent to find a trade partner for the wide receiver. This comes out during the players' exit meetings after the season. So they did their players' exit meetings in San Francisco. They sit down with each of the players. How'd the season go? You've been in these meetings before. You know more about them than I do. But apparently in Deebo's meeting, he requested a trade, and they said, cool, go find one. You do it. Yeah.
I mean, the 49ers last year were in a position where the feeling was, hey, all right, we've got this core of players. Some of them are aging. Some of them are injury prone. We're not quite exactly sure what we have in Brock Purdy, but he seems to be the best damn thing that we can go forward with. And they spent a bunch of money, on bringing back Brandon Ayuk. They gave Trent Williams a new contract. Trent Williams is like 53 years old, but still very good. But there was a feeling of, all right, this is the one last big splurge. Well, we've got this core, and it's boom or bust, and they ended up busting big time. And now they've got to figure out a way to pick up the pieces and move on. And it makes a lot of sense for Brandon Ayuk, who hasn't had over 1,000 yards in a season since 2021.
Hang on,
Deebo Samuel hasn't had over 1,000 yards in a season since 2021. Everybody's jumping off the sinking ship. It feels like that. Right? Not that the 49ers are going to be a horrible team or anything this year, but you can read the writing on the wall, and there's a very good chance they might not be that same team. And they're certainly not going to be able to spend once they pay Brock Purdy.
No. I mean, they're having a tough time spending right now, even with Brock Purdy on his rookie deal. I mean, they got a lot of guys that are being paid at top of market for their position. Paid. Fred Warner paid, Christian McCaffrey back to the offense, got an extension last year. The Ayuk ended up getting a deal that was over $30 million a year. They paid a lot of guys. Deebo's an interesting one because, you asked me when we were off air, when do you think the last 1,000-yard season he had was? And I said probably before this contract that he signed because it feels like he hasn't really been that level of player. I think 2021 was that year where they really started to use him as a gimmick. Where he was a wide receiver, a lot of catch and run, but they put him in the backfield and use him as a running back as well. They did a lot so he's a unique player. He's somebody whose just body type would scare me a little bit with the conditioning and whatnot. He's
a bigger guy.
He's a little thick.
He's never been super fast, but he's really good with run after the catch and all that stuff.
Yeah.
If Bobby Slowick, if it were last year, and we've still got stars in our eyes about potentially, becoming some version of the San Francisco 49ers offense. You remember way back when it was good, and I might be a little bit more titillated by it, but he's not a guy that gets me super excited. And especially, I think financially, it makes the best sense that they redo Stephon Diggs' deal, that the Texans redo Stephon Diggs' deal. If I'm gonna have an aging veteran wide receiver on the team, I would prefer that it be Stephon Diggs. A week from now, the Texans got to figure out what they're going to do with Stephon Diggs, and if they want to retain him, they got to try to do it this week. Before his guaranteed or before his bonus triggers. I would prefer Stephon Diggs to Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, I would too. Well, he's the devil, also. I mean, you've had him in camp. He likes to practice. There's nothing to worry about with work ethic. I don't know if there's anything to worry about with work ethic with Deebo. I just don't, I don't follow the Niners day to day. You know who would? D'Amico Ryans would know. He was in the building. Like D'Amico, if there's a wide receiver out there that's hitting the market that he would have an opinion on, a strong opinion on, one way or the other, it would be Deebo Samuel. It's funny. I like this thing where the team That's not the first time we've seen this, where the team gives permission to the player and his agent to go find a trade partner.
Yeah.
This is sort of the soft way of telling somebody you won't trade them, because if they were to trade Deebo Samuel, it would be a massive dead money cap hit. It would be a big hit for them to trade Deebo. So I think rather than saying no, we're not going to trade you and make the relationship more contentious by not giving him what he wants, I think just telling him, yeah, sure, you go find a trade, and then they're not going to find one that the Niners agree to, I don't think, because of the dead money.
This is brutal to the 49ers fan base, just because this is the second year in a row now. There's going to be an offseason full of this Brandon Ayuk type drama that there was last year, where Ayuk was allowed to go seek a trade, and he ended up becoming Goldilocks, and nothing was right or perfect for him. There were teams that wanted him. There were deals in place, ready to go, and he just sat out there and sat out there and sat out there and turned people down, and ends up going back to the 49ers. And, of course, that old cautionary tale of, all right, guy misses the whole offseason and doesn't do much for you during the regular season.
Yeah, he got hurt. It wasn't good. The odds on where Deebo Samuel ends up going, the Texans are 13th on the odds board. That sounds about right to me, 25-1. Like a team that I would imagine there's maybe a phone call being made, just to see what the deal is.
How much of the 49ers going to absorb, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get overly excited about it if I were your average Texans fan.
I'm with you.
But you might have a text in, 713-572-4610, if you've got any really good argument. I'm open to arguments for where I'm being an idiot about Deebo Samuel and that, no, we definitely 100% need him.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. They need a receiver for sure, and I think they're going to address it. I just don't know to have to give up anything and then absorb that contract. Then I just don't know where that stat you said about him not having 1,000-yard seasons. I think a lot of that is due. He's not on the field. It's not because he can't play. He's injured all the time. The top 5 teams on the odds board for Deebo Samuel, I think, are interesting, especially at the top. I'll count down from 5 to 1. Number 5, New England. Number 4, Denver. Number 3, Carolina. Number 2, the Chargers. And number 1, the Washington Commanders. The Washington Commanders are the team that the Texans were last year in the offseason to everybody.
Yeah.
They were a big surprise. They drafted they got the second best quarterback in the draft, perceived at least, just like the Commanders did, right? Caleb Williams goes 1. Turns out Jaden Daniels, the guy drafted second, isn't one everybody should have drafted, similar to CJ and Bryce Young, I think. And like the Texans last year, Washington has a ton of cap space to go key deal. And a season where they did a lot of things, both in the regular season and the postseason, that are cause for excitement. And so you hear them now, like they're the team that Myles Garrett is literally talking about openly going to. They're the team that's number 1. They're going to be number 1. Like, they're going to be in the top 3 or 4 for every big name out there via trade. The Washington Commanders.
I missed that. Is Myles Garrett, he's thrown it out there flat out that he wants to go to Washington?
We played that audio last week of him on one of those shows doing the car wash on Radio Row last week. He was asked about the Commanders, and he talked about how great the Commanders are.
Right. Okay. I know he was asked about him, I guess. I didn't know if you said they're the team that he wants to go to. I didn't know if that was if he had singled it out or
I didn't say that, but if I implied that, I apologize. Yeah,
okay.
It seems like it. Yeah, he seems to like the Commanders. My overall point is the Commanders are the kind of the chic team to be doing stuff like this.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're that now. Unlike the Texans from 2 years ago, because this is, as you know, this has annoyed me for a while now. That people keep talking about the 2023 Texans offense like it was a really good offense, and it wasn't. They were a middle-of-the-road offense. They just did some promising things. So going into 2024, the question was, all right, Bobby Slowick's got a good trajectory, but he's got to do a few things. For one, show that he can actually establish a run game, and he failed miserably in that regard. Whereas Washington was a genuinely potent offense this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, a veteran offensive coordinator in Cliff Kingsbury.
They were legit good. Yeah, like there feels like there's more staying power with Washington's offense this year than it turned out there was.
And they did it. They did it with Terry McLaurin, and then just not a blisteringly awesome group of wide receivers.
People weighing in on the wide receiver thing. Give me Diggs and a couple rookies in the draft over Deebo. That's a text message.
Yeah.
I like that too. I like the idea of these is another text message. I like the idea of Deebo adding an element to our run game along with the pass, but I would much rather retain Diggs. They're very different players, Deebo Samuel and Stephon Diggs.
Right.
Very
yeah.
different.
Yeah, and as far as Deebo Samuel in the run game and what he provides there, I still look at it as I feel like it's a cherry on top type of thing. That if you had already established a good conventional run game and you just want to add wrinkles, then I like that. I don't know, and then maybe I'm overthinking it. It just feels like there's enough other areas that you really need to focus on to be fundamentally good right now that I don't have a mood or an appetite for gadgetry at this point. Where this Deebo Samuel's an awesome gadget to have.
We have no idea what Nick Caley's appetite for gadgetry is. He's never called a play. Like that's the weird thing about talking about any of these guys, especially a guy like Deebo who has such a unique skill set. Is we don't know what Nick Caley is as far as putting guys in position to maximize their skills. It's an unknown right now. What about Cooper Kupp? Somebody's asking. I'd be fine with Cooper Kupp being a Texan if I knew what the price was to have Cooper Kupp as a Texan.
Right, and Cooper Kupp is, hey, if we see him in free agency, then Cooper Kupp's a good idea and everything. Unless the Rams are willing to bite off a huge chunk of it
and trade for him.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense for a lot of teams. Cooper Kupp, much like Deebo Samuel, hasn't actually done all that much the last few years. He got injured, and then it's been a spate of just injuries and then underwhelming performances since then. So those are two guys right now. I get very, very nervous whenever the name brand appeal starts triggering your emotions because Cooper Kupp and Deebo Samuel, who have kind of similar sounding names and cool names, and they're both really cool names.
Yeah,
they got they're fun to say, and you know them and you recognize them, and yet you got to look at guys who are in their 30s who haven't actually performed all that impressively the last couple seasons. I don't think that's what this team needs right now.
I can't believe someone is texting in the name Michael Thomas. I cannot believe somebody's texting that. He hasn't played in like 2 years, and when he plays, he gets hurt all the time.
And he's and he's a constant headache too.
Yes.
It's drama and poor performance, but I know his name.
Yeah, right.
It's not as much fun. If I have to rank it on names that are fun to say, I would say Deebo Samuel, Cooper Kupp, and then 478.
Michael Thomas. Right. Too much past drama with DeAndre Hopkins. Thoughts? I don't think it's too much past drama. I think DeAndre Hopkins is not. He's a shell of what he once was. Like anybody. Like DeAndre Hopkins, if we're basing it on the postseason, he's a camp body at this point. You know what I mean?
We were debating and discussing of 12.5 yards was good for DeAndre Hopkins.
The prop bet, yeah.
Going into a game in which Pat Mahomes was going to be throwing him the football.
Yes.
That's where DeAndre Hopkins is right now.
Yeah.
So I don't. That's another one. That's name brand appeal that I don't necessarily get all that excited about. Michael Thomas last played in 2023. Where he played in 10 games. He had 448 receiving yards.
When was
the year before that, he had 171 receiving yards.
What was his last good season?
Last good season was 2019. So if we want to go ahead and David Anderson this thing, and the timelines are about right there, right? Or not David Anderson, our trade piece for DeAndre Hopkins.
Oh, David Johnson.
Thank you, David Johnson.
David Johnson.
Another boring name, too. The timelines are about right. We got nobody got excited about him other than Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien.
David Johnson?
But his last good year had been in 2016.
Yeah.
And
really
the thought was like, hey, all we have to do is recapture this running back. Remember how often running backs have 3 mediocre seasons and then all of a sudden show up and are awesome again? Yeah.
Oh, my God. I would rather have DK Metcalf for a 3rd-round pick or 2 4th-round pick. Yeah, okay, they're not trading him for a 3rd-round pick. Like, DK Metcalf can still play.
Michael Thomas hasn't had more than 448 yards in a season since 2019.
Yeah, and somebody texted his name in. That's wild to me. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So people, it seems to me, Seth, if I'm just using the text page as sort of the litmus test on all this, if there's going to be a veteran, Waco Collins, people are just like, just bring Stephon Diggs back.
Yeah, listen. I don't want to be like some 47-year-old woman who's desperate to have a child and is at the point where Michael Thomas said, I'm sure, whatever. Yeah, knock me up.
Yeah, exactly.
Just let's do it. Let's get this over with, okay?
Fine.
Let's at least pretend that we're young and we've got the whole future ahead of us here. Okay, we're not settling at this point in the game.
Kid's never going to have more than 171 yards receiving, though, lady.
Yeah.
Right, just so you know. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us up. That is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line that you can hit us up on right there. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. All right, up next, let's do headlines. There was a debut in the NBA last night that I wonder how the rest of the Western Conference is feeling after last night. And we got a ton of NFL headlines we didn't get to yesterday that we'll get to. Kind of light on local headlines today, but some good NFL stuff going on that we'll get to in the next segment. Stay there. But first, Valentine's Day is Friday.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Not a lot going on locally last night. The Rockets actually, after a brutal road trip, they're off for a few days. They don't play again until tomorrow. They play Phoenix at home tomorrow. Hold off the one-game winning streak that they started against Toronto on Sunday. The big news in the NBA last night, Seth, Luka Doncic made his Lakers debut, and he had 14 points in a 132-113 win over the Utah Jazz last night.
So he was. It was kind of hit or miss. I guess literally hit or miss. He was 1 for 7 on threes.
Yeah.
So that's not the scheme. That's not anything else. He'll be fine. I don't think all of a sudden he's going to stop being able to hit 3-pointers. But they look like they could create. Yeah. And that's the biggest thing is you watch. And even in the highlights, you can tell, like, okay, they can manipulate on the offensive side of the ball, and they've got a lot of options, and it's going to open things up. So so far so good. Anthony Davis is he still injured?
He's for the Mavs. He's going to be out for a while. Yeah,
just checking.
He's going to be out.
I know. I'm going to ask every day just to enjoy it.
Yes, bask in it. It's so funny too. And LeBron played. They both played last night. Over the weekend, they thought that we were going to get the debut of those two playing together, like on Saturday. Yeah. So ESPN moved around like all of their properties, like on ABC and ESPN. They pushed the tip-off game for like a Duke basketball game back, or they may have moved it over to ESPN too. Like ESPN went and moved like 10 things to accommodate for the Luka debut, and then he just didn't play. He didn't play till last night. So he and LeBron seem to be getting along fine. And I was thinking about this as I was looking at this picture on ESPN of the two of them yucking it up, presumably down the stretch in a game they were winning. LeBron has done a really good job throughout his career of making sure that he's got somebody alongside of him. Ever since his first stint with Cleveland, where it was him and the next best player was like Mo Williams. Yeah. Ever since then, LeBron has done a fantastic job of making sure there's at least one other high-level all-star playing with him. And I just think to myself, I'm like, all right, if you told me pick one high-level all-star that has no chance of playing with LeBron, like if you asked me like a month ago, like that has zero chance of ever playing with LeBron, I would have said Luka Doncic. Why would anybody ever, like what, unless LeBron goes to Dallas, he's never playing alongside Luka Doncic. And here we sit looking at a picture of Doncic in a Laker uniform. Nico Harrison, you fool. Oh, God, the Western Conference should hate you right now.
When they huddled up before the opening tip, James said this to Luka Doncic. Luka, be your bleeping self. Yeah. Don't fit in, fit the bleep out.
Ooh, oh.
Doncic said after that speech was chills. So he got the chills from that. And he went in and he fit the bleep out.
He did, man. He did. That's going to be a really interesting tandem to watch play out here over the rest of the season and the postseason. And by interesting, I mean terrifying. Meanwhile, over in Dallas, apparently they were just kicking people out of the arena left and right last night. Carrying Fire Nico signs, wearing Fire Nico T-shirts. I'm reading the article right now, Seth. They were booing Patrick Dumont, who's he's the new majority owner of the team. He was walking back down to his seat in the third. Who's down on him? Mark Cuban is getting into shouting matches with fans. Cuban sits in that seat right along the baseline there that we always see him in. And eventually Cuban, when the fans were yelling at him, literally stood up and said, "Shut the F up and sit the F down," like he's cursing at them. It's Thunderdome there, man, right now. It's crazy.
I feel like buying a pro sports franchise it's such a unique thing in that I think for the vast majority of owners of sports franchises, it doesn't end up being the experience that they thought it was going to be. I think they got all these visions of, like, aside from making money. Look, there's plenty of other investments they could make that make you about the same amount of money, but that are a little, like, just as safe. If you go to buy commercial real estate, and it's just mildly leveraged commercial real estate, they'll make a fantastic return on their investment.
Yeah.
But without also being the object of scorn.
No.
So much of the time.
Think about Shad Khan. Like, Shad Khan probably gets yelled at a lot by Jacksonville fans, I would imagine, especially as Trent Baalke. Shad Khan's got to be sitting there like the first few years going, people were not this passionate about my bumpers that I made.
Right.
Don't yell at me about those.
It's an ego purchase in a lot of ways. And the vast majority of the time, you don't win a championship.
No.
And sometimes you get blamed very loudly for being the issue. Yeah. I wouldn't want it, man. I genuinely wouldn't want it.
It is guaranteed profit, though. Like it is as guaranteed a business.
Right. What I'd say though is that there's plenty. The margin, the profit isn't. There's a lot of other investments that are just as safe and just lucrative that don't come with a notoriety.
Yeah.
They buy it. A lot of times they buy it partly because of the gleam of it all.
Oh, for sure. I think that's the main reason a lot of them do it. Yeah.
And I think like that's the riskiest part about all of it.
Yeah.
Hey, I can own an office building, and depending on how many LLCs I separate myself from it, just basically it's an afterthought.
That's true.
But owning a sports team, there's going to be headlines written about you.
There will be headlines. Where would you sit if you were an owner of a team? Would you sit out amongst the people, or would you be up in a suite?
If I were an owner of a team, which I would never ever do,
right.
I would do the Mark Cuban. I would be out there.
Baseline.
I would open myself. If I were somebody who wanted to own a team, I would try to be as much a man of the people as possible.
Yeah. I'd probably be in a suite just because it's easier access to the bathrooms and the food and the drink. You know?
Yeah. I'd be out I'd have a little secret tunnel and everything.
That's true. Yeah.
I'd have a body double for sure. There's a lot of things. The image would be of me as a man of the people.
Yeah.
The reality would be that 7 of the people that are sitting around me are former Navy SEALs that are on my security
That's
detail.
smart. That's smart. Melbourne, Australia is getting an international NFL game in 2026. We didn't touch on this yesterday. It's going to be hosted by the Los Angeles Rams. Where does Melbourne stack up on the Payne and Pendergast list of places we want to go to for an NFL game?
For an NFL game, that's a dicey one. When are they going to play it? Do we know yet?
2026. Not this.
No, the actual what time in the season?
No, just the year.
Yeah, big one. That's a long. I want to go to the Brazil game if the Texans are in it.
Yeah.
But that's only like 1 or 2 time zones at most that I'd have to adjust to. I don't want to cross the international date line to go watch a game and then have to come back. I don't want to fly for 24 hours there, 24 hours back. Not in the middle of a football season.
I need to see you on that sleep pattern. I don't know. I just want to see how that would go. With a sleep pattern,
I'd rather own an NFL team, Sean. Yeah, than make that one trip. Yeah, that's how bad it is.
Yeah,
that I'd rather have a multi-billion-dollar enterprise.
I'm looking at the notes in the rundown and I'm chuckling because the sentence in here that you have is, "I don't like this Melbourne one as much as ASAP Paulo," and I think you meant Sao Paulo.
Oh yeah,
ASAP.
I got auto-corrected to ASAP Paulo. That's a great name.
It sounds like a rapper. I was gonna say, yeah. ASAP Paulo. Yeah. Kellen Moore is going to be named the Saints head coach, it sounds like. I've not seen anything official yet, but apparently the Saints are being very careful about all this because kind of like Jonathan Gannon a couple years ago, Kellen Moore was busy all the way up through the Super Bowl. And if you recall, the Cardinals ended up getting dinged for tampering because HOA Florio went postal on them. And they had to give up a draft pick to the Eagles because of tampering. So apparently the Saints, who have a history with certain things, Bountygate and whatnot, they're apparently being as careful as possible in courting Kellen Moore because they don't want to get Florio'd in this whole thing.
They got to be sure that all the memos line up and everything.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Kellen Moore, at least, that's a feel-good story where it seems like so many times now, coach is hired, and meanwhile his team had lost in the playoffs, and you wonder, like, okay, well, how much was he? How distracted was he as he was doing interviews and all that? Yeah. Where with Kellen Moore, he doesn't have to worry about that at all. They were just fine in the Super Bowl.
They were great. Yes, they were more than fine. This bit of audio got some run yesterday. This was Dan Orlovsky on First Take.
You guys know this is the end of the season for me, certainly for RC as well. I'm taking a break, won't be on TV for a long time, but just want to say thank you to guys, Stephen A. Miles, Shannon, for a great season. Love being with you guys. I love y'all. Never know what the future holds, but I'm taking a break, and sure RC is as well. So just want to say thank you. Appreciate you guys so much.
All right, we love you, Dan.
We love you, Dan. So that was Dan Orlovsky. A lot of people read into that as Orlovsky could be on his way somewhere else. It was revealed in multiple articles that he is a free agent now, media-wise. Yeah. His contract is up. He himself tweeted he's got big decisions to make coming up yesterday.
I would imagine if I were Orlovsky, the hard part for me would be there was a little bit of a thing where Nick Wright took a shot at Orlovsky last week, and he said, Nick misphrased something Orlovsky had said earlier in the year. Nick said that Dan Orlovsky says it's not his job to criticize quarterbacks. What Dan Orlovsky had actually said sometime several months ago was that it's not his job to say that quarterbacks suck. Mm-hmm. And Shannon Sharp took him to task for it at the time. Nick Wright is taking him to task for this. And I went back and I did a deep dive into like the actual arguments. This is the difference. Dan Orlovsky of criticizing quarterbacks, players, coaches, and everything, but doing it analytically, whereas much of the television sports media is in the game of creative insults.
Yes.
And like how much can you creatively insult people? Rex Ryan loves and embraces that role.
Yep.
And I wonder if Dan Orlovsky really wants to be in that world where he's kind of playing an entirely different game than the people he's arguing against.
Yeah.
And so like whether you think he's right or wrong on any specific opinion, I don't think he's into the creative insult game.
Well, the word is he might want to get into coaching. That was some of the rumors yesterday. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Dan's really good at his job. It's been nice having him on TV. Ross Tucker, also good on TV, radio, former player, does good things in the media. He also joins us on Tuesdays during the season at 7 o'clock. He'll join us coming up next. Ross Tucker, stay there. But first, Daily and Black. If you're a homeowner,
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you, and we are pleased right now to be joined on the hotline here on a Tuesday at 7 o'clock. He is our Odyssey NFL insider during the season. He has the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, which is excellent. You can get him on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. It is a very, very, I would imagine, still jubilant Ross Tucker, whose Birds throttled the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl on Sunday. Ross, have you come off your Eagle high yet?
No, not really. I did come off of like one of the best night's sleep of my life, that's for sure.
Yeah.
After my whirlwind, I don't know how much we discussed this, but flew home from the Super Bowl Friday. In-law had her 40th birthday party Saturday night here in Pennsylvania. It was a party bus brewery tour. So went to bed around 1, and I had a really, really fun night, and I'll leave it at that. Went to bed around 1, got up at 5, went to the Dulles Airport in Virginia, which is like 2 hours from my house, flew directly to New Orleans with my family, went to Bourbon Street, went to a pregame tailgate, went to the game, went to the Eagles post-game party, went right to the airport, and flew on the red-eye from New Orleans to Philadelphia, and then landed at Philly, took a car home to my house, did a bunch of shows, got like, I don't know, a couple-hour nap in at some point, I think, and then went to bed before 8 o'clock last night.
Good
Slept till 6. I never sleep 10 hours straight, but I just woke up. I worked out. I feel amazing. I never get to be a dad. I never get to be a fan. You know, you guys know I call over 30 games a year. So, like, usually it's 2 a weekend. So I never get to, like, take my family to a game. And then to go to a game, and it's my daughter's birthday, and it's the Super Bowl, and they kill them, and the whole game is just like a party, was just I was very, very happy. Very, very surprised. I mean, I remember early in the second half, I said to my wife, you know, the Eagles stuffed the Chiefs again. And I looked at my wife and go, I said, this is really happening. You know what I mean? Like, I just kept thinking, when is Mahomes going to turn the Mahomes on? You know what I mean? Like, when are the Chiefs going to do their thing? And I guess with 2 minutes left when they were down 40-6, I mean, it never really happened. It's just like, there was a lot of scenarios for that game, guys. That was not one that I foresaw.
Yeah, and Ross, that was one thing that, you know, we as Texans fans all very much remember. It's emblazoned in our souls that being up 24-0 on the Chiefs doesn't always do it for you. In the 2019 playoffs, the Texans were up 24-0, and it didn't end well for the Texans. I didn't have the same feel that might happen in that game because in the Super Bowl, just because the Eagles defense was playing so phenomenally well. Was there any part of you that worried about, okay, man, Xavier Worthy might break out 3 times and have 3 deep strikes or anything? Or was it obvious and apparent to you watching, and you being there in person, able to see the coverages better than you can on TV at times? Was it clear to you when it was 24-0 that, okay, I'm pretty sure they've got this in the bag?
I felt very, very, very good about it. Couple things, right? So our seats were pretty high, but that dome is cool, man. There's like not a bad seat in the house. And I felt like I was just watching like the All-22 tape. You know, like you think you want to be lower, but I kind of loved I kind of loved where we were at. And the 2 things that were cool is in the stadium, they keep showing. And when I looked at the first half, or maybe after the first drive of the third quarter, and it was 5 sacks, 11 pressures, and 0 blitzes by the Eagles, I was like, oh my God, they're killing them. And the other thing that was really obvious, you never see Mahomes looking that bad or that confused. You know, the Eagles have a really good secondary, and Fangio had a great plan. And when you can just drop 7 and you know, do different coverages, he was never comfortable. Like he never was in a good spot. He looked confused. He had to hold the ball, which he usually doesn't. And when you do that, the Eagles, they just come at you in waves. And I was actually thinking about talking with you guys this morning. That's one thing that kind of jumps out to me. Because of the Texans' D-line and because of the Texans' secondary, you guys have the formula. Like, you're not that far away. I mean, obviously, you're not as good as the Eagles, but I would say in terms of the formula that the Eagles showed, how many teams are really closer than the Texans in terms of having that D-line and then that type of coverage group?
Well, that's where I think the Texans are close, but I think one of the differences would be that the four-man rush, it's awesome in theory, and it's so simple to talk about. Like, hey, all you got to do is get a four-man pass rush. The thing is, it's really good to be that dependent upon it, because at some point, if there's going to be times where, okay, you don't get pressure on the quarterback, and especially if it's Pat Mahomes, that he's going to find a way. Something's going to come open. So I think with the Texans, what I look at it as, man, they need to really be that consistently menacing as a four-man rush. They got to have somebody who's an absolute terror on the inside as a defensive tackle. And they've got guys who played well and I think have played above their pay grade at defensive tackle this year, but they don't have anybody like Jalen Curtis. That's why I'm not going to be surprised at all if they end up drafting a defensive tackle in the first round for that reason.
Well, yeah, Carter's incredible, and you're right about that. I would say one of the things that jumps out to me, though, like rewatching the game, is how well, like, the other guys for the Eagles played. Now, Sweat is kind of a known commodity, and that was his best game of the year. And Jalen Carter played really well. But these other guys, Milton Williams, who's going to be a free agent, and my guess is he's going to get a lot of money from somewhere else, he was awesome in that game. Mm-hmm. Nolan Smith was fantastic. And, guys, he played almost the whole last preseason game. Like, I thought, man, that's not going to be a good pick. Like, I really thought watching him this training camp, this preseason, that he just didn't have a pass rush plan, that it just wasn't going to happen for him. He led the NFL, I think, in sacks in the playoffs. And then the one that really is crazy, when you go back, 2 years ago, was playing safety for Cornell. Then he transfers to Houston Baptist or Houston Christian or something, which, by the way, that's a whole other story. Who does that, right? Who transfers from Cornell to Houston Baptist or Christian? He does that. He moves to D-end. The Eagles take him just on potential in the third round. And by the end of the year, Bryce Huff, who they're paying $17 million a year to, is inactive for the Super Bowl. Hunt is out there and had like 6 pressures and 5 quarterback hits or something crazy.
Yeah, I think the thing with, for me, a lot of the straw that stirs that drink with those guys is those defensive ends were getting single blocks, and Jalen Carter had to be accounted for. And it's just, that's where, like, if you've got 2 awesome defensive ends, you can still account for that as an offense. But if you've got 2 awesome defensive ends, but then a guy who's an absolute nightmare on the interior, you run out of solutions in pass protection, without just max protecting every time. So that's where I felt like it's almost like the pass rush version of a nose tackle in the run game at that point. It's just that he has to be accounted for, and it makes the guys on the edges that much better.
Totally agree. I do think, there were times when Danico had some good rushes, settle, but I would agree. I wouldn't be surprised if Caserio tries to add there.
Ross Tucker joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Ross, I feel like Jalen Hurts has been getting kind of, maybe short shrift over the last couple of years, just in terms of where he stacks up among quarterbacks. It felt like Saquon appropriately got a ton of the credit for the Eagles offensively this season. But Jalen Hurts has now been to 2 Super Bowls and won a Super Bowl in his first 4 or 5 years as a starter in the league. Do you think when we're going through the offseason here and we're looking at everybody's quarterback power rankings and things like that, is Jalen Hurts going to be talked about, do you think, on that same level as the Mahomes and the Allens and the Jacksons of the world?
No, he's not, and I don't think he should.
Okay.
I think for the Eagles, he very clearly plays his best when it matters the most, like the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowl, and that is highly encouraging. But those other guys are like every week guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those other guys are top 5 quarterbacks for a reason. They are the reason why their teams win games. I don't think you can say that about Hurts. You know, I think in a lot of games this year, he wasn't really the reason why they lost. I mean, why they won, but he wasn't the reason why they lost either, which is why they won so many games. He was a major reason why they won the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, which he deserves a ton of credit for. The thing that's really mind-boggling to me, mind-boggling, not blogging, I'm not blogging about this, mind-boggling to me is, did not play that well against the Packers or the Rams the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, okay? So picture that they won the last 2 games by 4 or 5 scores. He really probably could have played average or not that great in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, and they still would have won both. Now, they would have been closer games, but they still would have won both. That tells you something about the Eagles, that they could have won 4 playoff games, won the Super Bowl, with their quarterback playing average to like maybe slightly below average in every game, and they still would have won.
No, it's crazy, Ross. And we're going to get to my front page story here in a second. But while you're saying that, I said this to Seth yesterday. I said the Eagles beat the Redskins 55-23, and that felt like a close game, as crazy as that is to sound, till midway through the third quarter, till the Commanders fumbled the third time. They beat the Chiefs by 18, so literally like 2 touchdowns less, and that game never felt close ever. It was. Would you agree with that? Like that Commanders game was actually a game until late in the third quarter.
Yes, and it was definitely a game until the double tap by the Eagles at the end of the first half. I mean, it was 14-12, and they throw the 4th and 5 to A.J. Brown. Then they score a touchdown. Then the Commanders fumble the returning kickoff. Then the Eagles scored again to make it whatever it was, 27-12 at halftime.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 14-12 right before then. And even when it was 27-12, I can't remember if the Commanders scored or they were driving or whatever. No, that game, that's the other thing. Like, people are always talking about, Mahomes and is he better than Brady or whatever. I got to be honest with you guys. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, there might have been a Ravens game one time or a Jets game one time in, like, the divisional round.
Yeah.
But I can't really ever remember Tom Brady looking as badly as poorly or as bad as Mahomes did Sunday. I mean, that was it looked like he didn't know where to go with the ball.
Never.
Both interceptions were terrible.
Yep.
He's holding on to it. I mean, the one that really killed me, he rolls out to the right. There's nobody within 20 yards of DeAndre Hopkins. And maybe Hopkins should have caught it, but, like, those guys usually complete that in their sleep, or even like the one to a couple to Kelsey where it's like, whoa. I mean,
he's throwing it at his feet.
You don't see that very often. I remember when Cooper DeJean, you guys will appreciate this. I could not hold it anymore. I had to pee. So I'm in line at the stadium. Thankfully, they have TVs everywhere. And, like, most of the people there were Eagles fans, so most of the line is Eagles fans. We're all looking up at the TV, and that's when Cooper DeJean had the pick 6. So while I wish I was with my family for that, it was actually like a surreal moment, high-fiving and going crazy with random guys in the bathroom line as Cooper DeJean takes it to the house. It was hilarious.
Okay, at least
I wish somebody videoed that.
At least you're high-fiving him going into the bathroom and not coming out of the bathroom.
Before we went in, before we went.
That's good. That's
the
good.
Urinal,
yeah. Hey, Ross, before we get you out of here, still got time to get on myfrontpagestory.com?
Yes, this actually is a good sports talk radio topic because I haven't decided yet what's better. Like, is it better if you go to myfrontpagestory.com like 2 weeks ago, you order the story for your significant other, it gets sent there, it's framed, it's beautiful, you give it to her on Valentine's Day, she cries, she loves it. I actually kind of like the idea of ordering it now at myfrontpagestory.com. You print out, okay? You go and you print out the order form, put it in an envelope, Give it to her on Valentine's Day and say, honey, I'm having a story professionally written right now by an author about how amazing you are, how special you are, and it'll be here soon. And I just can't wait for you to see it. Can you imagine them like going to the mail every day or like waiting for the UPS or FedEx guy or like the anticipation? If you're someone that's never had anybody write anything about, like the anticipation of wanting to see what was in that story, it's almost like two gifts. It's like Valentine's Day gift, and then whenever it actually gets there, it might be better that way, fellas. MyFrontPageStory.com. She will cry. You will win. MyFrontPageStory.com.
Love it. The anticipation is the gift. The great Ross Tucker. I like that. MyFrontPageStory.com. Hey, Ross, we always appreciate the appearances on here with you, talking to you during the season. Hopefully we catch up with you at some point in the offseason as well. But congrats on a great season, man.
Listen, love coming on with you guys. You know how I feel about both of you. You are my favorites, and I don't say that to all the other stations. You guys are awesome. Anything big Texans comes up, or obviously before the draft, just reach out. Happy to pop on anytime.
All right, sounds good, Ross. Take care.
See you guys.
Appreciate you. We're good. The great Ross Tucker joining us there.
He said happy to pop on, and I thought of Hop on Pop. That's a guy that's been reading to his nieces and nephews.
A lot of Dr. Seuss going on in his life. Yeah. That was interesting. So he's on board for Caserio and D'Amico finding a big hoss in the middle of the defensive line.
Yeah,
I think you are too. I think
I think that. I mean, D'Amico just loves his defensive linemen because he knows that they're the engine that makes everything else go. I can remember having conversations with Vic Fangio back when he was my coach about just how easy it makes things if you can do two things. One, if you can get a four-man pass rush, and two, if you can stop the run with your front seven. If you don't have to bring up a guy in the box to stop the run, and it makes everything a lot easier. Every defensive coordinator dreams of that. And because all of your little whiteboard meanderings and everything, it's fuel to the fire when you can do it with the four guys up front in the pass rush, or the seven guys up front, or six guys in modern football. And the Texans, one of the things they're really missing there is just a genuine stud at defensive tackles. So I think D'Amico's thirst for a defensive lineman is probably a lot higher than most of the fan bases, because the offensive guard is an issue and wide receiver, but D'Amico's wired that way to, man, like, get me some guys that can just consistently make quarterbacks uncomfortable.
Text message, too bad there's not too many Jalen Carters out there. No, that's true.
Right,
Jalen Carter's elite.
Yeah.
My counter to that, as it relates to the Texans, would be there aren't many Will Anderson Juniors out there. You know, like you're not going to be the level of eliteness of the players is not going to exactly mirror along the line. You know,
Nolan Smith is not a perfect defensive end / outside linebacker by any stretch of the imagination, but he gets opportunities and does the most with them because of the other guys on the defensive line. Yep. So it's and that's why. No matter how many times I preface it with it's easier said than done, it's hard to get that. That's why it's not the old, hey, all you got to do to Tom Brady is get pressure up the middle with a four-man pass rush. Right. It's hard to do. It's really, really hard to do. Sorry, man. Sorry, I'm not giving you the easy solutions. Sorry, I was just like, draft any slut. You know who else? You know where else it's hard to find really, really good football players? Every single position on the football team.
Yeah, for sure.
Every single damn position.
This is another texter. I'm convinced that if the Texans had drafted Jalen Carter, we would have won the Super Bowl this year. End of story. Mahomes doesn't like a beast in the middle, neither does Lamar, and that would have shut down Derrick Henry. Sir, I will point out to you, or ma'am, that there are two sides of the football. Jalen Carter would not have helped the Texans' offensive line protect C.J. Stroud. Like the issue with the Texans was not the defense. You know what I mean? Like the way.
Right. Yeah, that didn't show up when they most needed it.
Yeah, if you drafted Jalen Carter, you don't have Will Anderson on this team. You know, like that's the thing. It's
right. Well, I guess it's okay if they draft Jalen Carter and they have a lesser edge rusher there.
Yep.
Would it have made that big of a difference? No, because it's not. It wouldn't have. That's not what it would have transformed them into a completely different defense.
It's not enough to make up for the lack of offense, right?
I guess, but by your scenario, the way you framed it is they should have, instead of trading up for Will Anderson or getting Jalen Carter. They should have gotten an offensive lineman.
I'm not even thinking that far ahead. I'm just thinking like there's no move on defense that would have made up for how bad this offense was in the playoffs. Right. That's my point. Like it's the issue. The issue with the Texans in the postseason wasn't how they got after Patrick Mahomes. The issue was they couldn't move the football and they couldn't protect C.J. Stroud. That's the issue with this team. The defense is not an issue right now. It can be better. It can be improved, but it's really, really good. The issue is this team scored 12 points on offense in Kansas City. The issue is that this team continually couldn't score touchdowns in the second half of football games all year. So I can't look at the defense and go, well, if they just drafted Jalen Carter instead of Will Anderson, they're going to the Super Bowl. That's what this person is saying right now. You still have the exact same offense in that scenario. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's my point.
Sounds like you're arguing against taking a defensive tackle in the first round too.
No, I'm arguing that I'm saying like what this person is pointing out does not turn the Texans into a Super Bowl team this year because the offense is so bad.
No, but I'm saying I'm not upset about it. I'm just saying that if by the same token, if I'm thirsty for a defensive tackle because it could take the defense to another level, that's probably not gonna beat the Chiefs in the playoffs.
Okay, I'm not arguing that, and here's why. I think Nick Caley's gonna make a difference.
I'm trying to agree with you.
No.
I don't.
No, but I'm totally cool with them drafting a defensive tackle in the first round. I'm totally cool with that. I think there's other ways to improve the offense other than not drafting a defensive tackle in the first round. You know what I mean? So that's all I was saying. Let's see. Text message. Jalen Carter would have helped us beat the Chiefs. Yes, that he definitely would have. Thank you. Texans beat the Chiefs with Jalen Carter.
I guess. Well, you don't have to make it a Will Anderson versus Jalen Carter argument.
The only reason only reason I'm making it that is because that's the draft. Like they wouldn't have drafted Will Anderson in that scenario.
Right.
That's the only reason I'm saying it. Is if you have Jalen Carter on this team, Texter, Will Anderson is not on this team.
Right.
You know, it was that draft that they would have, instead of moving up to get Will Anderson, they would have moved up 3 spots to get Jalen Carter.
Well, and again, too, the thing you have to remember about the Eagles is they've got 3 first-rounders on their defensive line. It's not an either-or scenario. They should have drafted this guy. They shouldn't have drafted that guy. They've invested heavily on their defensive line.
Okay, here's another one. Or this is middle screen. Or they draft Will Anderson and then draft Jalen Carter instead of taking C.J. Stroud pick. And then with that, you just go deep on the defensive line. I'd rather have C.J. Stroud on this football team.
If there's one thing you learn from the Chiefs' loss, it's that it doesn't matter who you are as a quarterback when the pass protection is that bad. You might as well have had just any random quarterback out there for the Chiefs, and maybe one that I don't know. Like he was a garbage quarterback in the Super Bowl. He was awful. He was atrocious.
He was. But you're also probably not in the playoffs if that's your strategy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're not winning regular season.
No, I know. I'm just making the point that it doesn't, when you don't have the pass protection taken care of, it doesn't matter who your quarterback is.
Who was the big defensive tackle we passed on for Kenyon Green? That's a text message. That would be Jordan Davis, who's also part of the rotation with Philadelphia.
Yes, he's one of those first rounders for the Eagles. Yes, that's 100%. Where the Eagles have invested heavily in their defensive line and the Texans didn't. Yeah. They chose to go with Kenyon Green instead.
That's right. We didn't touch on this yesterday. Apparently, according to multiple sources, Aaron Rodgers will not be back in New York with the Jets. The Aaron Glenn, I guess, does not want him back. Reportedly, there was a meeting with Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if it was with Glenn and ownership or whatever. But Aaron Rodgers is going to be either out on the market or retired come next season.
Yeah, I don't. What do you think? I have a hard time thinking that Aaron Rodgers really genuinely wants to go through any more of this. The one thing about Aaron Rodgers is a guy who's in his 40s. Whenever he gets interviewed, he's like a guy who's an NFL football player just by the way he looks and talks and his age.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't sense that same verve or that same competitive drive or fire that, like, say, Tom Brady had when he was in his early 40s.
Even when the Rodgers stands out there on social media try to stick up for him and post video of him behind the scenes, like getting amped up about football, like getting his team fired up. Even then I watch those videos, I'm like, okay, this is still an energy level that's so far below what I would think someone who's being portrayed as this, like, high energetic leader is, like
he really feels like a guy who's I could swap him out for any friends I've had who are in their 40s and who are recently divorced, and they know it was their fault that they're recently divorced, and they're trying to get their life back on track, and they're just kind of like, man, things didn't really work out the way I planned. As he's smoking a Marlboro, and it just it's not bad, it's not good, it's just it is what it is.
I can relate to that.
I feel like
person.
Aaron Rodgers is what he is right this moment.
You just made Aaron Rodgers more relatable for me just now with that analogy.
Yeah.
I can relate to that divorce guy you're talking about right there. For what it's worth, odds board, yes is minus 150 for him retiring. Will he retire, yes or no? Yes is the favorite. Do you think Aaron Rodgers retires, Seth? Are we done seeing him?
I think he retires. The only thing is if there's somewhere out there that says, yeah, we want to do everything that you want to do on offense, even though you as an offensive coordinator have turned into an antiquated offensive coordinator. Like wants to run with his hand-selected offensive coordinator is a lot of the stuff that people hate. That there's like, where's the pre-snap motion? Where's all of this artistry that you have on so many of the modern offenses? Aaron Rodgers doesn't want it. He wants to play pitch and catch to his favorite guys. And all of his favorite guys are also those recently divorced dudes who totally, it's their fault that they got divorced also.
I'm just looking at the teams that are the favorite to land him if he doesn't stay with the Jets, and looks like at this point he's not going to. Steelers are even money to land him. That would be an interesting marriage. Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
San Francisco's second on this board at 3-1. San Francisco's going to roll with Brock Purdy. On the cheap. They love Brock Purdy in San Francisco.
Yeah.
They're not.
This continues to be a surprise to you. It's
no. I'm not surprised that they. I'm not exclaiming surprise. They love Brock Purdy. I'm literally saying they're not going to sign Aaron Rodgers because they love Brock Purdy. I'm not.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Like they're. So I don't think they're in the market for Aaron Rodgers. The Saints are 5-1. Now you're into just a bunch of crappy teams. I'm with you. I think he's done. Because once you start to get to the good teams, they all have quarterbacks already. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I think Aaron Rodgers made the mistake of going through a transition where he realized that there's more to life than football. And that's a bad place to be. It's a good place in life, perhaps, but it's a bad place in terms of having that competitive drive to really want to do something about it. I know that Jets fans were somehow just irate that anybody would think that a quarterback missing a mandatory team event was no big deal and that everything would be just fine. I think now they're looking back on it and thinking, oh yeah, maybe the guy who's worth over $100 million not wanting to pay the change fees for his trip to Egypt, that might be a sign that maybe it's time for him to move on.
I still can't believe the people that were giving him a pass on that, including his head coach at the time. How would you feel about it?
I don't know. Okay, I'm going to make it. Look, Robert Saleh was in a no-win situation there. Robert Saleh was getting criticized basically for it's like when somebody it's like blaming a teacher for a misbehaving student. It's like, okay, there's only so much the teacher can do, and if it's in an elite private prep school where the parents have the ability to get you fired if you don't kowtow to their bastard son. That's what Robert Saleh got up, and he's supposed to answer for the quarterback not wanting to be there for OTAs. And, okay, what's he supposed to do? Bring the hammer down on Aaron Rodgers? That's going to go great with an owner that wants Aaron Rodgers there and will do whatever Aaron Rodgers wants.
In retrospect, I guarantee you he wishes he had. He got fired anyways 5 games into the season. He ended up being the scapegoat anyways. He probably wishes he had put the hammer down on Aaron Rodgers. Would you mind Aaron Rodgers in the division on either the Titans or the Colts? They're both 15-1. Well, let's see.
I think it would be a flaming disaster with the Colts. I don't think that's the guy you want to bring in to be your mentor to a young quarterback who also doesn't get things expected in life.
Yeah.
I think the Titans, I might actually get a little bit nervous about it with the Titans.
Really?
Because I think the Titans, they're genuinely committed to running a scheme that Aaron Rodgers has some familiarity with through LaFleur, like a lot of the similar things that would help in the run game and what have you. I don't think the Colts would do it because it's just one more time that they're going back to the aging quarterback while also still having the guy that they claim is their hope for the future that they're committed to.
They should just do it. They should just sign every aging quarterback for 1 year for the rest of time.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers this year, like next year, Kirk Cousins, bring him in. Just keep bringing in old aging quarterbacks on 1 year deals.
Is Shane Steichen even older than Aaron Rodgers? Probably not, right?
Yeah, Rodgers is
they're probably about the same age.
Yeah, about the same age probably. Rodgers is what, 40, 41, something like that?
Yeah.
Odds are out on the Super Bowl. Texans are 10th on the odds board at 2,500, plus 2,500, 25 to 1. The AFC South is hot garbage. The bottom 10 teams include the 3 other teams in the AFC South. The Colts, the Jags, and the Titans are the second worst team in football, according to the odds. And the NFC South is an even worse division. Their best team is Tampa Bay at 35 to 1 to win the Super Bowl.
Man.
The South must rise again.
Yeah.
Those are bad divisions.
Yeah, the South divisions in general.
Yep.
I never thought of it that way, Sean.
Texans
honestly,
rule the
that's the first time I've thought about that. The fact that AFC South and the NFC South
garbage
are just they're doing a disrespect to an entire region. That's acceptable.
Yes, that loves football, by the way. The Cowboys are the 4th worst team in the NFC, according to the odds board right now. How about that?
I blame the SEC as far as the AFC South and the NFC South being as bad as they are.
Why is
the SEC just drains too much of the attention away from everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Where are the Cowboys, did you say?
4th worst among NFC teams on the odds board. The only teams worse than the Cowboys are the Saints, the Panthers, and the Giants.
What a miserable time to be a Dallas sports fan.
No, it's awesome. Yeah, it's really cool.
They hate their owners and the 2 largest franchises in the city.
Yeah,
and there's no reason for hope that they're ever going to climb out of it. If anything, or that they'll even retain their basketball team if they want it.
Yeah.
The Mavericks might be in Las Vegas 3 years from now.
They might be. Highest ranked non-playoff teams from 2024 are the Niners and the Bengals. You have to pick one to make the playoffs again of the Niners and the Bengals. Who is it?
I'd say the Bengals.
Yeah.
The Bengals, yesterday Colin Cowherd went on a long rant about how the Bengals have to spend money, and they got to quit being stingy and all. Texans Cap made a really good point, which is that the Bengals have actually spent more money over the last 4 years than both the Chiefs and the Eagles. Chiefs have actually been pretty parsimonious, and yet they're the way the cap works out, they're not super comfortable with the cap situation the way it is right now. But it's not like they've just spent to the hilt to try to go off and win. The Eagles, especially, despite the offseason they had, it was such a great offseason. A lot of that was driven by the draft and the last couple drafts. They've just done really well.
Yeah, it's always interesting to me, like the argument about. I think the argument for NFL teams being cheap is a little bit of a weaker argument than like baseball, where like in football you have to spend a certain amount. You know what I mean? Like and there aren't nearly the market inequities that there are in football that there are in baseball with TV deals and whatnot. Like I don't know that. I mean, there are some teams that are more money conscious than others in the NFL. I don't know that there exists a cheap team anymore in the NFL. Like the Pirates are. Or the A's are in baseball, where they just don't spend, Yeah,
and I think in football more so than in any of the other sports, because it is such a team game, there's so many other variables that matter that if you start just spending too freely or liberally, you lose sight of the things that really, really matter. Like for whatever buzzword you want to use, whether it's culture or chemistry or anything like that, it's just going out and spending big money in football. If anything, it's more times than not, it leads to your ruination more so than it's a quick boost.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to just tie all those things in. That's where, with the Texans, I think the Texans spent aggressively last offseason, but it made a lot of sense, and it wasn't in such a way that it's going to handicap you in future years. But last year was a big spend. I'll be surprised if they're as aggressive in free agency this time around.
And much money to spend. Like if they don't spend, it's not because they're cheap. It's because by the rules of the collective bargaining agreement, they just don't have as much money to pass around to people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's why when I see people calling the Bengals cheap, I understand that there's a culture rooted in that building of like charging for tube socks and Gatorades and stuff like that. And maybe that still exists. I don't know. But when it comes to player acquisition, I mean, they paid Joe Burrow the highest contract in football. You know, like it's the NFL is just different than these other sports where there actually are really cheap teams. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day for your entry into the Slam Dunk to Vegas contest. If you win, you and 3 of your friends are going to be going to Circa in Vegas for the college basketball tournament. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. They have an amazing sports book at Circa. They've got the stadium swim, which is a cool watching experience. Plus, you'll have an extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're in Las Vegas. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Up next, mock draft injection time. The Athletic did a mock draft. Who do they have the Texans taking? I think Seth is going to be happy with this one. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I got to get your sleep fixed for you right now. If that noise...
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Mock draft injection time. We've got The Athletic on the board today. Nick Baumgartner is one of their draft experts. He's got a mock draft that's up there, and we do this every day between now and the draft. And this is a big draft for the Texans. Not picking in the top 3 like they were a few years ago, but have a first-round pick, 25th overall. And let's page down and see what they do. By and large, so far, it's been interior offensive line by the experts out there with yesterday's win from Texas.
Yes.
So we've that's been the consensus has been interior O-line so far. Small sample size, but let's see what Nick Baumgartner has to say. With the 25th pick in the 2025 Nick Baumgartner, theathletic.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select. Oh, Seth is going to be happy. Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan. There's your hoss in the interior of the offensive line, Seth.
And the first thing people say whenever I bring up Kenneth Grant's name is, he's 340 pounds. That's not the type of guy that D'Amico likes. Listen, he does not move like he's 340 pounds. He's a guy who got a lot better from the 2023 season to the 2024 season. He uses his hands really well, but he's very quick and agile for a 340-pounder. I was worried about whether, this might be a guy who has a weight issue, but after talking to John Harris assures me that, no, he's put together really well. He does not look like a guy who's a big fatty. And I actually thought his body composition changed from 2023 to 2024. 2024, he had a little bit of that. Do you remember that Grady Jackson physique? It was like an apple on top with skinny legs. And Grady Jackson was really good. Vince Wilfork a little bit like that. And I'm not going to turn down Vince Wilfork.
No.
But I feel like he got thicker in his legs and his lower body going into last year, which hints at him really putting some work in the weight room. I like Kenneth Grant a lot. I think he can play all 3 downs. I'm not worried about his weight, mostly because he does not move like he weighs 3. I'm skeptical that he actually weighs, because it doesn't look right the way he moves, and I think he might end up being one of these guys that does real well at the combine. If so, then that might be the thing that really vaults him above the 25th pick in the draft.
Okay.
So it might be a little bit of a pie-in-the-sky notion at this point.
Should we be rooting for him to do bad at the combine to keep him?
Yeah. But it has to be like this. It has to be a little bit like Kyle Hamilton bad performance. Because remember, people were all down on Kyle Hamilton after he had a slow 40 time at the combine. But when you watched him run the 40, you could see, this is just a guy who hasn't spent a whole bunch of time learning how to run a 40 properly.
Yeah.
He basically ran 43 yards on his 40 because he had a bad start. He was running diagonally and everything. You can take 2 or 3 tenths of a second off your 40 time just by technique alone.
Yeah.
And I think it was apparent to see, Hamilton is a lot faster than his 40 time. You could see it. Like Kamari Lassiter is a lot faster than his 40 time.
Yeah.
So I hope Keith Hamilton just has no clue how to actually run a 40. And or did I say Hamilton?
You said Keith Hamilton. Kenneth Grant is what you mean.
Kenneth Grant just doesn't know how to run his 40.
Yeah.
By the way, I apologize. I know people noted on the text line, I figured they would, that we seemed a little bit chippy in the last segment.
Oh.
I take full accountability for that by me multiple times just misreading or misunderstanding things you were saying, and then you getting agitated with me.
No worries. No worries. Yeah, okay.
It's gonna happen again. I'll try to. My brain's not working quite
it's
right.
It's all good, but people don't realize. Like you and I both forget this stuff. Like 15 seconds after reminders on the text page about how pissed we should be right now. As I hear you describe what we should be rooting for at the combine with Kenneth Grant. All I can hear is he's going to become a Raven. He's going to be like he's going to run slow, or he's going to show less agility than he looks like he has on film, and he's going to wind up next to Justin Matafreaking-Bike in the middle of their defensive line.
There's times where you see it with a lineman, especially. They'll go off and they'll train with somebody for the combine, and they teach you all these techniques for getting out of your stance. It's different than coming out of a football stance, coming out of a sprinter stance with no blocks. It's kind of tricky, and it's one of those things where like you'll see sometimes guys at the combine like pop up out of their stance because they've been coached to take a big first step and everything. And if anything, the pre-combine instruction ends up damaging to those guys because they haven't had enough time to really ingrain it into their muscle memory.
Yeah.
So I hope he's one of those guys.
Yes.
That he's just a bad tester. Because I feel like he looks really athletic on film.
I'd love this pick if they did it. That would be great. Here's what Baumgartner says about Kenneth Grant. There's a real chance Grant has one of those unforgettable testing. It's also he's listening in on the conversation. There's a real chance Grant has one of those unforgettable testing weeks at the Combine and rockets his stock into the top 15. If he doesn't, he could be in line to slip. A phenomenal athlete at 340 pounds, Grant is still more traits than production. Do you agree with that part?
I don't know. I think that
Pretty productive in the film.
And he was pretty polished in a lot of ways. I think this is something that happens, and I'm always surprised that some of the actual people that are pretty dialed in on the draft, they make the mistake of using a scheme that a guy is in against him. Because I'll see people say, well, there's times where Kenneth Grant is slow to get off the ball. He's playing in a read and react scheme where a lot of times the defensive linemen aren't supposed to get off the ball all that quickly. They're reading the offensive lineman in front of them. And, yeah, in those times he gets off the ball slowly, which I always look at as, all right, it's a guy that actually cares about playing his responsibilities.
Yeah.
Because when he is part of a blitz or when he is supposed to just get across the line of scrimmage, he does just fine. And with D'Amico's coaching and playing in this scheme, I wouldn't worry about that at all. So I like him a lot. Barring him just looking awful in at the Combine or something, I'm leaning right now towards being surprised if he's there at 25.
Yeah.
But it's also, it's a huge crapshoot with the draft.
It's a crapshoot with the draft, but if you're trying to minimize the bust factor on the 25th pick, I would say with D'Amico Ryans as your head coach, drafting a defensive lineman probably minimizes the bust factor. Like, D'Amico has gotten the best out of every defensive lineman, it feels like, that's come through that door since he got here, you know?
Did he mention anybody else as a possibility
He
in
did.
this mock draft?
Said don't rule out Gray Zabel, offensive lineman from North Dakota State.
Yeah.
The top center/interior O lineman as the Texans' first round.
So when we talked about Gray Zabel last week, like I am coming sounding, apparently I sounded way more down on him than I meant to because we just started talking about guys from smaller schools and everything, which you would think like, hey, Seth, you went to a small school. You should be all about those guys. Yeah, but there's a little bit of I hold those guys to a higher standard, and I understand the challenges they're up against.
Yeah.
So I start getting finicky when people fawn over somebody because they had a good Senior Bowl or something. Yeah, I really do like everything I've seen of Gray Zabel. I think that there's still more of an unknown because he hasn't consistently gone against studs every single week. But that's my hesitancy there in taking a guy in the first round is like sometimes those are the guys that are awesome second-round picks because you don't have as much of a sample size of them, so there's just a little bit more unknown, and I think that's the way that Nick operates as well.
Yeah, I think particularly, and by the way, they've got Zabel going 36 to Jacksonville in this mock draft, so he's early second. I think what poisoned the perception with people last week, Seth, when you were talking about it, is your Trevor Penning's name was invoked adjacent to that conversation.
Yeah, we got off on a Trevor Penning tangent, and people thought I was making a direct comparison to Trevor Penning.
You were not.
That's not what I was doing whatsoever.
No.
If it came off that way, listen, everybody, I've already conceded. I've been extra dumb these last couple days, okay?
They've got it's a 3-round mock. You want to quick touch on the other two picks here real quick?
Give them to me, Sean.
Okay, here we go, Seth. With the 58th overall pick, the Houston Texans select Jonah Savania, guard, Arizona.
Oh.
Not what? But fills a need.
Okay, at this point, if they don't draft an interior offensive lineman in the first 2 rounds, and if they haven't addressed the position in free agency, that's where the poop's going to hit the fan, I think, in the fan base.
Yes, 100%.
And you know what? I'm one of the people that will have been guilty of fawning over Kenyon Green's new physique during training camp last year.
Same.
And then just being let down by the actual performance on the field.
Yep.
I've already used up all my, hey, well, look, we got to give them a chance to play this out. Apparently they like these young guys on the interior offensive line, and we'll see if we can coach them up. I can't do that for an entire other offseason. I'll be really disappointed if they don't draft interior offensive line sometime in the first 2 rounds or in free agency.
In free agency. If there's not a new face on the interior of the offensive line by the time day 2 of the draft rolls around, I think a lot of people are going to be upset. Right?
Yeah.
All right, here's the 3rd round pick. Let's do this. As long as we got a minute here. With the 89th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Isaiah Bond, wide receiver, Texas. That's not bad. Isaiah Bond's a good player, man.
Yeah.
I'd be down with that. So they will have gone, in this mock draft set, they will have gone interior defensive tackle that you like, guard that TBD, and then a wide receiver in the 3rd round from an SEC school.
Right, and who's fast. Like, can you tell me?
Yeah.
That's one of the things when we talked about Deebo Samuel earlier. It's not just the fact that it's that he's a unique player with a unique skill set that feels more like gadgetry at this point in his career, whereas what I want to really see on the field, both offensively and defensively, is just blistering speed. So yeah, give me a twitchy guy and I can take it. He's not Tank Dell small.
No.
He's a smaller guy, but he's not Tank Dell small.
Yep, it's a good way to put it.
He's normal small.
Normal small. That's a good way to put it. All right. Hey, we're giving away tickets right now. Okay. It is a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets now and in the 9 o'clock hour also, right, Ben? The 9 o'clock hour. All right, you hear that? That's Reba McEntire right there. Caller number 5.
I know her.
Yeah. She's
Not
famous.
personally.
She's famous. She's great in concert. I don't know if she's going to do all the costume changes that she does in a normal concert because the stage is right in the middle of the, it's in the round. There's no backstage to go to.
Yeah.
But she's excellent. She puts on a good show, and you can win a 4-pack of tickets right now. Caller number 5 to see her live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, Tuesday, March 4th. Call now, 713-572-4610, and you're on your way to the rodeo to see Reba McEntire on March 4th. Keep listening all day. More chances to win rodeo tickets on a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday here on Sports Radio 610. Pettycast coming up next here. We've got a few petties that we're going to get to. Text in the things you're petty about, 713-572-4610. The weekly Tuesday Pettycast is coming up next. But first,
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Pettycast time. Text in 713-572-4610. The things that you're petty about, that you've observed others being. We really take it to the next level in the Pettycast every week.
This is where we let our petty flag fly and we become
buddy.
the worst versions of ourselves.
Yes,
damn it.
You got it. All right, so let's do this here. This popped up on my timeline yesterday, and I'm leading with this because since he retired from Philadelphia Sports Talk Radio, we've not heard much from Angelo Cataldi, who went through a period on this show where his audio was amongst our favorite to play back in 2022. That was Cataldi right there.
Yeah, he's just one of these old school, old dude sports radio guys from the Northeast who hated the Astros and was so entertaining in hating the Astros that I loved him. And I wish I had discovered him earlier in his career because he ended up retiring a couple years ago.
Very entertaining. Now, we know that Angelo Cataldi, being in Philadelphia, probably has been through some things with Andy Reid. You know, they didn't get this version of Andy Reid in Philly. They got a pretty good version. I mean, Andy Reid in Philly was very successful.
They did a bunch of, like, Anthony Cataldi had once, I think he commissioned chartered a bus to go up to the draft to boo the Eagles draft pick the year they drafted Donovan McNabb and all that. Yeah.
So there are some things going on. So he's got a history with Andy Reid. This is Cataldi with Zach Gelb. And this is after the Super Bowl, saying, Andy Reid, overrated.
Let me let your audience in on a little secret. All right, because most of the country will argue this to the death. Andy Reid is way overrated as a coach. All right, for 14 years. He won 0 championships. Doug Peters, who was here 5, he won 1. Nick Sirianni's been here 4, he won 1. The only reason Andy Reid was winning big games in KC was because he had this mastermind, Mahomes, making up plays on the run and doing brilliant stuff. The only reason Mahomes didn't do that yesterday is he had no time to do it. And Andy Reid could not figure out a way to give him time to do it. And the truth is, Mahomes is a stud. Mahomes is a great player despite yesterday. Zach, no argument. Reid, the all-time fraud of American sports is Andy Reid.
That is what the Pettycast is all about. The Great American Pettycast is all about that right there.
And he's so confident that he's right. It's a fun exercise. If you go through anybody who's achieved great things in history, or in like sports or history in real life, if all you do is list their faults, you can make them sound awful.
Sure.
Like, let's talk about Abraham Lincoln and all the elections that he lost early. You can make him sound like the dumbest, worst people on earth, and he leans into it full bore there.
Big time. Yeah, that was Angelo Cataldi. The mastermind Mahomes. Like, what does he even mean?
So in his mind, Mike McCarthy is because Mike McCarthy had won. He was only a couple years into his tenure in bed, so it's easy to win a Super Bowl. Winning several Super Bowls is easy when you have a great quarterback, I guess. Okay, I don't.
You want one more? You want one more? Cataldi goes next. Like, it's a little personal here.
And one other thing, these commercials are out showing how charming and funny he is. I was there for 14 years. I talked to him a ton. He is neither. He is not that at all. It's all Madison Avenue. And I'm hoping now the world will start to see Andy Reid in a different light because he's a fraud. He's not that great.
I don't think we
Has
might
anybody
not
referred to the advertising industry as Madison Avenue since the 90s? What the hell? I'm watching Mad Men?
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
I'm so glad you like this audio. I was so excited when I saw this yesterday.
I can't. Mind you, people, this is the kind of stuff that gets you a 7-figure salary.
Oh, yeah, he made a ton of money in Philly. Yes. Yes, it is. It is. We live in a strange industry, man. All right. So continuing with the Pettycast here, DeAndre Hopkins, former Texan, he complained about the refs after the game. We played the snippet the very specific ref complaining part, I felt and maybe this flies in the face of the Pettycast, but I felt for full context, we play the entire answer. DeAndre Hopkins, by the way, his media session at the Super Bowl, 1:31 total. Like, this was the only long answer he gave. Everything else was 2- and 3-word answers. Yeah. That's where he signs off after the media's like, all right, we're not getting anything good out of this guy.
Loss is a loss. It says W or L at the end of the day. Those guys beat us. So, man, tough loss. It's my first year being with the Chiefs, and, I saw a lot of things in the media about the refs, but obviously what y'all going to say now about the refs and us when there was a lot of touchy calls? Are y'all going to report that? Are y'all going to talk about the refs now? Ciao Bella.
And he walks off.
Ciao Bella.
Ciao Bella, and he walks off. That didn't make the cut yesterday. We had to have that in there.
I think it belongs in the Pettycast because DeAndre's being petty there.
Yes.
I don't know. It's almost like I spent way more time trying to figure out exactly how to process him saying that, because you can almost make an argument that he was saying that we're only good when those chippy calls are there or not there. I can't figure it out. It's almost like for him it was worth it to lose the game because it shut down all the talk about the officiating or something. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and I played the whole answer there because the question was, what do you draw from this game? And he was doing fine for about 8 seconds. Like, a loss is a loss. Doesn't matter. It's a Super Bowl. Loss hurts. This is my first year with the Chiefs. Now, here it goes. My salvo on the refs. Yeah.
Was there, are we going to blame the officials for me letting that ball bounce off my left hand?
Right.
After I stumbled on the
cheat themselves.
You're going to blame the officials for our offensive line sucking?
Yeah.
Huh? You guys going to do that? I thought that's what you're supposed to do.
I felt like someone who's been on the Chiefs longer than 2 months was going to walk up on the stage and kind of walk him off and go, no, this is not it. This is not the time, DeAndre.
Yeah.
This is not how we handle our business. All right. Ciao Bella is an excellent sign-off. My quick Super Bowl petty, Seth, when it comes to the Chiefs, this is my petty right here. If the networks are going to show Taylor Swift while she's jumping around with Travis's mom and hugging Brittany Mahomes and happy after a score and, oh, look, he scored again. Oh, if they're going to show that, if they're going to take advantage showing that, they have to show her when this bleep is going poorly also. They have to pan over. For the rest of America, they have to pan over to Taylor Swift while they're losing 40-6, and Travis looks like he's going to cry on the field.
Yeah.
Are you with me on this?
Right, and they need to cover it on SportsCenter when she dumps him this week. But now that she realizes that the honeymoon is over, wait a second. I got booed by thousands of people, and then you guys didn't win?
Right.
This is not what I signed on for, clown.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to retire now? Maybe you don't understand the give and take in this relationship, Travis. I'm not here to be with some has-been who can't even win a stupid Super Bowl.
Oh, my God. The song she's going to write about him, it's going to be an anthem. It's going to be beautiful.
I think there's a lot of NFL fans that maybe didn't think much at all about, not that they thought positively or negatively, get all about Taylor Swift, who now don't like Taylor Swift because of her being so tied to and visible with the Chiefs, that now will love Taylor Swift if she dumps Travis Kelce.
Yes, 100%.
This week.
That's her babyface turn.
It
That's
has
what we
to be
call
this
that.
week.
Yes.
Yeah.
She needs to hit him with a chair. And yes, absolutely.
If you want to add legions of angry 40-year-old men to your fan base, then you need to dump Travis Kelce right now.
Yes, bingo. Quick one on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Pettycast, this is from Cinco. Is it petty to have stood and applauded in the privacy of my own home every time they showed Mahomes' dumb, sad mug at the end of the game? No. I mean, is it petty? Yes. But it fits perfectly in this segment right now.
Yeah, you want him to suffer.
Yes.
I thought he's always got some bags under his eyes. He's got a little bit of the Vince Vaughn thing going. Mm-hmm. I felt like they were especially dark in that game. Yeah. It looked like he was beleaguered and beat down.
Got a little kid at
possibly
home, man.
hungover.
He's got a little baby.
I don't know. Has anybody come out and said that he and Travis weren't drunk off their asses the night before the Super Bowl?
They did go. I get the People magazine 5 times a day newsletter. They did go on a double date while they were in New Orleans. The two couples, the
not the night before the Super Bowl.
I don't know.
It
was just at some point there was pictures of them out on a double date in the French Quarter. Dan Orlovsky, who may or may not be leaving ESPN. That's not what I'm petty over, but I would like Dan to remain on TV. I think he does a good job. He did something yesterday, though, that the media should never, ever, ever do. So never do this, Dan. Don't ever apologize for an opinion.
I owe publicly Jalen Hurts an apology. I was probably one this year who's been the hardest on him. I'll go back a couple weeks ago when I said the passing game's not good enough right now, and I don't think it's going to get better. All he's done since then is have his 2 best games of the year on the 2 biggest stages that the game has been on.
Yeah, so you were wrong. Don't apologize to Jalen Hurts for your don't ever apologize to an athlete for your opinion on their play, on how they play. Don't ever do that.
This wasn't as bad. This wasn't as bad as when sometimes a player will be genuinely performing poorly, and then you point out that this player is performing poorly, and then all of a sudden the player starts playing better. And people will say, well, looks like you owe somebody an apology. Like, why? For being accurate?
Right.
Like, no, I will not apologize for that. But sometimes people do.
Yeah.
They still apologize for being accurate about them being wrong. If Orlovsky was inaccurate or wrong, he needs to apologize to his family.
Yeah.
Because it's less money he'll be making in the future.
I don't know.
That's not true either. Being wrong is actually one of the best things you can do
what are we doing?
in the business.
Yeah. No, being wrong pays you millions
Colin
of dollars.
Cowherd has made a living off of being dramatically wrong at times.
Awful
and
wrong.
He makes really good money off of it.
Yep.
So, Orlovsky, grab your, what do we used to say? Never mind. Act like you got a pair, okay?
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the best things that that was a good lesson that I learned from the upperclassmen when I was in college. There was something about like to speak with confidence, even if you're not 100% certain. And they would say, just grab them and say what you mean to say.
Absolutely.
You know?
Yeah.
Don't dilly-dally around.
No, direct.
Come on, Orlovsky. Sound off like you got a pair.
That's it. And don't apologize. All right, last one.
Needs to eat more.
Last one, he's skinny.
He's emaciated.
Last one. I don't know if this is in the petty cast. I just couldn't find a spot for this, but I felt like I needed to play this, Seth, for you, just to see if you are as confused as I am about Antonio Brown's explanation of his bankruptcy. Apparently, Antonio Brown has blown through $100 million. He was on a podcast called The Nelk Boys, and he gave a very confusing explanation on his financial situation.
Do you know your total career earnings in the NFL?
I think I made $100 million if you count off the field, everything.
$100 million,
yeah,
for sure.
For sure.
How much did you spend of that $100 million?
Well, I just filed Chapter 11 bankrupt. You feel me? So
did we go?
I spent all of it. I blew all my money.
Spent it all?
Yeah, I blew everything.
Honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. Because guess what? If you're having fun, wait, over what period of time?
If you had a great time, then
no, listen.
Power to you. But
I just had my financial, like my people who like in my life, they just took the money I made in the NFL and they didn't make that money mine no more. You know what I'm saying? They put it away from my family generation and the trust and then just threw it out there. So whatever I made in football, I just saved it for my family generation. My kids.
Into the market or?
Yeah, they just took JP Mortgage. They gave them a nice percentage out there monthly. You know, we don't do the market because the market is like the market. You know,
up and down. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like missionaries. You know.
It only goes one way.
Okay, was that the whole thing, Ben?
Okay, so now I'm going to be petty about the host there too.
Yeah,
I don't know whether it only goes one way. All right. At first, I got encouraged because I thought, okay, it sounds like maybe somebody took a bunch of his money and put it in a trust.
Yeah.
Just kind of like Allen Iverson, right? Because remember, people thought Allen Iverson was broke, but it turned out he had a trust that was going to pay him handsomely on into the future.
Well, at first, it sounded like he spent all his money partying. You know, like I blew that money.
Right.
Yeah.
At first, it sounded like he blew all of it.
Yeah.
But then it sounded like, oh, wait a second, they'd actually maybe put it into a trust.
Correct.
And that, however it works legally, that maybe the trust money is protected, but he's broke. Has to manage through bankruptcy because of his current income can't keep up with his expenses.
Yeah.
But then by the end of it, I'm not sure if he just if all of the invested money isn't also gone. I don't know. It sounds like he was maybe given an explanation for what they wanted to do, and maybe they didn't actually accomplish it. I don't know.
I don't know. That cut's like a minute long, and I went through so many emotions there because in the first 20 seconds, I'm like, oh, like typical athlete, just partied his way through $100 million, bought boats. Yeah. I mean, we know Antonio Brown is notorious for not paying people, right? I mean, the long list of people he owes money to, from jewelers all the but then like 30 seconds in, he made it sound like somebody stepped in and was doing the responsible thing, which is taking all of his money and putting it in a trust for his future generations. And my question is, how does bankruptcy enter the picture? That don't the bankruptcy courts, is it in somebody else's name, that money now?
Well, if he's please feel free to correct me on the Jim Adler text line if I'm incorrect here. As long as they put money in a trust before he entered into like a bankruptcy type situation, then he's got income from the trust potentially, but he might have current expenses that aren't covered by his trust income.
Oh my
God. He's gotta. That would be the ideal scenario, I believe. Yeah. But you can't just all of a sudden, once you're in a bankruptcy type situation, be like, oh no, by the way, all my money's in a trust. So I don't know. I hope for Antonio Brown's sake that he does have money sitting there in a trust that he is drawing income from, and they just have to reorganize his debt. I have zero clue. That's what I'm hoping. And for poor Morgan Stanley, the Saints that they are, I hope they did it on the up and up, because he just blasted their name right out there in conjunction with him being in bankruptcy.
I don't know. It's like a J.P. Morgan did it or something. They put it in this. I don't know. Someone says, I think Antonio Brown may be the richest guy in the NFL, and he doesn't even know it.
I think I was waiting for him to be like, I'm making $1 million a year off of the interest on the trust, but we have to.
Someone says yes, the trusts are protected from the bankruptcy. So
as long as you can't create an emergency trust when all of a sudden you're like, oh crap, I got to declare bankruptcy. Quick, put some money in a trust.
Do we need to put a disclaimer on this segment that this is not legal nor investing advice coming from us right now? We're just reading text. That's all. Okay.
No, I think the average man understands that. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Right. It is one of the weirder things. I used to tell guys all the time, like to. Whoever you're working with, put some money in a trust. Put some money in a trust. Put some money in a trust. And the NFL is very careful. They offer up financial education and everything, but they don't want to be telling guys what to do with their money.
You get sued that way, man. Yeah.
But I say this to anybody who has a financial windfall when you're 22 years old: slap as much of that in a trust as you can. Yep. Take your own human fallibility out of it, okay?
Yep.
You can have access to it when you're 35 even. It doesn't have to be something that's lifelong.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was the Pettycast. Keep texting in your petties. We will read them, I promise. One of the better interviews that we've had on Radio Row was completely unexpected, just not because this guy's not good, but Ryan Harris, former Texans offensive lineman, he had some really interesting things to say about the Texans. Do we feel better or worse about the Texans moving forward offensively after hearing what Ryan Harris had to say last week with the guys on – who was he on? I think he was on with the guys on In the Loop.
Midday, yep.
Midday, yep. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Ryan Harris is a former Texans offensive lineman. He's on the radio in Denver. He does a lot of commentary, a lot of color analysis, both NFL. He was on Westwood One, I believe, doing the Texans playoff game against the Chargers. He's the color analyst for Notre Dame collegiately. He is? He is. He's there.
Like for the radio broadcast?
Yes.
He does it every week?
Every week.
He's busy.
Yeah, he's busy. He's busy. He's very good too. And this was a good conversation he had with the guys on In the Loop last week on Radio Row, and they talked about a number of things, including the Texans' offensive line and the scheme and the coaching change. And here are Ryan Harris's two issues for the Houston Texans this season.
Because that's been like a big talking point with the Houston Texans. You know, Bobby Slowick was let go as offensive coordinator, and everybody's like, well, he was trying to force-feed that system to linemen that are not equipped to block that system in terms of Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. Big dudes that more lean on you more than get to the second level, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How real is that?
It's not real. What it is it's poor coaching. Okay. Because the thing is whether you're running the Parcells system or you're running the zone system, this is about expectation and consistency. And so what it sounds like when there's bad coaches is, well, we don't have the right linemen. Let me tell you what, you could put Titus over here on the Chiefs. You think they're going to be in this game? You better believe it, right? And I got to call the game for Westwood One when you guys were playing in the playoffs there, that first game against the Chargers. What an amazing game. What a fantastic defense. But that offensive line they did not share the same technique. One thing you will see on Sunday, the Chiefs have the best offensive line coach in Andy Heck in the NFL. They have a center playing left tackle, and they're in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So you're telling me it's a system?
Yeah.
So
we're not disagreeing.
No, yeah. But I'm saying, like, that coach, a coach who says that, the truth is you didn't get a great offensive line coach. And what the sad thing is, I think even this year there's only 7 offensive line coaches that actually played the position in the NFL. Could you imagine having a quarterback coach that never played quarterback?
Yeah.
That doesn't happen, but it happens with linemen, and that's what happened in Houston.
Okay, lot to unpack there.
That didn't age well as far as the Kansas City side of things, except that now the one thing about, I think the way Ryan Harris understood and perhaps the reality, we didn't hear the coaches blaming the personnel for them not being able to run the scheme. So I would excuse Bobby Slowick from that. I do think that there is a lot to be said for, look, you never want to put the scheme as the paramount thing. It's what can you do with the players that you have. I do think that they were asking the centers at times to do things that athletically they really weren't capable of doing. Like Chris Myers can do a lot of the stuff that Jared Patterson or Juice Scruggs can't, just because he's a more athletic. Chris was kind of undersized, but he could do a lot of that stuff. And I do think that they adjusted to leaning into some of the things that the Texans could do in the run game. They just did it too late. And Slowick was he didn't have enough alacrity to just get it done and make the adjustments and figure out those things until really late in the season and in the playoffs with a few of those drives. So I think probably one of the things when they talked to Nick Caley that they liked is, I'm guessing Nick Caley talked a lot about adapting to what the strengths of your players are. Now, the other part of it, too, is what Ryan Harris was saying about technique. Right. The Texans' offensive line, they did not exercise good technique no matter what scheme you're running, and including in pass protection. All the scheme talk is kind of out the window. There's just a few different types of pass protection and techniques that you use. use at times. So I 100% agree with the. I 100% agree with the coaching side of things and the responsibility for fixing the offensive line. I do disagree with him about a guy needing to have been a former player, just because there's so many examples of.
Well, he said
guys,
a former offensive lineman.
Yeah, former offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's just so many. There's so many great position coaches who didn't play the position that's more of a personal opinion thing, I think.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't have a strong feeling on that either way. You're a former player. You probably better feel for that. I was surprised it's only 7 out of 32.
Yeah.
That are offensive linemen. Yeah, that number felt low.
I think was that offensive linemen or offensive linemen in the NFL?
There were. He just said that of the 32 teams, only 7 of them have an offensive line coach who's a former offensive lineman. I'm assuming he means former NFL offensive lineman, not high school or whatever.
Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. There are a lot of good position coaches all over the place that didn't play their position. So I just disagree with him on that one.
Do you? Okay, so it sounds like Cole Popovich is going to be the offensive line coach, right? He was an internal hire or an internal promotion. He was the assistant O-line coach. So the reaction from a lot of people was, hey, similar to the reaction with Gerard, there's people out there that seem to think like they should have walked up to the whiteboard and tackled Bobby Slowick and said, give me that pen. This is what we're going to do scheme-wise, right? So you got technique and you got the scheme. I could see an assistant coach not stepping in and saying, this is what we need to do on Sundays. These are the plays we need to call.
Yeah.
That the technique was so bad, does that reflect poorly on an assistant offensive line coach? That would seem like something that, if anything, there's an assistant on would be day-to-day technique, right?
Right, and especially with the young guys and all of that. What I can only guess is that they were asking the offensive line to do certain things that were really difficult, and that sometimes when you're asking guys to do things that are really difficult, like in the way they were kind of handling the penetrating defensive linemen and how they were supposed to work up the linebackers, that it's really hard to coach good technique when also perhaps fundamentally the scheme was asking them to do difficult or unorthodox things. I mean, that's an excuse that I would make. If you think about this, think about this in terms of the military, I suppose. It's if you got a really bright young lieutenant, but he's working underneath a colonel who's an absolute jackass, there's only so much a lieutenant's going to be able to do to fix that unit. And it's, because you have to be a good soldier and do what you're told and try to execute what you're instructed to do. Then you don't blame the lieutenant for the colonel being a jackass.
Right.
So likewise with Popovich, I can only guess that Caserio and D'Amico saw Popovich do some good things with other players, but that because of either Bobby Slowick or Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, there was only so much he could do. And the whole notion about why didn't somebody speak up? Because again, you're a subordinate. You can speak up and you can offer suggestions. The list of success who first made their name by calling the coach directly above them an idiot and going there and backstabbing and everything, it's a pretty short list. It's just not the way it operates.
It's not the way it operates in a workplace.
This isn't a Silicon Valley startup, you can't just go start your own NFL team and do it the right way. There's a hierarchy there. So there's only so much that an assistant position coach is going to be able to do to fix a system from within.
It's the silliest notion to me. Gerard and Popovich could have stopped this.
Why didn't they say something?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
They may have.
What do you need to say? Right, and you make suggestions, and sometimes if it's a really good suggestion, you end up getting no credit for it, but at least the problem is fixed.
Yeah.
Because the guy that you make the suggestion to takes credit for it. Yeah. But at the end of the day, what's it matter? The problem is fixed. But a lot of times, you make suggestions, and the person above you just doesn't take the suggestion.
Here's one more from Ryan Harris talking about C.J. Stroud.
Well, you're talking to a guy, we won dozens of games in a Super Bowl by Peyton Manning calling the play that wasn't called in the huddle. Yeah. Right? So Peyton Manning, the first play he came back when we finished and sealed up our home field advantage with our boy, Gary Kubiak. Yeah. We had a pass, check, run to the right, and he goes, hey, check, and we ran it to the left and got 9 yards. And what the problem is most coaches are unwilling to give up that control to a player. And at the same time, as a player, there's a certain point where your coach doesn't control things. Right? If you don't have that, if you didn't have a play that was within 20 seconds of that play clock, Peyton Manning's calling the kind of elite step that has to happen next for the Texans, especially C.J. Stroud. He has to command that offense and lead that team.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to a philosophy and a view of how to operate offensively that's definitely different than what Bobby Slowick wanted. I think even with a really good quarterback, CJ could make changes at the line of scrimmage, but it's somewhat limited in terms of just the breadth and expanse of what he's allowed to do. But even if he did have the ability or more ability to make changes at the line of scrimmage, the game management in the process was so poor for so much of the year where they weren't getting the play call in time. They weren't breaking the huddle. They weren't getting up to the line. There was only so much CJ could have actually diagnosed pre-snap because they felt like they were in hurry-up mode even when they weren't in hurry-up mode at all. And that part, maybe more than anything, might have been the thing that frustrated D'Amico was, okay, what our process here is not putting us in a good position to be smart football players. So I would imagine that Caley, after being in New England and seeing the way Tom Brady operates and then being with the Rams as they changed their system to an extreme degree over the last few years with the Rams, and partly because they had a veteran quarterback in Matt Stafford who could handle a lot more. The question becomes, all right, how much can a young quarterback handle? Tom Brady was not the guy who was up there with the full playbook at his command his first few years in the NFL. It's you gotta figure out what who are not adding too much to his plate. But I think Caley's philosophy is probably a lot more aggressive in that regard than Bobby Slowick's.
All right, we got a big announcement at the top of the hour, big programming announcement at 9 o'clock today that we're going to do. We're giving away rodeo tickets again in the 9 o'clock hour. It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday here on Sports Radio 610. We're giving them away all day long. Up next, Derek Stingley Jr. was on the Pivot podcast. He wants to be a Texan for his entire career. I thought it was interesting, the Texan that he brought up in this conversation as the example that he's patterning himself after to get the big contract extension. You'll hear that from Derek Stingley Jr. Also, keep listening all day long, but at least for an hour each day to get your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. If you want to go to Vegas, listen up for the next 15 seconds here, because if you listen for an hour a day on the Odyssey app to Sports Radio 610, you could be on your way to Circa Resort and Casino for the College Basketball Championship Tournament experience. And you're going to enjoy the biggest March hoops party there is at Stadium Swim at Circa. And you're going to do it with an extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're in Vegas. Download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Also, if you want to win some money, how about Prize Pick?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We got a big announcement top of the hour that we are going to get to. Very excited about it. Hopefully you will be as well. Here was Derek Stingley Jr., also somebody we're very excited about. Glad he's a Texan. He was on the Pivot podcast. This was interesting because he's up for a big contract extension, Derek Stingley Jr., and I would imagine that contract is going to reset the cornerback market. If anybody can, it's Derek Stingley Jr. He wants to be a Texan for his entire career.
How important is it for you to get a deal done and remain a Houston Texan?
Well, I mean, I want to stay in Houston for the rest of my career, really. The deal going to happen when it happens. We still got to take care of business. I still got to work out, still got to be there. Nico Collins, when he was doing all that last year, every day I'm in there working out. I see him working out, so I with the 10, so that's what I'm going to try to keep on doing.
Okay, that was really interesting to me, Seth, because the question was basically about getting a deal done. And Stingley starts in there saying, we'll get the deal done when the deal gets done. Got to keep coming into the building and working out. Him invoking Nico there is very interesting to me. That Nico, like Stingley, in the building every day in the offseason, doing his work. Nick Caserio points that out to you and I whenever he comes on with us. He points out that Stingley is a guy who's here the entire offseason doing his thing, which was a big deal back when he was getting hurt all the time. But Stingley invoking Nico, who eventually got a contract extension after his third season, is very interesting to me.
But who also, Nico never talked about how he deserved it or the team owed it to him or that this is the right thing to do or anything like that. I think taking things at face value, because you could easily, lots of times people say all the right things, intending something otherwise altogether. I think that Stingley is just very much seems like a guy that genuinely just cares about playing really good football and that the rewards will come when you do that. Whether he agitates for it or not, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't expect that even if he did, that it would ever be public. Now, that Nico Collins, his agent was
Rosenhaus.
Drew Rosenhaus, who's not as public as he used to be, whereas Derek Stingley fired his agent to hire David Mulligetta last year.
Yeah.
Mulligetta's new Rosenhaus. Mulligetta's the up-and-coming young agent that just gets all these marquee deals for everybody. So I could see it becoming more contentious, I suppose, but I got to also point out that Micah Parsons was in a similar situation this last offseason. Micah Parsons himself, despite all the weird things that Micah Parsons says about every other thing, Micah Parsons didn't say a thing about whether he should or should not get an extension. And it really wasn't an issue. It didn't become billboard material or anything like that, or headline material. So I think that Derek Stingley, who's much more understated than Micah Parsons, I really, really doubt he publicly agitates.
I don't either. And we should point out, you're bringing up Micah Parsons because he, too, is a Mulligetta client, is why you're bringing him up there. So in case people didn't know. I don't think Stingley's agitating there. I think he's being honest with what he looks at as an example of somebody who got a deal after 3 years. I think he's just giving an honest answer. I think the interesting thing is Nico Collins got a deal done, but I think a lot of people view that deal, and maybe even viewed that deal at the time, as a bit of an underpay. That the Texans got in retrospect, the Texans got a phenomenal deal. But I think even at the time, when all those receiver contracts were popping, Amon-Ra St. Brown's getting $30 million, and Jalen Waddle's getting $29 million, and here's Nico Collins getting $24 million. I'd be very surprised if Derek Stingley Jr. takes a contract or gets a contract that's under market.
So Derek Stingley Jr. he was better at his position and his job than Nico Collins, right? Yeah. That's not an insult to Nico Collins. It's just Derek Stingley was all pro this past season.
He was the best, yeah.
But like Nico Collins, Derek Stingley has an injury history. Yeah. And that's something that I don't think you can take lightly, because Derek Stingley's availability issues have been a problem going back to his sophomore year in college. This is the first time he's been completely healthy for an entire season since his freshman year in college. Mm-hmm. So I guess that's the give and take there is, all right, is it is the average per year right there up at the top, but maybe it's a year shorter? Or what are the protections the Texans have for the fact that Stingley's had durability issues?
Yeah, 1 year.
And is Mulligetta and Stingley, are they willing to account for that?
Are they acknowledging that? Yeah. How do you feel about it? Like, how worried are you about the injury history after him having he was one of the only guys that played all 17 games plus in the playoffs this year.
I'm still concerned about it. I think that, like with Nico, I think he's probably done some things to figure out how to recover better from week to week.
Yeah.
I think with Stingley, one of the things you worry about sometimes is this a guy who's going to be perpetually overtrained? Like the J.J. Watt dynamic where, man, the guy works so much that I don't know if he's actually letting his body recover enough. So if that's part of him kind of understanding how to, put limits sometimes at how much he's working out, especially in the off season, like just as long as there's a plan for staying healthy and it was something that paid dividends. You go back to Carlos Correa. Yeah, Carlos Correa had issues with his back, but he figured out how to deal with it, and it didn't become an issue again. His injury issues now are whatever that anomaly is in his lower leg. So I'm not extremely concerned about it, but I can't ignore it.
I think Bregman's a good example, too, of that. Like Bregman had like 2 years worth of hamstring, quad, soft tissue injuries, and then finally figured something out. Now he's among the most durable players, other than the chips in his elbow this year, which he played through. He didn't go on the injured list or anything like that. I think Bregman's a good example of that, too. Obviously, completely different sports.
I think he gets a new deal, and I think that people will try to make a huge issue out of it because they get bored in the offseason. You already start seeing people, pay him now. Like, all right, well, they're not even allowed to pay him right this moment. You just wait until the league year begins at least. But I would predict my over-under would be a new deal announced for Derek Stingley sometime in like mid-August.
Yeah, Nico.
When was Nico?
Nico was in the summertime sometime.
Yeah.
It was because he did a lot of he had several interviews where he kind of downplayed the whole thing. But if I remember correctly, it was in the summertime. May 28th, 2024. So, whatever, late spring, early summer. Late May is when Nico got his. 3 years, $72 million. One of the best bargains in football if he can figure out his hamstrings.
I think Mulligetta holds out for a little bit longer than that. It's not a holdout per se. I shouldn't have used that term.
Right.
But I don't want to say it comes down to the wire because if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But I think the Texans, they like to stay out ahead of this. The other thing that's good, for as much as people get frustrated, myself included, with Laramie Tunsil at times, Laramie's kind of set a template for this team where Laramie accepts a shorter-term deal, but a very good deal. And just the length of the contract is the protection for the team there. That if there's injuries or if a guy just falls off a cliff in terms of performance, it's a relatively short deal, but it's a big chunk of guaranteed money. I could see the Texans doing that with Derek Stingley.
All right. The latest on Alex Bregman we're going to get to for sure. And we have a big announcement that we're making programming-wise at the top of the next segment. It's also a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday here. Make sure you're listening in the next hour for a chance to win tickets to see Bailey Zimmerman at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Big announcement coming up next. Stay there. Tell them about
Sure,
Mokera.
we'll stay there. Mokaram injury.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're giving away rodeo tickets this hour. Be listening to that. Okay, here's our big programming announcement. We just got back from the Super Bowl, so we just got done with one road trip. Good times had by all, I think, in New Orleans. The whole crew, if you recall, a couple years ago, Seth, you and I, Adam Spillane, and our boss Parker got on a plane, and we flew to West Palm Beach.
Yay!
And we covered Astros spring training. The first week of games, we covered it and gave the listeners an immersive experience of what it was like to be at spring training. I would submit there are way more things to keep an eye on from an intrigue standpoint this season than there were 2 years ago with this team. And so, therefore, Payne and Pendergast are on our way back to Astros spring training, baby.
It's going to be a good time. It's going to be fun, man.
Yep.
This is as exciting as I've been about a spring training in a long time for the Astros.
It's very intriguing
because look, the world's aligned against us, Sean.
Yeah.
The world wants to tell us that, oh no, the Astros farm system, bunch of bums. Altuve, he can't play left field. All this nonsense.
Yes.
And we need to go and tell everybody that everything's going to be just
We will
fine.
lay eyes on it for everybody, man. We're going to be the eyes and ears for all of you at spring training. Now, we're heading down. It's the last week of the month we're going down there. So we're headed down there on Sunday, the 23rd of February, and then we will be there that entire week, Monday through Friday. We will be there. We'll be staying at an Airbnb, I believe in Fort Lauderdale. I don't think we're in West Palm again. I think we're going to have a little longer commute to the ballpark. But our Airbnb looks like having luxurious accommodations, but
yeah,
we got a nice pool in the backyard. We got a nice little sitting area in the backyard. We don't have to share our pool like we did last time we went 2 years ago. Remember that? And we had to share it with the people that were in like a guest house. This is all ours.
There's a 65-year-old Russian woman who I'm pretty sure was trying to seduce me.
Yeah.
And I almost succumbed to it just for the sake of content.
Right.
But Brandy shot it down.
You'll have to go out and find your own 65-year-old Russian woman. She's not just going to be sitting right there for you this time.
She was my 65-year-old Russian woman, and I was her. Her compromise in terms of her pool boy fantasy.
That's right, man.
I was out there drinking a beer in the pool, and she came out and was like, I guess he'll do. We won't get any of that this time around.
You even went out and bought the equipment and the outfit to play out the full pool boy fantasy. You got the kind of the shorts that come down to like right around the knees, the tight golf shirt. You got a net that you're swathing through the water with, pulling leaves out. And she comes out there.
Pool skimmer, Sean.
Pool skimmer? Yeah. Pool skimmer. I call it a big thing that you skim leaves with. So no, we're excited about this. Hopefully you guys are excited about it as well. Headed there for the whole week. There's games all week that week, so looking forward to that. The things I am most looking forward to seeing, Seth, you touched on a couple of them, but I'll hit them here again. This Altuve left field thing, that's number one on my list right now. I want to watch Jose Altuve play left field. I hear he's having fun doing it. That's what Dana Brown said. It looks like he's having fun.
We've seen clips of him out there at Minute Maid Park messing around and see him doing a game.
Games.
It'll be fun.
Yeah. So that's number one. Excited to see the new faces, primarily among those, Christian Walker and Isaac Paredes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to seeing both of them. The last time we went to spring training, there was a new first baseman for the Astros, and his name was Jose Abreu. My hope is that this 3-year, $60 million contract works out better than that 3-year, $60-ish million contract.
And Abreu was cool because Abreu was actually out there doing work and everything. Abreu, to his credit, was a guy that he wanted to get as many reps as possible.
Yes.
To get ready to do whatever the hell it was he did that year. But it was, as far as like veteran guys that could have an ego or anything, he was the opposite of that.
Yep.
So I enjoyed getting the first look at him.
I did too. Walker's a Gold Glover, so we'll be watching him obviously through kind of a different lens than we did Abreu back then. But yeah.
I think yeah, but then some of the younger guys too. Like, I mean, like last year was nice because we got a sneak preview of guys like Zach DeZenzo, and that you just see now with a little bit of major league experience, where are they in the process and how are they adapting? Yeah,
he might be their left fielder as of right now. Like I mean. The take the next step guys I'm looking forward to seeing, like Hunter Brown going from a genuinely really good pitcher from May on last year to possibly being the ace of this staff for the next several years. Spencer Arrighetti, who had some really, really good outings and some bad stinker outings, like him kind of getting a little bit more considered for in this rotation behind Fromber and Hunter. And the third one for me, like take the next step guy, would be Yiner, who took the next step last year to being an everyday player, but being a guy who's like he's probably going to bat cleanup in this lineup.
Yeah.
Getting to be a guy who is truly like a dangerous, fearsome kind of hit. Nobody's going to be Yordan, but honestly, just a good enough bat where you feel good about putting him behind Yordan in the lineup.
The fun thing about taking in spring training with you is that you refuse to listen to anybody and everybody when they tell you not to overreact to pitcher performances during spring training.
Yeah.
If a guy is out there and he's specifically working on his slider and he gets shelled because of it, you will act like the world is falling apart.
Yeah.
And I invite you to act that way during spring training.
I will if you like it.
I want you to be booing Hunter Brown first time he lets up a base hit.
Why is it that every time something begins, the fun thing about doing ... with you, I'm like, I'm bracing myself. Like, what is it? What is it?
We have fun with that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We have fun with it, and then the extra fun part about it is that no matter how many times you say we're just joking, somebody just tuning in hears you flipping out about a pitcher performance, and they have to educate you about baseball at that point.
Oh yeah, I love
Sean,
that.
you don't know baseball.
You don't
all
know
right?
ball, man.
This is spring training. You don't overreact to that stuff.
You don't know ball is my favorite.
Resurrect. Okay. We also might be there when we get news about Alex Bregman.
Okay. Under news on Alex Bregman at us landing in Florida.
I'm not putting it the over-under. I'm saying we might.
We might. Yeah. I'd be shocked. This thing sounds like it's getting done soon. The reports, are, it's the Cubs, it's the Tigers, and the Red Sox, and they all have multi-year offers out to him, I think, or at least a couple of them do. And the Buster Olney said that he expects this thing to end, and he made it sound like the Astros are out of this thing, which that part sounds right to me. I think the Astros are out.
All right, I'm looking at the.
Just real quick, that would be amazing if it was still going when we got there. That would be awesome for us.
You know what? I'm looking at the games that are on TV through the first couple of weeks. Nationals, Cardinals, Mets, Yankees, Marlins, Mets, Cardinals, Nationals, Marlins.
These are other opponents, is what you're saying?
Yeah, so probably not going to get to see Alex Bregman go out there for a spring training game and get lustily booed for abandoning his team in a time of need.
Lustily booed by a bunch of people in Florida in a park with 1,000 people in it. Yeah. That would be awesome. But to your point, Seth, is there a chance this thing drags on a couple weeks? Sure. That would be awesome if it did, because you and I would be down there in the clubhouse getting reaction to the signing from his now former teammates at that point.
Yeah.
That would be...
I'm not ruling the Astros out just because who knows, Sean?
Yeah.
It's a big black box of nothingness right now. You don't know exactly how all this is, whether they up their offer, would they...
See? Yeah. The other group of guys I'm looking forward to seeing down there, I'll call them resurrection guys. Like Chaz, I think if this is going to be the outfield, Chaz needs to start hitting like 2023 Chaz again. If this team's going to compete at a high level, I think they can win the division with a janky outfield. They had their best stretch last season with Kyle Tucker out for 3 months. Like they won the division, and then Kyle Tucker was not on the field for 3 months. So they can win the division again with this outfield. I don't think they can win a World Series with this outfield unless Chaz turns into a 23 home run, 80 RBI, 800 OPS guy again. And then all of a sudden you have a bat that you weren't expecting in the lineup there. I'm anxious to see, too, Seth, how all these arm surgery guys are treated during spring training. Do we get to see any of these guys at all, like even just throwing off to the side, or
all the extra work's done on those auxiliary fields. It feels like there's 29 extra fields out there, so probably not.
I don't even know if we're allowed to go watch them over on those fields.
I don't know. Yeah, like they're way off in the distance. So it's incredible. It's a really cool facility down there. If you've never been, it's a good time. Like it's done so well that even if you weren't huge into spring training, you would still enjoy yourself. And it's like the perfect time of year for the climate is not too hot.
Yeah.
It feels nice. It feels right.
It's going to be fun. We're going to have a good time. And we'll be doing the show 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We're doing it every day from the Airbnb and then headed out to the yard. Should be good.
The Astros do play the Blue Jays on March 10th. So we wouldn't be down.
So who do they play again the week that we're there, that first week? It sounded like
the week that we're there, there's a couple of games that are split games, where they've got two games going on the same day.
Right.
So we get there the 26th?
The 23rd is a Sunday we get there. So we
I'll figure that out before I go to the airport. So starting on the 24th, they play the Marlins.
Okay.
The Mets.
Okay.
Then the Nationals.
Right.
Those are in the first 3 days because it's a split game.
And then we're probably not going Friday because that's our getaway day. We're flying home. Yeah.
Then they play the Mets and the Cardinals again
on that Friday. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of people weighing in on the text page. Good morning, guys. Really think Altuve is a huge mistake in left field. His arm's not strong enough, and his short size is a handicap for snagging balls just over the wall. Okay, nobody's jumping up and robbing home runs in left field at Minute Maid Park.
In the Crawford boxes.
Yeah.
But to be fair, they don't play. I'm no baseball expert. They don't play all their games at Minute Maid.
They don't.
So there's that.
Yeah.
The whole thing about Altuve's height is that every single thing you can say about his height being a problem in left field is also a problem at playing second base.
In every position.
It's just like his height is what it is.
Yeah.
Bulletin, the news alert, he's short.
Yeah.
So I'm not as worried about that. The arm size, I can't remember who was talking about this, but he made some really good points. Is that for one, you actually get the load up when you're in the outfield.
It was Dana Brown.
It was Dana Brown, right? Yeah. And then I don't think he mentioned it, but it's more. Oh yeah, he did. Also, it's not the same challenges necessarily, nor the same frequency as playing in the infield.
Yeah.
So I do feel better about that.
Yeah.
That that's not as much of a concern as it was for me the first couple weeks I was trying to process it.
Yeah, I agree with you. Dana Brown calmed me down on that. It's still a concern just because I don't think he has a strong arm, but it's not. I mean, people are making it sound like he's going to be rolling it back into the infield.
Well, plus, let's not act like Jordan is out there in left field, running towards the wall and then using his right foot to vault himself up and to make an athletic catch with all of his length in left field.
Actually, he throws his body around a little more than I'd like.
Little too much.
Yeah. And I would say the same thing about Altuve. He's not getting any younger. I don't need him slamming into walls out there.
I just need him to get comfortable with that the left center nook out there in Minute Maid.
Oh, yeah, yeah, where it juts out there. Yeah.
He could go hide in the shadows. Nobody would ever find him.
Where did he go?
Yeah.
Okay, there's some of you that are texting in saying what you wish the programming announcement was. Stop being mean, all right?
What's the meanest one?
They wish that there were some
that
tweets.
You and I had lost our jobs or something?
No, well, similar, but not us.
Oh, read them off.
Be a good teammate. I feel like even mentioning those texts makes me a bad teammate.
This is one of the biggest positive receptions we got from the Radio Row was just how much people enjoyed seeing us on social media, all having a good time as a group. And
we have a good group, man. That was real. This was the funnest group that I've done a Super Bowl with, and I think
there's more pressure now though because we had a dozen people there to provide social media content. Now it's going to be Parker, our boss,
for the Astros
Spillane,
trip,
you and me.
Oh yeah.
Last time, the most fun we had on the social media side of things was Sean being terrified of falling pineapples.
Those coconuts.
Falling coconuts.
Yeah, in the front yard.
Sean never realized. I guess was that the first time you would realize just like that there are actual coconuts and they fall from trees in Florida? Did it seem like that's something that only happens in the movies or something?
No, I was just nervous. No, I knew it happened. I was just nervous because I like to smoke a cigar standing in the front yard, or if I talk on the phone, I go outside, and I was just worried I would forget they were up there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that. So no, I was aware. I was aware of how the flora of the coconut tree worked, but I was just nervous that my forgetfulness would set in and I'd wind up concussed with a coconut.
Some sources claim that around 150 people per year are killed by falling coconuts.
Thank you.
According to the internet, that number is likely exaggerated. The claim was popularized by these damn shark people, the shark experts who always want to point out that you're more likely to be killed by this or that than a shark. Right, because I'm not swimming in the ocean 365 days a year.
Correct. Yeah.
If I'm living in Florida and I'm walking underneath coconut trees, falling coconuts, then sharks.
That's right.
So it was some bogus shark expert that created that claim.
I didn't check to see if our Airbnb we're in this year has coconut trees in the front yard, but rest assured, I am bringing a helmet with me just in case. Yeah.
It can cause serious injuries to the back, neck, shoulders, and head.
Yeah. There you go.
In Papua New Guinea, 2.5% of trauma admissions were due to being struck by falling coconuts.
See? Is that a big enough number to where my concern is justified? 2.5%.
I think so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. I missed the big announcement. What was it? Someone texts in on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Seth and I and Spillane and our boss are going to spring training, baby, the end of the month.
So we'll be there. We'll be broadcasting from our Airbnb in the morning and then going to games in the afternoons. We'll probably take in a couple. Where did we go 2 years ago? It was the Mets, right? We went to a Mets away game.
For the Astros playing the Mets away? Yes. Remember we parked in that. I can't remember if it was the Mets or the Cardinals, but yeah, we went to a couple away games.
It was the Mets because I had some kind of a pastrami sandwich.
There you
go. Supposed to be like a New York deli pastrami sandwich.
Yep. I think you're right.
I confess that I didn't have a clue what pastrami actually was up until that point in my life.
Was it good?
It was good. Yeah.
It was tasty.
Yeah. It was salty meat between bread. Yeah.
Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, J.J. Watt, maybe not intentionally, made a great argument for something that Seth Payne wants really, really badly. We'll run that through the Payne and Pendergast ringer here in a second. Let's give away some rodeo tickets real quick here, though. 724-610. Caller number 5 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see Bailey Zimmerman live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on Tuesday, March the 8th. So call now, 713-572-4610. Call number 5. You're on your way to the rodeo. Listen all day today for more chances to win rodeo tickets. It is a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610.
You know what I really want badly for you out there?
and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Congrats to Brian and Spring. Brian and Spring on his way, along with 3 friends, to Bailey Zimmerman on March the 8th at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. That'll be fun. Looking forward to that. Giving away tickets all day long here on Sports Radio 610. You look like you got something to say, Pope Zaza. You got your hand up.
I do?
Yeah. You had your hand up like this, right? Like that. I read that
No, I was congratulating myself for making a good point about a ratchet strap that I'm trying to untangle. Never, kids, if there's one thing I can recommend, never loan out a ratchet strap. My God, I got a of. It looks like a medieval torture device with this thing right now. I've been working. I worked on it for 45 minutes last night. I watched a YouTube video, and I did something. I had a revelation. I'm going to figure out that ratchet strap.
Okay, so it's not. It's a work in progress still. It's not done yet.
Oh yeah,
You had a big, pair of pliers or something in your hand. I saw there.
Yeah,
and he
was
focused.
Good. I loaned out a ratchet strap, and I'm going to be honest with you. I'll confess something. I've never been 100% confident about ratchet straps. I always feel like it's lucky that I pull it off. Do you know what a ratchet strap is, Sean?
No, come on, Seth. Who are you talking to?
All right, so it's like for tying things down on a trailer. Have you ever seen?
Okay.
It's like you ratchet it and it pulls the cable tight or the canvas strap tight. Does that sound familiar?
Well, it's probably what I should have had when I was taking a recliner from Houston to New Orleans in the back of my truck.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
You should have had a couple ratchet straps on there.
You know what I had? Gravity. That's what I had.
It's a simple enough concept, and yet it feels like an IQ test because there's so many different ways to screw it up. And I always kind of feel like, all right, I think that'll work. I think, yeah, sure, that's fine.
It's a puzzle.
But now that I lent it out and somebody totally just destroyed this thing, they apologized when they gave it back to me, but they were in a hurry, so they couldn't detangle it themselves. Now I've actually I watched a couple YouTube videos to really understand exactly how ratchet straps work, and I feel like I'm gonna end up grateful to that son of a bitch who screwed up my ratchet strap.
Dude, YouTube.
Because now I've actually had to really genuinely learn how to use it.
Have you had to? Is there anything that you've gone to YouTube to try to do to get insurance? Like it's incredible how many how much stuff you have. YouTube is basically a gigantic instruction manual for life.
All right, this is the one of all the home trades that you can try to learn how to do and do poorly. Electric stuff is the hardest one to find on YouTube because of all these licensed electricians.
Yeah.
They're terrified of the man and losing their license and everything. People are very hesitant to give electrical advice on YouTube, except for the Eastern Europeans. They will tell you if I find your YouTube channel and you want to give me advice about how to do something that an electrician really should do, if you've got an Eastern European accent, I'm there for it. I'm going to listen.
They don't give a damn about your laws or your lawsuits.
Like if you're less than man and you need to turn off circuit breaker, then do it, I suppose.
So it's there, but it's just a little harder to find on YouTube. You got to work your way through the accent and things like that.
Yeah.
That's funny. J.J. Watt.
You know the other thing where people are a little they're terrified of this whole cooking food to 165 stuff. It's so hard to find. You don't have to cook your chicken to 165 degrees. As long as you cook it to 145 and keep it there for over 10 minutes, the FDA says that's fine. But everybody's terrified of getting sued for causing salmonella or something. This is a
big controversy right now. The 165 v. 145 debate is a big controversy.
It's not a controversy at all because people are too scared to talk about it. I'm the only one reckless enough to come on and tell you don't have to buy.
This show is the most courageous show on the radio.
It's your chicken breast does not have to be as dry and unpalatable as you've been led to believe. Cook it to 145 and then let it sit. The temperature will naturally rise. As long as it's at 145 for 12 minutes or more, you're in the clear. And you've got succulent, juicy chicken breast.
The text we're going to get tomorrow of people who had to go to the hospital because of sets.
Hey, that's on them.
It's worked for you. The 145 thing has worked. I don't know what you're...
consult with the FDA before you do it. Because the FDA will tell you that's fine.
They do? Okay. Well,
but every single recipe is like, cook it to 165 or you'll die.
Yeah. Are they really?
Lend your ratchet straps out. Yeah.
The famous last words, lend your ratchet straps out. So JJ.
I'm going to ratchet strap down all my chicken breasts this afternoon, cook it to 145, and call it a day.
It's the best. JJ Watt tweeted this at 3:35 p.m. on Monday, yesterday. Eagles didn't blitz the Chiefs one time last night, similar to the Bucs against KC back in the 2021 Super Bowl, but it's not as simple as blitz versus no blitz. To win with just a four-man rush, you have to have monsters on the edge and beasts in the middle. Ooh, man, this feels like Game of Thrones. Great edge rushers can be neutralized with no middle push. Dominant interior rushers can be thwarted with no edge threat. The combination of both is what takes away escape lanes, suffocates the pocket, ultimately dominates games, and in some lockdown, add in some lockdown guys on the back end, linebackers who can cover, and you're living the defensive dream. Seth, how did you translate this tweet from J.J. Watt?
He wants the Texans to draft a defensive tackle.
Bingo.
That's all he's asking there. I'm going to read into it. Which, by the way, he does do that same thing that I apologize for every time. He laid out a real simple plan there. All you have to do is have studs on the edge, studs on the interior, studs in the defensive secondary, and studs at linebacker. After that, it's simple.
Is this J.J. Watt kind of low-key, like sort of bragging about his productivity? Because do you ever remember J.J. having just a monster in the middle on any of the defensive lines that he had?
Other than when he was the monster in the middle?
Yeah, well, I always think of him as being coming off the edge, but yeah,
right,
like he does both, yeah.
Yeah, well, in his younger days, he was more on the interior more often,
yeah,
too.
in the 3-4.
I think that not necessarily, no, but they also, I don't think it was necessarily about him. Yeah. It's just that to be a great defense, it doesn't, you can get your production, especially if you have a coordinator like Wade Phillips. Like JJ will always credit Wade Phillips for like understanding how to use him appropriately.
Yep.
But I think for the entire, to be a complete and total headache, you can have a guy that has 20 sacks in a year.
Yeah.
But that guy alone cannot provide the consistent pass rush you need to be able to play zone on the back end and everything else across the board. At least one guy in the interior and one guy on the edge. I guess with Antonio Smith was way better than I think he got credit for.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess the entire defensive lines weren't necessarily like super thick with dominant pass rushers.
They were great. They were great, but they were good. I'm spitballing when I say this, but if I go back and think through JJ's, I almost said CJ, JJ's three best seasons. It's 3 seasons he won Defensive Player of the Year. He did have good players with him. They like that 2012 defense. Connor Barwin was on the other side, and they had Antonio Smith in the middle, who was a Pro Bowler in 2012. Antonio Smith was like he made the Pro Bowl. Like
I honestly don't think that was JJ like trying to say anything about himself at all or anything. But it is like he knows what it's like when you have good guys next to you and when you don't. Yeah. I'll say it just from I was a run stuffer back when that was still a thing. I got to play next to Gary Walker for most of my career, who was an awesome defensive tackle. And man, I remember one year Gary got injured a few games into the season, and the next week we were playing the Bengals, and I was like, oh, this sucks. This is like why am I getting double teamed so much? This is bogus, man. And it's because I didn't have Gary next to me.
Yeah. You gotta have good players, man. 2014, I'm trying to think. That was Will Fork hadn't gotten there yet. That was 2015. But yeah, and Whitney Merciless was there. Clowney really didn't turn into Clowney until 2016. But I think so. You read this. I'm telling Texans to take a defensive tackle, but if you wanted them to take one, you would print this tweet and hand it to Nick Caserio.
Yeah, I think that like when he says great edge rushers can be neutralized with no middle push and dominant interior rushers can be thwarted with no edge threat. What I saw from the Eagles was that, man, some of those guys had really good games out on the edge, but a lot of that was because they had single blocks a lot too. They were able to just tee off and hit the angles against an offensive tackle with no chip blocks, no slide protection, all of that, because they were worried about Jalen Carter and those other guys on the interior. It's awesome having 2 dominant edge rushers, but when it comes to just being able to rush 4 guys and still consistently and constantly put pressure on the quarterback, you got to have somebody on the interior as well.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
A bona fide headache monster of a man.
People are excited that we're going to Florida in a couple weeks, Seth, for Astros spring training. If you missed that, Seth and I are headed down there the last week of February to give you guys the immersive spring training experience. Text message, will you guys be meeting up with fans? I'll actually be there with my family at that time. They don't like you guys, but I do.
Wait, whoa. Okay, bring them. Bring them,
yes.
and I will win them over. I'm much more likable in person than on the radio. Should I
put a 5-point plan together as to why you and I are likable, the same way I campaigned for being the number 1 roommate? People seem to really like it.
Desperate as possible.
Yes, number 1.
Yeah, no, we should do, we'll have to do an ad hoc kind of meet and greet.
Yeah.
And especially see a place to go out and sit together.
For sure.
At the ballpark and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Someone's asking if you have a vice. Seth, do you have a vice? If so, crush the knots. Oh, a vice. I thought they meant a vice like a bad habit. Do you have a vice? They're talking about you getting your ratchet thingy untangled.
I was going through the power rankings in my mind. No, I've got a good plan. Thank you. And yes, the vice would be helpful. I've got, for the most part, I think I'm going to be able to cure mine just with some needle nose pliers, so I'm good to go. But thank you for the advice.
Yes. If there's one thing Seth knows, it's succulent, juicy breasts. That's what somebody's on the text page. All right,
we'll have to do. I wish we were driving to Florida now, so I could show off my ratchet strap skills.
You wish we were driving to Florida.
I got on my to-do list, fix Brandy's ratchet strap, which sounds like way sexier than than what it actually is.
The amount of fun that sounds like versus the amount of fun that it actually is a big disparity for you.
I'm going to get blood blisters, baby.
On the ratchet strap. Here comes the ratchet strap. All right, those are all texts on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. All right, up next, final segment. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. Quick reminder as well to keep listening all week long. The next few weeks, I think this goes till February 23rd, the opportunity to enter each day in the Odyssey Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. When you listen an hour each day, and if you're the winner, if they draw your name, you and 3 friends, you listen an hour each day, that's your entry. Each and every day between now and the end of the contest. Circa's amazing, the whole place, the sports book, the stadium swim, and you're going to be going during the college basketball championship tournament, plus an extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're in Vegas. Download the app, the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Will Anderson Jr. on his relationship with D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. I thought this was a fun little factoid Will brought up about his relationship with the two of them. We'll get to that coming up next, but let's get you in a new Lincoln Navigator in the meantime, right?
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Update. It appears as though Seth Payne has untangled what's it called again?
It's a ratchet strap.
Strap.
This is it's in its virgin state now, and now I can set it up the way it's supposed to be set up.
Oh man!
From anew and never lend it out again. Yes.
Today just got a whole lot better. Turn that up, Ben. Untangle the ratchet strap. Yeah.
It honestly, it wasn't even as much. It was just so knotted up and tied up. It was like trying to undo a shoelace that's overly tightened. The old school shoelaces, like the old cotton ones, it was wet and you had triple knotted it and you just didn't know how the hell to get it apart. So it was more. It turned into. I was very, very frustrated when I started, but then once I let it come to me, and I just kind of let it be almost like a meditative type thing,
right?
Where I'm just going to keep working at this thing.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll untangle it, maybe I won't. Maybe someday, but I'm not going to worry about that. And then ultimately, all of a sudden, it was released.
You remained calm the whole time. I was very impressed by that. So good job, Seth. Untangled.
I was doing it while we were actually conducting a sports radio show.
No, it made it unique. I kind of liked it. Because I was following along with you. At certain points, it was on the screen, but at other points, all I could judge by was how far your arm was moving.
Yeah.
Like, all right, and I know he's not doing certain things. That arm's moving awfully far right there.
No, I felt, you know what? It's probably like knitting. Women can, when you're in your quilting bee and you're knitting away and you can still carry on your conversation about the events of the day.
Thank you.
And what that scoundrel Jebediah is up to, all that.
Yes. Oh, my God, that's funny. All right, Will Anderson Jr. was on 94.1. I probably should have checked to see what city this was. I just saw him on a YouTube clip with two guys on 94.1.
It's a city with an FM band.
Yeah, an FM banded sports talk radio show. So there you go. Here's Will Anderson. This was interesting. It made me a little jealous, actually. But here is Will Anderson Jr. on his relationship with DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud.
That's why I love Coach Ryan so much because, you hear all this talk about it's the NFL, coaches can't do this, it's a business. And I was telling my coach, I was like, Coach, my coach, he's a college coach. He came from Miami. He came here. And I'm like, we have to move away from that. We all have a common goal, which is the Super Bowl. We have to get away from, I don't know how long I'm going to be here, all that type of talk. Why are you here? What type of legacy are you leaving? Why are you here? How you build relationships with the people in this building? Why are you here? How you pointed to your coach? How you pointed to your player? And that's what I love about this coaching staff so much because it's not that we have to be kumbaya. It's not that we have to let our kid one goal. And I want to know why you're doing it. I want to build this relationship with you. And Coach Ryan's had me and CJ over his house this offseason for dinner and whatever like that. And that just gives us a much better relationship off the field for when we on the field, we know, like, I can go to war for this guy. Like, I've been to this guy's house. I know what he's about. We have a relationship. Like, that's my brother. That's my coach. Like, how can we continue to make this thing better?
All right.
The thing about Will is that, for one, obviously you'd want your kids to play with Will's kids someday if he chooses to have them. Or at the very least, Will's like, it's always a little bit dicey if you hire a male babysitter. I'd be like, okay, Will, go ahead. Take the kids for 7 weeks. Go ahead. Just go for it. Whatever.
I would have let Will take my kids to Disney World,
Yeah. Please, would you like to adopt them? Because I'm game, all right? I don't know if that's what you were thinking or not, but please.
And you are way more equipped to pay for college. Let me tell you that right now.
Okay, so the team building stuff.
Yeah.
This is one of those things, kind of like in talking about culture, that it can be kind of hokey. I think everybody gets flashbacks to a time where they had to do a trust fall with a bunch of their coworkers or something with a Michael Scott type the manager.
Right.
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Washington Commanders, there's a really interesting story. I think it's in The Athletic about the Commanders and the way that they approached their offseason last year with Dan Quinn as their first-year head coach. And they did a lot of stuff that sounds kind of like the
Top Golf, stuff like that.
Yeah, they went to Top Golf. Yeah. They took a day off to go fishing, all this other stuff. But it's when it works, it's a really, really good thing. as long as I think the managers are 100% on board with it and they're not just using it as something to dangle in front of your face later and be like, hey, I treated you right.
Yeah.
You'll work for these wages. I think that D'Amico has that feel for it, and there is that element to, as much as possible, and in professional sports it's a tough thing sometimes, but on any team ever, the more you can get people on the team to really focus outward and to care about their teammates more than they even care about themselves, that's when the really magical stuff can happen. And it's just hard in professional sports when you've got 50% turnover on your roster in any given year. Like you've got guys that are you got some guys on the team that are all about the money. You got other guys that are truly all about the football, but you've got, as much as you can pull those guys together, where even the guys who really ultimately care more about money than anything else, if they can also really care about their teammates, you end up getting a genuine cohesive team.
Yeah.
So it's something that I think the really good teams understand that. The really good coaches understand that. And it's just a matter of, all right, what's the best version we can get of that? Because those guys, their sports especially, the more your veteran players are teachers of the game, then they also become extra coaches, and it's always, they're in being good coaches, not guys that are just, complaining about how their teammates aren't doing well. They can see things that the other coaches can't see. The advice is received from a fellow player differently than it's sometimes received from a coach. So you get this compounding effect where when you got so many guys who care about their teammates and actually genuinely want to help them get better, that it's like having a staff of 50 coaches on the team. But then your willingness to sacrifice or put out when you're tired or when you feel like you're not at your best, your willingness to play injured, and your willingness to play injured and having a bunch of guys on a team that are willing to play through injuries that might actually, where they're not going to be putting their best performance on the field. There's a self-preservation side of it when you've got an injury. Sometimes you're like, oh, I'm going to suck if I go out there. You got to have guys who feel like, all right, I'm not going to be at my best, but I'm the best option the team has, and I need to be there for these guys. I think that D'Amico's done a good job of getting players, especially in guys that are going to be in leadership roles, who are genuinely wired that way.
Yeah.
And that part is cool.
Well, and Will and CJ both. I mean, they're both guys that are obviously going to be here for a long, long time. You're not importing leadership for a year with a guy with Will Anderson. Like, he's going to be here for the next 10 years probably.
Yeah. Another part, he talked about leaving a legacy. And I think he was saying not necessarily leaving a legacy in terms of championships or what have you, but just you can leave a legacy every single day by being a good teammate to somebody or setting a good example. And I think back to coaches that I had when I was in high school, that they left a legacy immediately just by virtue of the lessons that they taught kids.
Yes.
I feel like I'm a better person in a lot of ways because of some of those people. So, whatever they accomplish in terms of championships or anything, you just, by living a certain way and coaching a certain way or being a certain type of teammate, you kind of leave that legacy of, man, okay, people doing it the right way or living their lives the right way. And that's a really powerful thing. And then if you do it really well, you get championships out of it as well. Yep. That part of it, Andy Reid said something in his press conference about the goal first is to teach people. The championships come after that. Yeah. But it all starts with just teaching the guys, coaching the guys that you have, making them better football players and better men.
I'm curious about this meal they had, the three of them, CJ and Will and D'Amico. D'Amico, he said, what did he say? D'Amico had us over to his house to have dinner. Yeah. Do you think that D'Amico is a cookout guy? Is he a wife cooks something for the guests, or is he a takeout, like a high-level takeout guy?
I think D'Amico, it's always a good choice for a coach to have a cookout because it's more relaxed, kind of relaxing in a formal dinner setting. And you get guys, sometimes that never had family. They might have never had dinner with their families or anything. Like, that's kind of a foreign environment. So I feel like as a coach, best to be the cookout guy because of the relaxed atmosphere, but also as the coach, it's a little bit disarming in a good way. I don't know if disarming is the right word, but I think it gets the defenses down a little bit if the coach is the guy who's in the authority position, but he's being of service to you.
You're right.
When he's doing the cooking,
servant leader.
Yeah. Like it kind of breaks down some barriers a little bit.
Yeah, in my mind, what I was picturing was definitely D'Amico cooking out in his backyard. CJ and Will bringing lots of free stuff from those HEB commercials there. Like, oh, we'll bring the meat, coach, and the supplies. And then while D'Amico's cooking, I picture CJ tossing the football around with D'Amico's kids, and then Will tackling them through the fence afterwards. CJ playing light toss and Will getting a little too intense. Is
D'Amico wearing a big chef hat?
Yeah, absolutely.
An apron? That's where I had
apron
it.
that says "Kiss the Chef" on it. Yes.
Yeah,
100%.
something like that.
Right. Kind of what Lopez does. Like I'll turn to our cookout expert here, John Lopez.
That's not me.
Do you think that D'Amico cooked out, had his wife cook a meal, or did takeout when he had CJ and Will over at their house?
Cookout 1,000%.
Okay.
Which isn't a real thing, but yes, cookout 1,000%.
What do you mean it's not a real thing?
And I pictured them playing basketball with his kids.
Oh,
they were playing basketball with his kids.
I actually
basketball?
And they were dunking on them.
For sure, Will was.
Will was.
Yeah, Will was.
You think CJ has that thing in him where he can't let the kid win?
Yeah.
Like he's just like
yes. Yes. 100%.
He plays horse, but like it gets real towards the E. Yeah.
Yeah, he's acting like he's not really trying, but it's down to S, and it's like, hey, here we go.
I got Private Chef. I've got D'Amico and CJ watching film, and Will playing video games with the kids.
They got their noses in the playbook.
Yeah, it's on brand.
It's on brand.
Yeah, that's how you swarm in the off season. Yeah, for sure. How we doing, fellas?
I
Pretty
feel
good.
miserable.
Yeah?
Wait, what?
Wait, what? I was like,
you
asked.
asked.
To go. Yeah.
Is it the rain?
I feel like a total jerk.
Why? Why do you feel like a jerk?
Because every morning at 9:50 a.m., give or take 30 seconds, I go to the bathroom, for my pre-show,
right,
so to speak. So I'm walking down the hall.
Just looking at Seth's face.
And Melissa Chase is carrying no less than 6 or 8 boxes.
Oh, okay. Melissa Chase, who runs some of our FMs, yeah.
And I walked right by her.
While she was carrying the boxes?
Yeah.
Did you say hi to her?
Yes. I didn't stop. I should have helped her carry the boxes.
What were they? How big were these boxes?
They looked heavy.
You just didn't stop?
And I got to the bathroom. I was like, well, that was kind of a jerk move. I didn't even think until I already passed.
Have you apologized to her yet?
No.
You know what okay, what's your policy on when you're boarding an airplane and a woman has a big bag?
Always help.
And she's...
What's she look like?
I don't know, man. I feel like there's also that whole like, all right, hey little lady, you obviously can't handle that. Like my first instinct is to help no matter whether it's a man or a woman or anything else like that. But I worry about offending somebody, like that she's gonna think that I'm a jerk for assuming she can't do it
Melissa
herself.
thinks I'm a jerk now.
Yeah, probably.
No, I think you're overthinking it, Seth. I think they appreciate it.
No, I don't think you've thought about it enough, Seth. Think more. No, I personally go with like there's a little bit of a buffer period where I'm going to let you see if you can figure this out. And then if it becomes painful for all of us, I'm stepping in. I'm helping no matter what.
Yeah, that's
how
okay, now what about, there it gets dicey though too, is with older men.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like sometimes with an older man, I don't want to make him feel like he's an old man or something by helping him. So I end up doing like a half. I compromise and I'm like, they're spotting. I spot for them just in case it goes off the rails. Yeah.
I like it. Just one more.
No, you help the women and then you sit and watch the old man.
It's all you. I'm just touching it.
There's nothing funnier than an old man struggling to do something physical.
Down.
Yeah, but here's the thing, old man. You're old. Like I'm gonna need you to go ahead and come to terms with this and get this bag up so this plane can take off, buddy. We've already been delayed, likely anyway. So let's go.
Because of you. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad we had this conversation.
Yeah. Always.
I'll feel better. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to your question of the day today. as
yes.
well.
Do you want to venture an answer real quick?
Which one did we end up choosing?
So the question of the day, which will happen at 10:40 today.
Oh, I remember now.
What would be the signs that you all of a sudden came into a ton of money?
Okay, so people would
Nobody knows he came
people
into
would
it,
look
yeah.
at Sean and go, "Whoa, he's usually wearing this, but now he's wearing
Or
that.
whatever.
He's usually driving this."
By the way, Seth, be thinking because I kind of want to hear your answer.
I don't. Yeah, like Seth, I'm way more interested in Seth. I would just have a tricked out, really expensive car. Like,
Yeah.
And I'm not a huge car person,
Yeah.
mostly because I haven't been able to afford the cars
That's
that I
right.
want to historically. People are always like, I'm not a real car person. Like, no,
Until
this is
you
what-
can, yeah.
until you can afford one.
Yeah.
I would just want to see what it feels like to drive something that's completely tricked out that has people turning their heads. So that would definitely be mine. Like, he's not driving a radio host's vehicle right now.
Yeah.
What would yours be?
Mine
Seth?
would be, I would look like a guy who's trying really hard not to let anybody know that I just come into a home.
It's like, how is Seth dressing worse now?
Seth is homeless.
If you see me like just be like, oh, just these bills,
That's a good
Why are you
answer.
looking at me like that? I didn't just come into a bunch of money. I'm
I like that answer, actually. Like the sign that Seth came into a lot of money, complaining about not coming into a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's pretty real.
Have you realized the cost of milk nowadays?
Eggs, I tell you. Eggs. Oh, yeah. He already complains about the blueberries all the time. The blueberries are expensive.
Well, yeah, that's just absurd.
Yeah, that is fair.
All right, good. 10:40 today on that one.
Correct.
10:40.
I like it. All right. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
And properly functioning ratchet straps.
You better be properly functioning. I watched you have to untangle one for the last hour. All right, we're done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Tuesday to you. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. Man, what a time to be alive. I know it's a little rainy outside. Something I was thinking about, like being in New Orleans. I was like, man, it's nice. And I was looking at the weather in Houston. I was like, man, it's nice. It's a little warm. It was like 80s
85 or
last
something,
week.
yeah.
And as soon as we got back, it was like, it's going to cool down. It's going to rain. Welcome back, fellas.
Yep.
Welcome
Yep.
back, fellas.
Yep.
But no, it's still great being in the great city of Houston. And man, like I said, great time to be alive. We just had a Super Bowl that I found it interesting how many people were like, no, that was boring, because I found it to be fascinating. But I get it. Like I'm a little bit of the nerd in some of these ways. I was like, I could not believe that they were actually doing that to the Kansas City Chiefs, and two, it was just like, oh, I'm going to bask in what feels like an absolutely wild circumstance.
It was far from boring to me. That's like watching the bully that been bullying people for years getting their ass whooped. It's like, man, I will watch this all day long and tomorrow.
And ratings said you're not alone.
Right.
Ratings said that despite a blowout, it was, I think, the all-time high.
Yeah, it was. There was a lot of viewers. We'll get into that in Around the NFL. By the way, once we get to Around the NFL, B Scott will be in because it's a Tuesday, so we got that going. It's also a period of the year where Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. We'll be giving away a couple of tickets in the 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock hours. You want to keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610 because we'll be doing that all day. So, yeah, keep it locked with that. Anything else I need to tell the fine people? Oh, yeah, make sure you're listening on the Odyssey app because that contest continues. The Slam Dunk in Vegas contest continues where as long as you are on the Odyssey app and logged in, listening for an hour each day, you will be entered for a chance to win that ticket, a trip to Vegas, and $20,000 in your pocket. So there's that going on, all sorts of things happening. But let's get into the show itself now. The Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, we got the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream, both on Twitch and YouTube, available for you. All right, so now the Super Bowl, we can put this behind us, right? Is there anything else that you want to get off your chest about the Super Bowl?
Oh, there's going to be a couple things here and there pop up, but nothing that I can think of right now.
Keep all the players away from Philly, man. Don't get them no more defensive
Oh, now
players.
you're worried, huh?
Yeah. I seen somebody said Abdul Carter, that he's from the area and he would love to play for Philly. Keep his ass away.
There's no way.
No.
They are selecting 32.
No. Keep him away.
If he
Miles Garrett, don't trade Miles Garrett to them. No. Keep him away. Keep the ball away from them. Keep the family away.
No, yeah, that is fair. Absolutely. And this is why I don't like getting into the notion of, hey man, the way the last Super Bowl did is the way that the idea that, hey, they just built the perfect team, right? Just with all of this talent, that's not necessarily feasible for everyone. But yeah, let's go ahead and in large part, I imagine there'll be moments, but in large part, put the Super Bowl behind us. And with that being the case, football season has officially come to an end, right? Obviously, the technical league year will turn over next month. Okay, all right, for you. Which, more power to you. I hope that those gutters get cleaned or whatever else that you have to do.
Were you watching?
No, that's just like I
cleaned the gutters.
That's the sitcom. That's the sitcom thing of like on the honeydew.
Dude, that you just blew my mind. I cleaned.
That was
the
probability.
Gutters.
That was just probability. That's all that was.
Dang, that was. I was like, wait, what? Were you
I'm
there?
not prescient.
Were you there?
Wink. But with that being the case, where does your attention turn now? 713-572-4610. Like, where do you turn your attention, both sports and otherwise?
Yeah.
Because let's all acknowledge, football season takes so much of our attention. Like, it takes all of our attention in the football season. Between NFL football and then also college football. I know that there's some other things that you try and, tap in between. But with that, I know for a lot of people, it ends up being a fairly large void that you then fill with other things. And so I'm interested on the text line, on the YouTube, on the Twitch. Where does your attention now turn?
Yeah, I'm definitely interested as well. 713-572-4610. And the reason is I think it becomes an individual thing, a personal preference kind of thing. But let's keep in mind this, and this is not to be self-serving for us, but football season is 365 days.
No, that is true.
Yeah. I mean, it's 365. We're already going to be talking a little bit of a twist on the draft that Texans now need to turn their attention to.
Yeah, I mean, we have about a month and a half?
Yeah.
Or 2 months, really?
Yeah.
Till the draft?
It is 365. But that being said, you do sort of turn your attention elsewhere. And for me, the obvious picks are NBA and college basketball.
Which is interesting because, again, these are the spaces where we have a lot of people, and maybe it's a vocal minority, I don't know, who are like, I'm out on basketball.
I get it.
So I'm like, I'm interested. Like, but for
college
me, yes.
basketball to me probably will take up more of my attention outside of the Rockets. Because I plug in on
A&M, eight in the AP, right?
Dude, man, they've been kicking butt. Yeah.
About time they doing something.
But
wow, you gonna let him do that to your squad?
Did I say that out loud?
Yeah,
My bad, man.
Yeah, you did.
I'm sorry.
Wait, where's Ohio State on the AP poll? Let me just check.
Hey.
I asked that sincerely.
I believe the Aggies beat Ohio State this year.
Hey, I don't give a damn about no Ohio State college basketball, man.
And Purdue, and no, but it's not even really. Yes, it's A&M. But college basketball year in, year out, the end of the Super Bowl signals, and this is why I said it's a personal thing, and I'm interested in you guys and our listeners. The end of the football season, after the Super Bowl, signals three things for me. Number one, all in on college basketball. Like all, not just your team, whether it's U of H or A&M or whatever, but I go all in.
Really? Okay, so like Saturdays, you just got the TV on.
It's on. I pull a Reggie when it comes to college basketball.
Which is funny because I've noticed the last few years, I'm like, yo, right around this time is tap-in time for college basketball. I found myself a little bit stressed in the wider space of just like the big games because I feel like the big games aren't as big anymore. It used to be for me.
But we're at the point where it's like, where does that do? What does that do for their seeding?
For sure. But my point is like, for me, I always knew there was a clear line of demarcation on when you jump in on college basketball, and for me that was always Duke UNC. Right.
Yeah, well,
you knew ESPN was going to push it, right? Because if you're watching ESPN all the time, which I imagine as a sports fan you likely are, I'm not saying that with no judgment to however you feel about ESPN. That's a whole different conversation. But I think if you're watching, one of these major networks, especially ESPN, they have the rights to the ACC. When Duke UNC was coming up, which is one of those rivalries that actually everybody cares about, because everybody in a rivalry will be like, oh, this rivalry matters. It's like, to y'all.
Yeah.
But Duke UNC matters around the world, at least it had. And so the idea was, that first Duke UNC came up, ESPN be like, here comes Duke UNC, and then you knew, boom, it's basketball time. They haven't been good. Like, both teams have not been good simultaneously for, 5 years at least? And it feels like that big line to start the year to get me in the habit of watching college basketball consistently has not been there. And I found it to be a little slack. So long story short is, I'm going to try and be more like you and all right, tap into the big games. But even the big games seem like they're a little bit harder to see coming at times, which I guess salute to Auburn and Florida, which was a game that just happened that I didn't watch live.
Auburn, Alabama is Saturday, number 1 versus number 2. Why do I know that? Because the Super Bowl is over.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that's exactly it illustrates exactly what I'm talking about. So number 1, I dig in college basketball, big time. No, and again, are going to roll their eyes and say, sure, cowboy. But it's true. For me, the end of the Super Bowl, it's major season.
Ah, okay,
sure,
golf.
Cowboy. Sure, Cowboy.
It's golf major season. In fact, you know what I did yesterday morning? I sent my entry fees with all my winnings from the Super Bowl for the entire golf pool season that I'm going to be entering in here pretty soon. Now, that might not be your cup of tea, but I am in on golf big time. And
Interesting.
Then the third.
How do you watch golf? I don't know. Like, are you watching it?
Saturday.
I have my favorites.
Saturday, kind of, sorta. Sunday, all in.
Okay, got you.
Yeah, except for the Masters, it's all in Thursday through Sunday, and some of the other majors all in Thursday through Sunday. But golf, Saturday, kind of, sort of, have it on. Sunday, all in. And then the third one is going to be an even bigger eye roll. The Premier League really heats up. The Premier League really heats up.
I mean, where do you got the NBA at?
I watch
Rockets.
Rockets.
No, I'm talking about just the NBA period.
It's probably behind that.
For me, it's pretty high up.
You might roll your eyes, but for me, that's what I do.
Yeah, for me, it's pretty high up. Now, national games end up being big for me.
Yeah, if it's a game on ESPN, like, are you sitting down and watching it?
Yeah, it takes the middle of my weeks up pretty well because I'm like Thursday night. I know starting at 6:30 or starting at 6:30 or 7 TNT.
Yep.
Wednesday night. ESPN. Thursday night, TNT again. Friday night, ESPN again. Sunday afternoon, you don't have that. So, like, for me, I know that I tap in pretty heavy. But, yeah, various people weighing in or text line. Somebody said it's Houston Rockets time. Start baseball as well, and who are the Texans going to draft time? So, like, those, I imagine in that order. And it helps that the Rockets have been very good at basketball this year. A really interesting stretch here, but I imagine that they're still, at the very least, going to be deeply interesting, even if they don't find their way back to the same form that they had. And that's not a judgment. I think that they can find their way back to that form, especially if they have a little bit of some good luck getting guys back healthy and finding their rotational strength again. But no, the Rockets are going to be very interesting, which I imagine helps with that. But then baseball is a great point. I mean, spring training, like pitchers and catchers report this week.
I don't watch a lot of spring training. I keep up with it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I keep up with it as we all do. But then that's April. Once the season starts.
Once we get opening day, and which I just love I love the pomp and circumstance of opening day, and then we're off to the races. I end up on like the MLB. What's the is it at bad MLB at bad whatever. I end up like watching all sorts of games, like anybody's game. I end up watching once we get that baseball season going. As you can tell, I'm a sicko. From the 281, they said they get more work done at home and at work. That's smart. Somebody said I've got to focus on my family. Yup.
Hey, no, I was just about to say that this is the perfect time to be like, take your lady out on a Sunday night or something like that.
Yeah, like, look, especially if they don't really know stuff. You're like, look, man, I'm not going to watch
Is she not a sports person?
Yeah, we can
Let's spend the whole weekend together.
Yeah, you know what? I don't need to watch none of them sports. I'm going to come
I'm all about you now.
Right. No. You're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, she know what it is.
She knows you're trying to play her.
Yeah.
Somebody said college basketball, men's and women's. Then after that, WrestleMania to watch John Cena's last match. Okay, yeah, some people are going to lean even heavier into the wrestle, especially once you get to this time period where, some of the bigger main events come through.
Is this a good time to binge watch TV shows? Like,
catch up on
TV
that's
shows?
A great call. 100%. Like, catch up on some of the big time shows, especially coming off of. You had was it the Emmys relatively recently, having some of those kind of awards where, programs are getting big ups. You're like, oh, man, I heard people talking about that. Let me catch up.
Let me start a new series.
Yeah. Somebody said the NHL, definitely not the UFL. God bless you, because, man.
Yeah, I seen that commercial. I'm like, ooh.
Football has a stranglehold on us as a country, but I didn't realize that we would just watch any level of football.
Yeah, and I'm going to miss the NFL, man. I was kind of sad during the Super Bowl, like, man, this is the last football game we're going to have for a minute.
Yep.
But I ain't that damn sad to check out the UFL, man.
But it's on all the time, so you do kind of catch glimpses here and there.
Do you catch any NHL? Like, this is what's interesting, not being in an NHL town.
And I apologize because I probably should.
I don't know that you necessarily. I think that it's, for me, especially when I'm not like actively involved in a particular team.
Right.
NHL is really fun to jump right into the playoffs.
Yes.
Because it is one of the most fun, if not the most fun playoff product. I always say. But man, watching the regular season is a little tough. It's a little tough, especially if you don't have an investment, at least for me personally. From the 713, they said they're the one in the friend group that tracks all the offseason activities that they put in for you, right? Like you got all the football and stuff to the All-Star break. You're like, hey man, what y'all need to hear this. This latest mock draft has the Texans taking whoop-de-whoop. And so okay, all right. I hope you enjoy that. I hope that's not like is that like a
is he talking about like
fantasy football
actually
punishment
tracking,
or something?
Like on your iPhone or what, on your phone or whatever?
No, I imagine they think just like keeping up with all the information. I do like that idea. Just in your friend group, you have a delegation of tasks.
Yeah, especially if it's very useful.
Right. Like, hey, you keep up with the off-season stuff. You keep up with the NBA, and then when we get together, y'all gonna just debrief us all so we all know what we talk about without spending as much time on all of it. That's a very interesting division of labor there.
713 says, I start focusing on my son. You know, what's his name?
That's right. That's right.
Hey, buddy, you getting older, man.
You know, what's his name?
But that's the beauty of it, though. Like,
how's school going?
Especially once the weather gets kind of nice. Hey, being just generally outside.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's fun. Somebody said they got to go and fish on Sunday mornings. Yeah.
Right,
now you have that opportunity. Some people might even go to church.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm gonna start going back to church.
Hey, what's up, Pastor? I ain't seen you in a little bit.
I like all the people in church that haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah.
I just feel like shut up.
Hey, my church.
Your shame doesn't land here.
I'm here.
I've made my decision.
My church kind of screwed me up because they got rid of the early service.
Oh no!
Usually they had that 8 o'clock service, 7 o'clock service. I used to knock church out, get God out the way.
Oh, this get God out the way is insane. Shout out to the YouTube
football time, God.
But you got to remember, Whoop-de-Woo has good hands though. So yeah, I appreciate you getting in on the bit. This is a good one. Somebody said college basketball, baseball for the Aggies.
Number one in the country.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. College baseball is a really interesting one because especially once you get into, with all due respect, kind of those dog days, you get college baseball and college softball going.
Yeah.
That's a fun thing.
They be going, man.
Softball is
college
so underrated to watch.
100%.
Softball is so underrated to watch.
Right. Okay. But yeah, it seems like a lot of people are going in all those different directions. But yeah, I feel like for me also, man, obviously we're going to have like off-season stuff, but I like turning a lot of basketball, both NBA and then honestly kind of women's college basketball has been a little bit higher for me than men's college basketball. But I mean the way that
they got a little more star power, man.
Well, they've had. I feel like this year has been a little interesting. They've got some interesting players, but I don't know how many of them have that same star power, especially when you don't have Caitlin and Angel who have had that built up. But Choo-Choo is fun to watch. Paige Beckers is fun to watch. And then obviously South Carolina is going to come with
they got some names
team,
though where you can be like, okay, let me check them out.
Interesting. Somebody said I start focusing on the World Championship chess. Nothing when there's nothing on. That's hilarious. Oh, this is the one that I wanted to get off my chest. I was like, I got a wild card for you fellas that y'all might roll your eyes.
Yeah, you didn't tell me. What are your top three?
Oh well,
NBA, which includes
there's some college basketball. There's some obviously baseball once we get into it heavy for sure. This is one of those ones like I got like a top 10. I'm a sick person that is just trying to watch everything. It's why I have 3 TVs, gentlemen. You know this.
I have all the volumes up.
Yeah,
that's right. I've actually walked that back a little bit. I've been doing a little bit less of that. I think the Daytona 500 is coming around here in a second.
Oh yeah, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
NASCAR. I've like since the pandemic.
Not for Figgy, but it's really fun.
When the pandemic hit and I had a lot of time, I all of a sudden jumped into NASCAR. I know for some people it'd be like F1 once that season fires up in earnest. But yeah, when I get NASCAR going, them Sundays, that's a good Sunday afternoon activity.
I'm watching Law and Order over that, man.
Which is fair enough. That is fair enough. But yeah, sports-wise, man, somebody said focusing on their home pharmacy business. Yeah, make sure they get the money.
I wonder what that means.
Get the money. And then after Super Bowl, heavy on, they said their son's 7-on-7 in off-season training. Bass fishing.
Major League Fishing.
Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, it looks like we've got a wide variety of stuff. And I appreciate you all for taking part in this impromptu poll because we'll try and give you a taste of everything as much as we can here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. But yeah, off season is here. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk about the draft and get how the Texans get themselves better. And speaking of, let's start that next. Right? Every draft is important, but Lopez thinks that this one is going to be more important than any other for the Texans. I'll give you his reason next.
Here at Sports Radio 610. you a daily entry. If you win, you and 3 friends will be wheels up to Vegas in March, staying at the Circa Resort and Casino with an extra $20K in your pocket and access to Stadium Swim for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey for your contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday, here in H-Town. 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, where you can get at us about anything and everything that we're talking about. A couple giveaways on this show in 11 o'clock hour. We will be giving away some rodeo tickets, as we will again in the 1 p.m. hour. So as we head towards the Houston Livestock Show
every
rodeo.
Tuesday and Thursday.
That is
man.
right.
Yep.
That is right. We are going to make sure that we do that for the people. Every Tuesday and Thursday you want to make sure. But yeah, every day you want to lock in. Tuesdays also mean the B Scott will be joining us at 11 for that whole hour. So that's a little bit of fun coming up for you as well. But I guess a bit of fun that's coming up for the entirety of Houston is the NFL draft that'll be happening in April. The Texans' opportunity to add more talent to a team that feels like it needs some in various places. And I guess with the place that seems to be like on the cusp, I think Nico Collins, in talking to NFL Network last week on Radio Row, was like he felt like this team is close. They're on the cusp. And with that, the draft is an opportunity to make your team better. And you seem to view this as quite a pivotal NFL draft for the Texans.
Look, it's not the most important draft in Texans history because we've had that. We got the franchise quarterback and the franchise end in Will Anderson. But I feel like this is pivotal's the right word, like sort of a tipping point kind of draft potentially. And the reason is like this draft is extremely strong, exactly where the Texans need help. Like it's extremely strong, and you may not believe they necessarily need help here, but I think they would take this position in a heartbeat, and that's defensive tackle.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Especially after seeing again, without doing, I'm leaning into the thing that I say that I hate. I don't know why I keep doing this, but like after seeing the Philadelphia Eagles, seeing the way that they play very similar to the ideal that it seems like DeMeco Ryans has, and the ways in which, hey man, if you can get pressure up the middle, you can affect a lot of quarterbacks, particularly the best ones in this league. Exactly. You saw it. And this is with all due respect to the likes of Tim Settle, to Folu Fatukasi, we could run down all the names, Mario Edwards and the likes, who in the middle have played very well. I think that there's an opportunity to get really, really good in that place, or at the very least consider how, what another player in that room could do, especially extending forward in what seems like a fairly has a little talent at the high end, has some high upside, and start building towards that could be really huge. And as you mentioned, like there's a lot of depth, there's a lot of value here. So yeah, man, I agree with you. Like there's something that could be done really well, and in that vein of probably the second round type of grades, anywhere from like top 20 all the way to like mid 50s. You have quite a few dudes who fit that.
Well, pick your favorite mock draft and rankings.
We will.
Website.
We'll give you a mock draft update tomorrow.
But just pick your favorite one, and the top 3 positions in terms of depth for this year's draft are defensive tackle, offensive tackle, and tight end. Well, those top 2 could be exactly what this team needs. But here's the real reason I think it's pivotal. The Texans are no longer in a place where, hey, we got a couple of extra picks here, we got an extra pick there, we got some players we might want to move. They only have 6 draft picks this year and 6 draft picks next year. That's one less than you're supposed to have.
Yeah, that you would normally have.
That you would normally have. So this whole idea of let's trade up and get fill in the blank. No, you've got to be really, really good. Now, they might manipulate, later round draft picks here and there. But if you're talking about first round and second round, they have to hit with their own picks.
Actually, I'm not that upset about those 6 picks because
what I'm saying is they don't have the equity to trade up if they find
I think they still do. I think they do, right? Because
giving up
as always, something that you have to do.
You got to pay back eventually.
No, you do, but you have to do with level of intention and purpose, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously, it's just like a credit card, right? If you borrow responsibly to a point where you don't put yourself in a hole, right? That's obviously, but you can do that. Plus, you're talking about the 6 picks. The one that's missing this season is a sixth rounder. I believe next season it's also a 6th rounder.
I think it is,
as well, right? That's the day 3 flyer pick. Mm-hmm. I'm okay with you not having a 6th rounder because it's more often than not that 6th rounder's not making the roster, or if they do, they're like more of a supplemental player. Yes, you have instances of, and this one is sticking out in my mind because we were just talking about the Eagles, but you have, yes, a few instances of a Jordan Mailata coming in as a 7th round pick or whatever, that being really good. But for the most part, those aren't the ones that have the expectation put upon them. Your first rounders are expected to be impact players and likely starters. Your second rounders are expected to be able to impact. Third rounders, you're hoping can eventually get into your rotation of sorts and being a player that helps. Beyond that, you're talking about like, all right, well, we'll see. And so they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, I totally
in both
agree.
of these drafts. So I'm not as worried about, okay, well, they don't have the full complement of picks.
No. Well, here's where I would disagree because yes, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He being Nick Caserio, and of course D'Amico Ryans has to say, been pretty good at 2nd and 3rd and really 4th and 5th round picks by and large. But if you want to move up, what are they? 20, 19,
25?
No, where are they right now?
Texans.
Yeah,
they'll be drafted 25th.
25th. Yeah, 16.
Which you feel like
15 or 16?
But do you feel like they in a place where they have to do that now? Because I feel like they did that in the past couple years.
No,
I feel like they're in a place where they could just stay put at 25.
No, they could absolutely
get the best player available, or get maybe I wouldn't say a project, but somebody that could help them years down the line.
No, I totally agree. But what I'm saying is they were in a place the last 2 years where if they wanted to move from 25 to, let's say, 13, 14, 15, it was no problem. They had extra picks. They could do it. They were in a place where they could do it. Now they don't. So what I'm saying is, like, let's say they fall in love with Kelvin Banks and he's dropping on draft day.
Yeah.
It's really hard for them to move up 3, 4, 5 spots because that's going to constitute at least a 2nd round pick.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you get into those first round and
that's my point. Like, he has to be on point with what they got.
Yeah, but yes, in the circumstance that they have a singular dude who they have fallen in love with.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think that one of the things that's nice about the way that this draft seems to be lining up from the draft experts that I've been able to peruse early on in this process. Yes, there is a relatively small group of like first round grades, and that probably only goes through, and I'll need to double check that, but maybe like the high teens. Maybe if you get to the 20, right? Mm-hmm. But then outside of that, like the kind of 2nd round grades, there's a large crop of them that stretches anywhere from like 20 all the way to the mid to late 50s. So like there's a lot of group guys in there. And within that, it seems like there's a lot of guys that fall in the same type of, that could go anywhere from 20, depending on taste. And a lot of those, as you had mentioned, linemen, particularly interior offensive linemen. Yeah. A lot of those, there's some tackles in there, especially defensive tackles, right? There's a lot of guys in some of those positions of need in that area that fit in, that you could take in that 25 spot, and you could also take in the in the 2nd round as well. So like there's a lot of options there to the point where unless there is one guy that you absolutely must have, which I think that you have to do with a level of intention. You have to do with a lot of intention. Outside of that, like, hey, man, there should be a nice group of guys that fit what you kind of feel at that 25 spot that you could take comfortably there, and also still in the 2nd round as well. Like, I feel like there's going to be a nice crop of guys, so it feels like the board can fall to you in a way that's relatively comfortable, where you can, without doing the thing where you're chasing for a particular player, but you can draft in some ways to need while also getting some really good talent.
I totally agree. What I'm saying is, like, you talk about being intentional, and I'm not saying they're going to go up to number 1 or 2, but Nick Caserio has been very intentional with a particular player that he loves. And by the way, he's been really good at it. not just with the C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson thing, but he's been able to move up and down the draft board consistently.
Yeah.
That's going to be really hard. So it's going to have to be more of what you're talking about. Oh, boy, let's wring our hands a little bit and hope, that so-and-so falls or whatever.
I think the last couple years, too, I think this team needed so much talent where he had to do that. I think that's the reason why he's up for Will Anderson.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like, they needed some players so bad, and they had some extra ammo at that. But I just think right now they necessarily don't need that star talent right there. They could settle with somebody at 25, just a plug and play guy maybe, or a couple pieces and stuff like that. I don't think it's big pressure to step up. Now, if it's somebody he really do like, that's a game changer. I think they will pull the trigger because, and I think it got to be somebody that's like, oh damn, that was a good deal. Because when you see teams like Baltimore maybe trading up for somebody, you're gonna be like, damn, that they must really like that guy.
Yeah.
I think he can make it happen, but I think they're in a place where they could just get a Kamari Lassiter or get a Kalen Bullock and just put them in the system.
Yeah, and that's a great point. Is that, and it was made on the text line, on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. The idea, hey, they've largely got the core. And so I don't know that you're looking at, hey, man, this is a dude that needs to be a core piece in that way. I think that especially with the way that there's like a big pool of, it seems like, to my understanding, a big pool of guys in that kind of general area that they're at. You could even see them trade back from that one spot and acquire more assets to have more proverbial darts to hit on some players that can then further add more talent to what they're doing.
Yeah, I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if he trade out of that 25th pick and maybe if he feel like this draft is really deep and they could get maybe another second round pick or something like that, or a third round pick. I could see them trade out of that.
It has to be on point. If for no other reason, forget the trades and moving up and falling in love with a guy, you only got 6 picks. You got 6.
And
you better be on point.
If he do trade up, let's say
then you get some more. Yeah.
If he do trade up for somebody, that person must have been falling and must be like a top 15 pick. And at that point, then it's probably worth it then.
Yeah. So we'll dig even more into draft like that. Obviously, NFL season, the active season is officially over. The NFL season goes all year long. They've done a great job of roping us in that way. And so, yeah, we'll get even deeper into this. I know Payne and Pendergast have been deep on their mock drafts, daily, getting into them. But yeah, we'll get into that space here. Here soon. Obviously, the draft is coming up.
I will say it feels good to not have a top 3 pick, man.
Oh boy, yeah,
man. As fun as it was with draft parties and stuff, that stuff was stressful, man.
It is. But yeah, that's one of the things that's not going to be as nice. When we actually get to draft day.
I thought that was me.
Hey, man.
I thought I did that.
Waiting all the way to 25?
Yeah.
Not really going to be as fun.
No.
I'm going to be completely honest
You
about
can kind of chill, though, a little bit. Like, it's not really as stressful. Like,
but what is nice is getting your draft pick out of the way in that first, hour or two. Yeah. And then just being able to evaluate and think about what happened as opposed to keep waiting and watching the board fall.
So what time they gonna pick around what time is it?
Well, it's usually
definitely gonna be after 10.
It'll
right?
be close to 10. Yeah.
Maybe later.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long night once we get to draft night. A lot of time before we get to draft night, and a lot of opportunity might do with that 25. Or maybe another pick on a draft day. But there you go. We're just getting going here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. Somebody said they think it's absolutely necessary that they get a 6'6", 6'7" lineman, 335, just a big boy.
Yeah,
big boy.
Nothing wrong with that.
335 is wild though.
That's crazy.
We'll see, man. There's that. We'll dig more into that coming up. But coming up next, let's get into our question of the day, which it was inspired by something a little while back, in fact. But if you did come into a whole bunch of money, what would be the signs? 713-572-4610. Let us know. What would be the signs that you just came into a whole bunch of money? We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're about to get into our question of the day. What would be the signs that you all of a sudden came into a ton of money? 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Let us
Figgy,
know.
you look at you're chomping at the bit.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Yeah,
y'all probably get an email from Odyssey.
Yeah.
Figgy Fig is no longer working here anymore. We wish him the best.
That's right. With his future endeavors, we'll get more into that. Somebody asked on the text line though. They said they missed the programming announcement. Can you please repeat it? Thanks. I'm guessing that's the one that happened this morning
or Figgy
during Payne and Pendergast. Well, no, that's not official. That's not official.
I don't know about that one.
We're not letting him go. I'm actively playing defense against him having a windfall to stop him from leaving this show. No, Payne and Pendergast, they'll be going out to West Palm Beach for Astros spring training.
That's what that was.
Yeah.
I seen Sean tweet it, and I'm like, what did that mean?
That's big time, man.
No, that'd be great. And
I figured it was Nick Casario hopping on, but I'm like, why you put the Jordan gift to it?
Yeah. So the thing about it is, obviously, they boxed us out from going. They were like, oh, only we get to go. So in order to have the trade-off, we will have them, either Sean or Seth, every single day that they are out there on both In the Loop and the drive. I imagine we could probably loop them into also going on Area 45. So we'll have solid Astros spring training coverage right here on Sports Radio.
Are they going to share rooms?
Ooh, that's a good question.
No way.
Just one single room for
No
both
way.
of them?
No way.
Who's going to win that roommate ranking?
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into our question of the day. What would be the signs that you all of a sudden just came into a boatload of money? And it seems like Figgy.
I want to hear Figgy. Yeah, I want to hear Figgy.
Figgy said he would no longer. He said, "You don't know me. I don't know you. I don't work here no more."
Nah, I would. If the perfect sign would be me coming in with a Balenciaga sweater. It's like just some expensive ass name brand and I can't even pronounce.
Yeah,
that would be a clear sign. Like, all right, where you get some money from?
Yeah, I outside of the obvious one, which I think most people would answer, is like, y'all seen Lopez?
He's not here. Yeah, 832, number one sign by far. I came into money, quit my job ASAP.
Where's
Bye-bye.
he been? He hasn't been here all week. Oh well. No, outside of that, I'm kind of like Sean Pendergast. I'm not a big I gotta have this car guy, but and Figgy knows that, man.
You're a G-Wagon guy?
I always wanted a G-Wagon.
So,
I love those. I mean, for decades.
You better not eat cereal in there. You don't mess around and roll that mug.
I will eat cereal. If you could.
Well, I guess if you have that money, you're like,
G-Wagon, you can eat cereal.
this
in
brother
there.
got
It was like, what's today? Tuesday? I drove my Monday car. My bad. Somebody said door dashing Five Guys burgers. Oh, yeah, you real rich. You're real rich if you're doing that. But it seems like
that's what you would do.
The prevailing win.
That's it.
Well, I think that's actually kind of smart, right? Because obviously you're not trying to let everybody know that you money before all of a sudden you get all sorts of cousins that you didn't know existed getting on your phone and such. I appreciate. Well, I mean, somebody said signs I got into money. Stupid purchasing. They said the swingers on my 2025 F-250 Dooley King Ranch. I love that you could tell the people who have had this in the tuck. They're like, no. This specific car, Jordan on the YouTube, pull up in all black 2025 G550. Be my first indicator that everybody's like, I'm getting the car of my dreams now.
I think another one, a clear sign for me, is if I have a driver.
Oh, that's a good one.
If I have a driver, like
really
every day
good
I
one.
pull up right there on 24 Greenway Plaza.
Yep.
Just hop out of a black Tahoe or something.
Yep.
Just have a driver everywhere I go.
All right, Alfred, I'll meet you back here.
Yep.
2:15.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Benjamin. If your name's Benjamin, there's a pretty good chance at some point you're going to be a driver.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. I wonder, will anybody be kind of like Tom Brady in this regard? Or, I mean, just generally, I feel like all Super Bowl week, we saw quite a bit of this with the people that had money.
Oh, did you get Brady's watch?
Yes, on the Super Bowl, he had that watch. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of these look gaudy.
Well, I think he meant for his.
Like a lot of these
all
look,
gold.
They cost buckets upon buckets of money. I think I don't remember who it was.
$180,000 was his?
Hundreds of thousands. I don't remember who it was that had a $3.2 million watch on Radio Row, and I was like, man,
brother, why are you walking by yourself?
Must be nice.
Yes. I guarantee he wasn't.
Yeah.
The other thing,
like I feel like I'm interested in the people who are like, I would be like jeweled out or whatever, because I feel like that's the ultimate sign that you are gettable.
If I get a customized chain, oh yeah, you got some money.
The other sign for me would be, I've always had a boat. I've always got to go bay fishing. But look at this bad boy right here. A little offshore boat.
Oh, yeah. I should have known that you were going to get you a nice boat.
I would have my bay boat and also the 67-foot Scout LXS. Not that I've looked at it before.
Yeah, it sounds like. I'm sure that you just figured that one out. I appreciate this from the 979. They said they would endow 5 scholarships at the University of Houston.
Now that is a good person.
Now scholarships for the average for the general public, or are you putting in on the NIL fund? Are you becoming big booster?
That's the answer.
You're becoming big booster. You gonna be in Mike Elko's pocket?
Oh boy, he would be in mine.
You'd be like, hey, I'm giving A&M. I'm giving you this money, but I also need Mike Elko's specific phone number so I can text him during games.
If I came into a lot of money, I'd be like, yo, Mike, what do you want? You need a quarterback? You need a receiver?
No, Lopez be at the press conference.
Lopez is the one answer questions.
Like, who the hell is that guy?
Mike, before you answer any questions, I got a statement I want to get off my chest here.
Exactly.
Someone else signed that nobody could find me. Yep, I get it. All bills paid. Absolutely. That is fair. They said they'll be subtle, just sipping their morning drink on their porch for the neighbors to see.
If you see me with random celebrities, athletes, in a section in a club or something like that, I got a little bread.
Oh,
man.
You're going into socialite mode is how you're handling
They're going to
this.
be like, who is that guy hanging with Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell? Who is that guy?
I've always wondered what it was like, and I might do this. Like, I'm talking about like a ton of money. Like to fly in to Vegas on one of the casino's private jets, be put up in the penthouse, be the high roller room guy. I've always wondered what it's like to just go for like 3 or 4 days as like the high roller. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah, I imagine that'd be really fun as well. Somebody said breaking news: the Houston Texans would have a new home. People just buying the sports team. Yeah,
good luck trying to take that from Cal and Hannah.
Yeah, Cal and Hannah not letting you have that one. But I understand somebody said that they would. Just generally, I imagine sports teams is one of those. I'm amazed at how many people are like, "Yo, quit my job," or I like this one, the level of petty. Walk into my job as the new owner. Like, oh man, I got. Like in the old Seinfeld reference, I got a lot of problems. You people are going to hear about it, right? Like, I feel like you walk in like, hey, I own this now. We're changing the way that things happen.
If you see me have a suite inside the NRG Stadium, like, oh, yeah, I got some money.
Yeah, courtside at games is what it's going to be for me. You're going to see me courtside at games.
Yeah, that's like John, not John Lucas, but Frank Lucas with the fur jacket.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be out here with the fur jacket.
You remember, and that wouldn't happen here. But you could go into your office, tell your manager that's been irritating you, hey, remember when you were my manager?
That's right.
Remember when you were my manager?
I feel like also me and Johnny Dang would get acquainted. I feel like I'm going to have a couple of grills.
100%.
I feel like it's going to happen.
Yeah, 100%.
Which is funny because I think you guys know this. I'm not much for jewelry.
I don't.
But yeah.
I don't either.
I'm not going like flashy, but I'll get some stuff.
I got an in with Johnny Dang.
And you just now telling me this? Well, I guess
Vicky knows that.
Right.
Yeah.
Does he do any discounts? Friends and family?
Well, it depends on what you want to pay.
I'm trying to get the Paul Wall grill.
Yeah.
That's been my goal since I moved here. Just give me a customized Paul Wall grill.
Well, you might know a guy.
Okay. So it seems like a lot of people. It seems like a lot of people are in that place where it's just like, we're not going to work no more. I feel like that's the big one. Brady's watch was $800,000.
I said 180. I knew there was an 8 in there.
You said 180?
Yeah.
Not even close.
Nah,
not even close.
800,000.
184 watts. That's a peasant.
And I really appreciate
what Brady has.
I really appreciate the awareness here with somebody that said, I am not a particularly good-looking man. So when you see a whole bunch of dimes and arm candy around me, you'll know.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
You'll know. Although
you get a great personality when you're rich.
Boy,
ain't I? You handsome as hell if you rich.
Yeah. All right. So, it was nice to kind of reminisce, but unfortunately, none of us. I don't got a windfall for you there. What I will say, if you're listening, there's a couple opportunities to get some tickets to Rodeo. We're giving those away on this Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Coming up in the next hour, in fact, we'll be giving away a pair of tickets to see Reba McIntyre right here on Sports Radio.
That's the first show of the rodeo.
That's right. That's right. And it's a big one. It's a big one. In fact, technically it's sold out. So you definitely want to be listening to Sports Radio 610, particularly Tuesdays and Thursdays as we lead up to rodeo, giving those tickets away. We'll do that in the next hour. Also, E. Scott will join us in the next hour. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where let's just see how many people actually tuned in to that butt whooping on Sunday. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans have their Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to go around the NFL, but joining us on a Tuesday, as he often does, is the man himself, wearing a Super Bowl 59 hoodie that I believe he purchased in the airport.
What a tourist.
It is Brandon Scott. What's happening, B. Scott?
This might actually be my sign that life has changed, that I make more money.
You be
right?
buying stuff at the airport?
Buying stuff at the airport.
What'd that cost you? $67,000?
What? My mama wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
She would not believe it, and she would be ashamed. She would be ashamed. But yeah, man, that just means that life is good. I got in the airport, was a little chilly, had just checked my bags, didn't have a jacket. And I saw one. And so
my man didn't even want to suffer at the airport. He's like, let me buy this $100 hoodie.
Yeah.
The old B. Scott would have suffered.
I had no choice.
I got there an hour before boarding time. So I had an hour to be cold. It was worth it to me for that hour. It was. And it was cozy on the plane, too.
That's really the thing. Just your cost-benefit analysis changes when you got when you got a little bit more bread. You like, before you were like, nah, that's $100. I don't even know how much it was, but it's like, that's $100. I can't afford this.
Exactly.
Man.
Like, I can't afford no $100.
Hey, let me hold something, man.
Right, exactly.
Let me hold that for you.
He got that bread.
That's right. Real money just walked in the building.
I had no idea, B. Scott, you're rolling in it now?
Nah, man. I just didn't want to be cold.
Let me hold $200 till I get back on my feet.
If $100 is what it costs to not be cold, $100
it was worth
is what I would have to pay. And it's a fly hoodie.
It's pretty tough hoodie. I thought it was a vintage hoodie until I actually saw the Super Bowl logo on it.
Yeah, man. And so it marks the experience.
It does.
I don't, like I look back and I can say, hey, this was that time, that moment when we were kicking it on, Frenchman and in the French Quarter and on Bourbon Street and, had the little hangout. So, yeah, this is worth it to me.
There you go. Sentimentality. All of that to say, B. Scott got it now.
And I didn't want
now, don't run up on him in the streets, though.
Didn't want to be cold. Oh, no,
he's not
don't do
he's
that.
not one to get got.
Don't do that.
He will not get got. I'll tell you that for damn
both
sure.
of our sake. Don't do that.
All right, let's get into around the NFL here, as we've got some, I guess, pseudo breaking news. Like I'm always hesitant with the word breaking news because I feel like it's overused and it's used too far. Like, I hate tuning into TV and something that happened like 5 hours ago, they're like, they're breaking news on today. I'm like, that's not breaking anymore.
Yes, lean into that. Lean into not calling every incremental update breaking news.
Man,
I don't have a good word for it at that point.
And don't call it incremental update. But hey, we got some new. But breaking news gives it a sense of urgency that
everyone
it does not always
knew
deserve.
what was going to happen.
All right, so you guys tell me whether this is breaking news. Have you? The NFL hiring cycle for 2025, at least when it comes to head coaches, is now finished, as the New Orleans Saints are indeed hiring the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, Kellen Moore. He will become the head coach of that team.
I think that counts as breaking.
Okay,
Even though we knew Lopez.
He's the current newsman. You the old newsman. He the current newsman.
No,
I'm going to take his.
An NFL team hires the offensive coordinator that just won the Super Bowl in that building where he's going to be
He never
coaching.
left.
Yeah, no, I think that warrants. And Kellen Moore's a name that we know.
Lowercase breaking news.
I think that's breaking news.
How do y'all like the hire, though?
Not all caps. I mean, that's a good question. I think he's up against it, as we all know, with New Orleans.
Roster construction, with the salary cap and how that works. Also, I still have questions. Like, I think he's developed into a pretty solid offense coordinator. I thought when he was in Dallas, he was just green and he needed experience. Because remember, he had only been like a quarterback coach for a few years before he got the opportunity to call plays. And he's now called plays a few times. You can see the offense develop. And now he's kind of in that same space where now you got to be somebody's boss for an entire organization. And I wonder if he has like the seasoning for that yet. That is what we will ultimately see, especially with all the things that he has.
I just look at it as a winnable division and a place that has built a winner before and has shown a commitment to build it, maybe to their own detriment with the salary cap issues that they've had. But it's not going to be for a lack of trying. And again, the opportunity is there. They just have to answer and figure out that quarterback situation, which, half the teams in the league, or at the very least a third of the team are out. So they're in that space where once they figure out the quarterback situation, they can feel good about their coach. They got the offensive coach. the play caller in a winnable division, I like the hire for him. Maybe that's not the job that I would want if I'm picking from a list of jobs, but I think that's a decent job for him.
And I think, he was one of the more impressive coordinators in the league. Maybe not the most, sought after, but the way he kind of changed his DNA, to fit what the Eagles were doing, specifically Saquon, that was damn impressive.
Yeah.
And that to me would be impressive if I was hiring a guy. But the Saints are just a mess.
Yeah, and I wonder if his time with the Chargers will be illustrative because starts with the Cowboys, pretty solid roster, things go well. Goes to the Chargers, goes to the Eagles, really solid roster, goes well.
Yeah.
Saints?
Yeah, but was Kellen Moore? I understand that they just won the Super Bowl, but was Kellen Moore like before? You kind of laid it out, Reggie. Like before now, I don't think he was like in line for like the best. I know. There was some interest with the Cowboys. Right. It's not like he was the hottest name on the market. So just to even be in a position to get a job, the fact that they've had the success that they've had with the Eagles, that it went the way that it did, I think overall is a success story for him. It's going to be about what he makes of it in New Orleans. And, I think it's good to be in a position as an offensive coach to kind of help figure out what the quarterback situation is going to look like going forward under your tenure there.
All right, so Kellen Moore, new head coach of the New Orleans Saints. We'll see how that goes. Vaya con Dios is what I say for everybody in those spaces. All right, Super Bowl 59, the thing that it says on B. Scott's hoodie right now, it's behind us now, but we also got yesterday evening from Fox an announcement of the viewership, and it reached an all-time record 126 million viewers across Fox Deportes. Remember, this was streaming live on Tubi, which I didn't realize was also a part of the Fox family now, Telemundo, and NFL Digital. So it represents a new high record in viewership for the Super Bowl. But I think also it's worth noting, one, viewership peaked in the second quarter, which maybe suggests that people did not stick around after a while, which, can you blame them?
No.
But then two, also it's worth noting that Nielsen, which is the company that kind of handles ratings for TV and radio, they changed recently the way that it measures out-of-home viewership. So I think that they've changed it to try and better account for how people watch outside of the space. And let's be honest, the Super Bowl might be, in addition to being the biggest television show of the year, it's also probably the biggest television show that people watch outside of their home, whether it's in a public place like a bar or restaurant or something, or just at somebody else's home.
Yeah, so it's an updated accounting for how people watch the Super Bowl or how people consume live events, right? And then on top of that, like, what was everybody doing on Sunday night?
Well, that's
other than watching this game. What were your plans? What was anybody's plans other than watching this game or being around people who were going to be watching this game? And then on top of it, I know this is more of a sports angle, but history was on the line. This wasn't like just any. You had random participants. You had a rematch. You had one team within that rematch going for a three-peat that starts with first beating this team and then would be completed by beating them again. And then you had the Eagles that had been, sort of a darling of the NFL, bringing in Saquon Barkley. And then, of course, both of them being really strong markets within themselves. I think in terms of fan bases and interest, the Chiefs for obvious reasons. And then you put the Eagles or like a Philly sports team in an event, I feel like it's going to turn out. I feel like they do a pretty good job of turning out. And then on top of the interest that was already in the game.
I think it reflects two things. Number one, when it's the Super Bowl, it doesn't matter. Good game, bad game, popular teams, not popular teams, people going to watch. It's the Super Bowl. It's parties. It's people going out. It's all that. I think it reflects. It shouldn't have been a record. We knew it was going to be a high number, and I know Nielsen has changed the way it's done. But I think anytime you just say Super Bowl, February, whatever, people are going to watch. That's the first thing. Second thing, I think it kind of reflects how much people wanted to see the Chiefs lose. I think they wanted it. They was a hate watching the Chiefs.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit of both. Yeah. Like it's hate watching, but also just this curiosity factor of is this thing gonna happen? Am I gonna be alive to see the thing that's never happened before? Whether it's something that you desperately don't want to happen, or if you're just simply curious about it happening. I feel like all of these things come together to make for a big Super Bowl. Chiefs, Eagles. Like that, it was. I can't imagine. Like, a couple of years ago, you had Rams and was it Rams Bengals?
Yeah.
Like that's a random, and I was into it for sports reasons, but that's a random ass Super Bowl.
Yeah, those are small markets. Although LA had not really established itself. I don't even know if it has really yet as a football place that has a market that's willing to show up for football.
But you see what I mean? Like, and I don't know what the ratings were for that game. I'm not even, but I'm just saying in terms of narrative, storylines, appeal, what's surrounding the game. I couldn't have imagined. I didn't necessarily think it was going to be a record. But I couldn't have imagined this being like a poorly viewed or sought after game. That I could not have seen.
There was a ton of narratives in there as well. Somebody mentioned Andy Reid coached both teams. That was way down low on the hey, there are narratives attached to this game because there was so much going into it. So I did think that was interesting. Worth noting that TV ratings were down 2% for the NFL over the entirety of the year, but still that represents the biggest TV draw all year long is the NFL. So still up top. The hog has not gotten slaughtered yet, Mark Cuban. All right, some other things around the NFL. This was something that, some people noticed, especially on social media. The Super Bowl halftime show, right? Obviously, during that, there was something that happened in the back, a little bit of a protest that happened. One of the Super Bowl halftime dancers at one point pulls out a flag that both expresses support for Sudan and Palestine during this, and he gets taken off the field or whatever. He was arrested. He will not face charges for that. However, he has been banned by the NFL, lifetime ban from all NFL stadiums and events going forward. Does all of that make sense to you? Like, I feel like, for me personally, I don't know that there actually is a crime, so I understand there not being an actual, punishment or charge coming. But yeah, I figure the NFL will come down hard. Like we talked about this yesterday, the NFL very much wants to remain as apolitical as possible, and you brought that right to their doorstep. And they're like, oh, no, never again.
I was surprised by the part of there being an arrest because I didn't see what the crime was exactly because this was somebody that was actually a part of the show, wasn't a trespasser, so it wasn't somebody that just ran on the field in protest. This would almost have been like if a player had done it. Like, just think about it. Just somebody that was or somebody from security, somebody that was supposed to be there.
Yeah.
That does this. So I didn't understand what the arrest part was for. So I'm not surprised that there is no charge because I don't see what the crime is exactly. But you absolutely can't do this.
Yeah, you can't be here.
You know what I'm saying? Like you cannot be a part of the show. And sort of stand up the show for all of the conversation around Kendrick Lamar's performance and the symbolism and the messages that were supposed to be there. It wasn't like all of that was actually for sport and for art, like its own art form. It wasn't actually that this was, and this is something that obviously the NFL is trying to stay away from. The NFL and Rock Nation, by the way, because Rock Nation also has a statement saying that this was not planned. None of them want to be attached.
None of them want to be. And in some ways, you can take that as a level of criticism if you want of Kendrick Lamar. That hey, authorities had to okay all the statements that he was making. This one in particular, okay.
I'm making note of what was actually political statement and what was not.
That's right. Yeah.
I think it was weak by the NFL, to be honest. I mean, throw him out.
Sure,
throw him out.
You're not here for the lifetime ban?
What was the weak part?
Why are you banning a person for that?
It's prohibitive. It's the idea that, hey, we want to make it abundantly clear that nobody else.
Throw him out.
Yes, and yeah, but
like you bet. I'm not being political either. I'm saying I just think it's silly.
No, I know.
I think the league is closer to being political by banning them than you are.
Yes, by doing that,
what you're saying.
By doing that, they might be saying.
In some ways, I get what you're saying, but
they have more political interest in this.
But you also have to understand, right? Like, this is one of those instances where, all right, we could let you off, but then you end up in a place where the cost-benefit analysis for the next person who wants to do something goes, well, I'm willing to get thrown out of here. That's fine. I imagine you have to try and make mistakes.
To ban them for that? For life?
Again, if this is something that you do not want to encourage, like at least from the NFL standpoint, I imagine they have to look at this as we don't want anybody to view this as something that they can do. Also, if you a live wire do that once, you liable to do it again.
Well,
we can't have
do they usually ban people for like running on the field doing the thing.
I mean, I'd like to see how many have been banned for life.
They'll ban them folks that come through and like.
I'd like to see that. I don't remember any guy that's run on the field being banned for life.
I would point out on the other side of this, though, if you're willing to do this, like whoever this individual is that's willing to step out and do this, this is the cost. Like these are the These are the breaks. So that person also is making their own calculation on what they're willing to risk to
get this message out.
This message out there.
That's the political portion of this.
Exactly.
Right. Absolutely.
So everybody takes, what their part is in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, remembering that we're talking about this in an entirely apolitical way.
Yes.
I don't think any of us have brought our personal politics into this, so please don't go there. But yes, that is the way that was handled. There was one more thing that I wanted to get off about that, and I've already forgotten it. My bad. We'll see if that comes back around. But yes, somebody asked on the YouTube, how do they enforce that? Can't he just make a fake account? Oh, no, baby. If you have been to these places, especially for those of us that have been credentialed, whatever, which I imagine he would have had to have been, there is so much surveillance software, brother. There is so much surveillance software.
I was kind of curious that, too, because if somebody just give him a ticket like, hey, you want to go to the game, like, can he just get in?
Look,
there's a lot of software that they can identify, facial recognition, all kinds of stuff.
Not to remind you that we live in a surveillance state and that this is all very scary if you think about it.
I mean, hell, baseball fans were brought back the next day after interfering in a World Series.
No, you're right. It does speak to B. Scott. You're not wrong. It does speak to the NFL leaning on the politics here, and that's one of the tough things about it is that as soon as you get near it, by saying things or by doing things, you're inherently becoming political. And so they would rather avoid all of this by saying, hey, we stay away from this.
It seemed like they just don't want to jump in that pool by saying, hey, we don't tolerate this at all.
Yeah.
So, and then as far as the arrest part, I feel like they probably did it because they probably thought he just ran on the field. They probably ain't even realized he was part of the damn show.
Well, that's one of those. We'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
First things first. We got to get you in a car or something.
Usually somebody jump on the field, and then that's when you kind of beat them up a little bit and put handcuffs on them.
That is some detain him,
like,
and we'll figure out what
part of the show and you did this?
Yeah, that's what happens.
But we lean toward being punitive, consequences.
100%. That's our society,
ruling with the iron fist, sending a message. This is what we do. So that part of it is not surprising.
Yeah, from the 651, the NFL's political in its very existence, stupid woke organization. I don't think I would have ever in my life expected somebody to call the NFL woke. God bless. I must not understand what that word means because God bless. And honestly, there are some instances where if you dig deep, you can find some things that maybe you view it in that way. But wow, I don't think I thought I would see that on the larger scope.
It depends on how far down the ledger of woke you might be.
Also,
you know what I mean?
One thing that you'll find is that the NFL is a profit-driven organization, and I don't know that their politics filter all the way around. Because if you really want to look, there is a lot of inconsistency in what happens here in the way that they operate. But that's neither here nor there. We got to run. We've run out of time on this segment. You're around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What I do want to do, though, Figgy, we got to give away some tickets. It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Who calling right now? What number should it be? What number should it be? 10? Should we go for 10?
Let's go for 10.
Call number 10 right now, 713-572-4610. Gets to see the fine opener of this year's rodeo, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Reba McEntire, call number 10, will get those tickets on this Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Man, we're giving those away. We're giving away another. We're giving away some more tickets in the 1 o'clock hour and every Tuesday and Thursday leading up to the rodeo, so keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610. I actually have a little bit of a rodeo note when we get to what's popping, but before we get there, Brandon Scott is in the building, so that means that it's time for B. Scott's Thoughts. We will do that next.
He took my hand in his and said the words that I knew.
In the Loop.
On a scale of
have to do is listen. Tomorrow in 1, 3, and 5 o'clock hours, it's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Just be listening to your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, B. Scott from Hiram Clark in studio with us as he is every Tuesday. Don't worry if you didn't get those tickets. We're giving away another pair of tickets at 1 o'clock. But I'm going to get out the way because I already cut into this time talking about the Super Bowl here earlier. So, B. Scott, what's your thoughts?
So, I just want to reflect on this because I haven't had a chance to talk about the Super Bowl since it happened. You know, my first time in. And I just want to point out how it was such a great example of the quarterback, how important the quarterback is, but at the same time, how the quarterback is just not enough. Because a lot of people I thought were going into this game giving the Chiefs the benefit of the doubt.
Correct.
Straight off the strength of Patrick Mahomes. Not just you, Reggie, but I think a lot of people did that. And I was careful not to do it for a couple of reasons. First of all, the Eagles are just that damn good. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to give the proper level of credit to Jalen Hurts because while I still think the gap is fairly significant in talent that we're talking about between Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts, I thought the quality of play, at least recently, of how they've been playing. So I was trying to give Jalen Hurts his proper credit, but also acknowledge the team aspect of it. And I'm not trying to be cheesy here, but this game really did highlight that the quarterback, simply having the great quarterback, and this can be a cautionary tale for Texans fans who think that C.J. Stroud, I know even after a down year, who think that C.J. Stroud can save all, how the quarterback simply is not enough. It's not enough.
It can take you to a point.
It can take you to a point, and you still need above average replacement level quarterback play, which Jalen Hurts obviously gave the Philadelphia Eagles. But what
best QB rating of his career, I believe, right?
Yeah, and that's saying a lot because he had just pretty much given us a pretty good Super Bowl performance a couple of years ago. But it just highlights what did Jalen Hurts also have? Everything around him, the weapons, the run game, the defense that was better than Patrick Mahomes in this game. So that was just the thing that was highlighted for me at a time where Texans fans are really, really hyped about the quarterback, the coach, and the future. It shows you, the Philadelphia Eagles in this run shows you how important it is to surround the quarterback with the best possible environment. What happened when Patrick Mahomes didn't have tackles in Super Bowls? It didn't
He looked
happen.
human.
Yeah, he looked human. And you saw what happened against the Bucs a few years ago, and then what happened a couple of nights ago in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that is my takeaway. Do not lean too heavily into. It's not basketball. Do not lean. It's the better
quarterback wins.
Is the
dead.
best player analysis.
Dead. It's over. Stop hitting me with these quarterback wins. That's exactly what I heard.
I mean, but think about it. Look around the league. Okay, in the AFC, and I understand some of these guys are cannibalizing each other, but the Ravens and the Bills have MVPs over there at quarterback, and they ain't been to a Super Bowl. The Cincinnati Bengals have Joe Burrow, who has taken them to a Super Bowl, obviously, but their issue is surrounding them with like that one year they just happen to have, go all out and have a good defense, but they haven't really had one since then. Like it is what you can surround the guy with just as much as having that guy at that position.
Yeah,
it really highlights that for the the Eagles run specifically for me.
Right, and of course it helps that they literally are the Monstars. They've got one of the best rosters, if not the best one that we've seen in a very long time that the Eagles did. So
yeah, what way too easy to say, oh, just go be the Eagles, put together the Monstars.
That's right.
but overall the point stays the same. It's not good enough. You saw what Patrick Mahomes looked like out there when he didn't have it around him.
Especially on the line, right? This was
exactly.
We were talking about that literally last week, the idea of him being horizontal and everything because that line had failed. And of course I went and neglected that in talking about
the line, the weapons. Right, like how shocking it was to watch DeAndre Hopkins drop a ball wide open. I know it wasn't a perfect ball, but like we've seen DeAndre Hopkins
catch much worse.
What?
Oh yeah,
much worse.
Come on.
By the way, not retiring, according to him.
Oh, okay.
Apparently there was some rumors out there that he was going to retire, but he put something out there.
Somebody will pay him to play.
Yeah,
I'm sure. Would you pay him to play?
Probably not. Probably not.
I was like, I don't know that
I
he
would assume
fits.
the price is probably more than what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Because he's DeAndre Hopkins.
Right.
So.
I was like, I don't even know like if he brings you exactly what you're looking for in a wide receiver this time around. Like, I don't know if he has that. He's still very good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to, poo-poo DeAndre Hopkins, but I don't know if he's still that same guy. It's just like, hey, just chuck it up here.
Yeah, and then there's going to be recency bias. Like, that was the Super Bowl.
See, that's the problem.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, that's the biggest stage.
He's
obviously.
better than that, but he's not as good as he once was.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then for that to happen in that moment, it's going to be hard to live that tape down in negotiation. At least in negotiation with me, it would be.
That's right. All right. I didn't mean to take a little time out. More thoughts for me. More thoughts.
And so I wanted to get the Super Bowl thing out of the way, but I also wanted to just rap with the audience a little bit and just like let y'all know, and in case y'all didn't, that basketball season is like in full effect.
H-Town Hoops podcast, wherever you get them.
Like full effect, and I get that it's a football town and we primarily do football here on this station, but I just feel like if y'all are not all in on what's happening overall in H-Town Hoops right now, you're doing it wrong. Obviously, we know that the Rockets have, going through a little bit of a skid here. They're going to play tomorrow night against the Suns. They actually got back-to-backs at home.
I'm very interested in this game, by the way.
And so that will all be fun. It's going to be fun to like finish off this Rocket season. We talked a lot about that. But last night, this doesn't get a lot of play.
Dude.
But last night.
Yes, sir.
U of H handling business against Baylor, which, by the way, they have dominated their series against Baylor all time. I did not realize 40 and 16 or something like that.
By the way, shout out to LJ Cryer getting the win over his former squad.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a big thing. LJ Cryer, their leading scorer last night, is also played his freshman year with Baylor. I want to say even
he won the championship.
Won the championship with Baylor.
He's trying to be the first player to win a championship with two different teams.
Exactly. So that part of it is huge. But I mean also just the fact that they are like I saw this stat last night. 10 seasons in a row with 20 wins or more.
Kelvin Sampson has 28 of those seasons in his career.
Kelvin Sampson has 28 of them. 10 of them here with Houston.
Consecutively.
And think about this. No coach for U of H had ever had more than 4.
Yeah.
And that includes the great Guy V.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, that's how historic what U of H is doing right now, leading the Big 12. And the Big 12, of course, a conference that's got at least 5 ranked teams in it off the top of my head.
What, top 2 conference?
Yeah, easily. So like, take in this moment. If you can get out there to the Fertitta Center to Fertitta Center and check these guys out, that'd be great. But also just lock in, man. Lock in, because we're going to talk a little bit about it on the H-Town Hoops podcast as well.
The Cougs have the look again. They're a team that knows how to get to the tournament now. They've had some issues at the end of the tournament with just that role. Now, I know they lost to Texas Tech in a hell of a game.
Yeah.
But beyond that, they go to Kansas and win. I mean, obviously what they did last night. They just kind of have that look of it's time. It's time to start ramping it up.
Yeah, it feels like they're shooting a little bit better as a squad. It feels like they're a little bit. The floor might have opened up a little bit too at times, though. But it seems like they've raised the ceiling, which I think is the major part, because that's the thing that it feels like they keep bumping their head up against in that Final Four area.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm glad you mentioned the shooting, because that's the big thing. Like every year when they've come up short, that's been the feeling. It's like, man, they've got that true Kelvin Sampson identity where it is a frenzy out there. It feels like they got 6 guys on the court at a time when they're playing defensively, but they don't score enough. They don't feel like they have that same problem this year. That's what really makes it exciting.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that one. Look, we'll talk more about that here and what's popping coming up. And then just overall, I was looking at the schedule, and there's not that many home games left in the regular season, so I've already tried to mark out, can I get to 1 or 2 of them? I think February 22nd is going to be a full day for me, because I think I'm going to go see them play Iowa State at the Fertitta Center, and then I'll go to the Dynamo home opener on that day too. That's a Saturday.
Oh, that's a good day.
I think I'm trying to mark that one up for myself.
Yeah, our own Adam Spillane was there last night.
He
I know
was.
y'all going to talk to him tomorrow. I'm going to talk to him tonight on the H-Town Hoops podcast. Can't wait to do it.
H-Town Hoops podcast, wherever you can get your fine podcast for absolutely free. Keeping up with the Rockets and your Houston Cougars. Appreciate you, B. Scott, for your thoughts. You're not going nowhere just yet. Let's get into what's popping, including, of course, the U of H Cougars getting yet another win in Big 12 play. And then also, we found out you can get thrown out of a game for pulling a protest out. I didn't know you could get thrown out of a game for this. I'll tell you what next.
According to Show, new Texans OC Nick Caley.
biologic and psoriasis. And visit skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZZY to learn more.
To see a copy of our station contest rules, go to sportsradio610.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I'm going to start kind of out of the box, but it's just because this is something funny that I want to tell the guys here that came through after, the news happened earlier that I guess we determined was breaking at the time. The New Orleans Saints hiring Kellen Moore, the Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator.
It did not meet Lopez's standard at all.
That's fair. B. Scott said it was breaking. Lopez is still holding out.
Lowercase.
All right, there you go. I don't know what that changes. I think that just makes it grammatically incorrect.
Shame on figuratively speaking.
Okay, very good. Excellent.
You're making a copy editor insane right
now.
Figuratively speaking.
That's just going to be changed in the editing process. But yeah, Kellen Moore will be the head coach of the Saints. He has to move quick on hiring his staff, and apparently he is moving fairly quick. Supposedly, former Chargers head coach Brandon Staley is set to as the leading candidate to become his defensive coordinator.
Oh, good for Brandon Staley, because I thought he had completely fallen off the face of the earth.
I actually don't mind that.
I don't either. He was good as a defensive coordinator. It was when he started trying to be a head coach and changing his philosophy every other week that it ended up looking crazy.
Yeah, see, things are looking up in the world. They just got to go get some players.
Yeah,
man.
that's all they
need.
Just that little thing.
All you need is the Jimmies and Joes.
Did y'all see that dead cap they got?
How they gonna pay him?
Oh boy!
Don't worry, they'll just kick that down the road. It's cool. So yeah, let's get into what's popping, including this update from your most, or I guess your soon-to-be newest Astros Hall of Famer. I was like, technically he's not enshrined yet. He'll be enshrined in the summer. I got to find the right way of saying that. But Billy Wagner, y'all know who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
This is just fully leaning into the Houston of it. It was announced that he will, in fact, wear an Astros cap in his Hall of Fame plaque. I know that was something that was kind of up in the air. It's like, hey, they don't get to decide necessarily which cap goes on him, but he will be wearing an Astros cap in the Hall of Fame. So, yes, there you go. Astros Hall of Famer, Billy Wagner, we could say.
You're darn right he is.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, I shouldn't say a given, but it seemed like it was the heavy favorite.
Yeah, I mean, 9
years, man.
Yeah.
9 years in the way that he's talked about Houston and the Astros. And then, honestly, for me, man, Billy Wagner was just really one of those guys, like, growing up, was, like, my entire if you go the whole childhood, Billy Wagner is the closer for the Astros. Like
95 through 03.
Yeah, so that takes me from age 6 to 14.
Right.
Oh,
like,
those are the formative ones.
Yeah, so like that, it's really like he could still be their closer to me now because he was that like for my formative years. So like I can't see him being anything else.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I was like, I don't even know what would they put him in if not the Astros. Like, because I mean, a couple years with Philly, was it 3 years with the Mets?
Mets might be, yeah.
Might have been the Mets, but yeah.
I mean, his best season is '99, and that's with the Astros. So,
and I repeatedly say this.
It's his Hall of Fame. '99 is his Hall of Fame case, and that's with the Astros.
I can't emphasize enough for people who maybe are not familiar with his work, maybe a younger generation, younger than you, how overwhelmingly good he was.
Yes.
Like, he was awesome.
Yes.
Like, awesome.
Always felt good.
Yeah.
Giving the ball to Billy Wagner.
Yep.
Like, honestly, and I guess this is just me being an old man now, but like before they signed Josh Hader and when they trade Brian Presley to the Chicago Cubs, I'm like, what's Billy Wagner doing? Be the closer? That's the Astros closer to me because he was the closer when I was 6. Yeah.
You had him in J.J. Watt territory with any given time. You were just like, hey, Billy Wagner, no matter what you're doing, if you decide to come to the ballpark,
come on.
and step on the mound, we will hand you the baseball.
That's all I knew from 6 to 14.
Yeah. Wagner is Mariano Rivera without stripes. I mean, the numbers lean towards that place.
Yeah. I've said that.
And he is fully and truly yours, Houston, as his Hall of Fame plaque will have his face and an Astros cap on top of it. So, yeah, shout out to Billy Wagner. It really is. It really is. Shout out to Cooperstown getting that correct. All right. We mentioned the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. I like saying the full name because I'm a dork. But, yeah, the Rodeo Houston will be coming through here soon. And the performances. The performances always make such a big deal. It is the premier Houston event, right?
Yeah.
Every place has its event. Rodeo Houston is ours. And so with that one, we're giving away tickets every Tuesday and Thursday here on the station. We already gave away some Reba McEntire tickets. We got some other tickets. Can you help me out with the name because I've forgotten?
Bailey Zimmerman.
Bailey Zimmerman. Thank you very much. You might imagine that I remember Reba a little bit easier than Bailey Zimmerman, with all due respect to Bailey Zimmerman. That'll happen in the 1 o'clock hour. However, when it comes to these, and one of the reasons why it's important that you listen to the show and call in when we tell you to, is that a lot of these tickets have, in fact, sold out. Technically, I imagine the secondary market is going to be there for you. But of those that have sold out, these are the ones that have sold. In fact, you want to take guesses on the ones that
I'm
have,
looking at the lineup, not knowing which ones are sold out. I'm guessing Journey.
Journey has sold out. Ding, ding, ding. That is one of the that is one of the ones.
Post Malone.
Post Malone has sold out.
I've definitely seen this already.
I know you work for the Houston Chronicles.
So I beat you. I'll abstain.
Is Luke Bryan sold out?
Apparently not.
Oh wow. Oh wow. How about, what was the other one I was looking at earlier?
Did Bun B sell out?
Oh,
Bun B Birthdays Bonanza has in fact sold out.
Thanks a lot, Drake. Drake started that
Where'd
crap,
that
man.
come from?
No, he started that crap last year. On the lineup, then them tickets skyrocketed, and now they doing the same thing this year. It was not that hard to get.
I have a
Bun B
strong
tickets,
feeling
man.
that critique comes from a very personal place.
Yes.
What about Brad Paisley?
Paisley's still open, apparently.
Oh, wow.
The other ones that have sold out, you missed the easy one, the opener. Reba McEntire is indeed sold out. Karine Leon.
Grupo Frontera is sold out.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
and then Brooks and Dunn.
I guarantee you that one.
Yeah, and Brooks and
Brooks and
Dunn.
Dunn sold out?
It is sold out.
Man, okay.
It is sold out. So those are the ones that are technically
selling
sold out.
for 20 years.
Yes.
Put some respect.
I'm
Put some
serious.
respect.
Hey, I went to their show last year.
Yeah.
It was good. It was a good show.
I went to their show, sat on the dirt, feet on the dirt in 2006. They've been selling out forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
And
I want to say, I felt attacked by Figgy there on the Thanks Drive. I was at that show, Figgy.
Man, I couldn't get tickets apparently, man. I got tickets the first 2 years. Once that Drake thing happened, man.
It was over. It was over for Figgy.
Yeah, man. A lot of people that never go to Bun B was at that Bun B concert,
at me,
man.
Figgy. I could have helped you.
Yeah, we're going to have to start pulling back channels at this point.
man.
I was in that.
Who you know?
I'm not going to lie, at least two of my kids you should be mad at because they were two of those.
They were like, Drake?
Yeah,
Wow.
Drake. Oh, hell yeah.
If he wasn't on that lineup last year, I would have had tickets probably.
I'm just saying, the people that I knew, y'all know too. So it wouldn't have been that hard to get you there.
That's right.
Figgy. You
That's
just
right.
gotta- you just gotta-
It was last year, man.
Closed mouths don't get fed. You got to speak up, dog.
Hey, I did the same thing I did the last 2 years. For some reason, last year was different.
I was there for the Yin Yang Twins and Too Short and cats like that. Like, I was there for the rest of the lineup, but yeah, Drake just happened.
Which
to be
Bun B does a good job kind of curating, and I'm interested. We're seeing the early developments on what he's curating for his birthday bonanza. Just recently announced Coco Jones.
Coco
Jones, R&B singer, will be there. So she is the second of the guests that we know on his lineup, including Keith Sweat. How are we feeling about these two?
I think that's hilarious.
It really is. It really, truly is.
Because I'm like, what?
I'm like, I want to see how the rest of this rounds out, because right now I have questions more than I have desire to jump out and
it's going to
buy
be a different show, obviously,
Bun B is like, I need all the 50-year-old black folks that I can get to this show.
Yeah, it's going to be a different show. Yeah.
Sweat.
Man.
And those tickets are outrageous too.
Are they?
On the resale market, I can only imagine.
Yeah, I tried to look them up to see if I could buy something. They were crazy. I'm like, I'm not paying that much for Keith Sweat.
Hey, good for Keith Sweat. I didn't know he was still in the league.
Still got that pull, baby.
Yeah.
Apparently still got that pull.
Good for him. Goodness.
Working up a sweat, listening to Keith Sweat.
It's got to be the biggest show he's going to do in a long time.
Oh, yeah.
I imagine so.
The rodeo?
Has he played Essence Fest?
Oh, I'm sure.
I was like, that might be it.
Yeah, but like in the past.
Recent?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I meant, like recently.
Yeah, no, probably not recent. Well, I bet you he's probably one of them cats with a booth, though. Remember I was telling y'all? But the convention center where we did Radio Row?
That's right, yeah.
For Essence Fest, all of the black folks that was ever famous, ever in their life, got a booth for you to
that's
come
Keith
see
Sweat
him.
over there. I forgot about Keith
Man,
Sweat.
get out of here.
Which is beautiful, because that's exactly how being able to see someone and identify who they are. It's got to be
him from that show.
Got to be clientele in that particular way. All right. A couple more things to talk about in What's Poppin'. And this one, I talked about the fact in my tease that I didn't realize you could get thrown out for this. The Dallas Dallas Mavericks are going through something crazy.
This is awful.
Like, they are going through something bad. Obviously, there's a lot of dissent amongst their fans right now after the top 3 player in the league superstar was traded away for another guy who's a top 10 player in the league, mind you. But then that guy gets injured halfway through their first game against the Rockets.
While he was balling, too.
He was hooping. Oh, my goodness.
Hooping.
He was like, no, I'll be a top 3 player right now.
Yeah.
And then he pulled his groin. And he is supposed to miss maybe a month?
Yeah.
Maybe more?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, so them folks are really upset. They threw a funeral, protests, and all this. And apparently, in their game last night, where they played the Sacramento Kings, in fact, I think they lost in overtime, if my memory serves me right. They had a fan thrown out. This is the first game, mind you, since the trade. The trade happened like a week ago. Mm-hmm. This is the first time since the trade since they put people on the video board.
They weren't even using that.
They've been so afraid of dissent. They got into a sing-along?
Yeah, a little karaoke kind of thing.
And one of the fans kind of tricked him. The video went to him, and he mouthed the words, "Fire Nico," Nico Harrison being their general manager. That man got thrown out the building.
For that.
Now, that is weak.
I was like, is James Dolan owning them? Like, they are in an oppressive system here right now.
And reportedly, a 12-year-old kid held up a sign that said "Fire Nico."
Yeah.
And he and his dad or mom got thrown out.
Yeah. So I think the video thing is funny.
Yeah.
And a shame that they would throw me. And then the kid, like, it just goes to show you how, like, passionate people are about this, to where they got their children who don't even really probably understand the weight of it, but they do because it's been passed down to them. Like, it just shows you how passionate people are.
It shows you how embarrassed the Mavericks are.
How wild of a
how
trade.
sensitive and embarrassed they are.
I am sensitive.
Yeah.
That's why you did that. I know. I see you. I see you over there thinking.
They're embarrassed.
Yes.
And they should be.
Yes.
And they should feel bad for themselves. Mm-hmm. That's what should happen. But yeah, that's that. I didn't realize you get thrown out of the games for that. But apparently, if your ownership don't know what they're doing, that can happen. All right, some other things in what's popping. How about the Houston Cougars? I know we were just talking about them, but salute them again. Getting a win over the Baylor Bears, another conference victory. Still only that one loss in Big 12 play. 76-65 against a Baylor Bears team that, get this, shot 58% from the floor and 60% from 3 in the game, and they didn't look like they had a chance against the Cougars at all in that game.
Let me tell you why. Because U of H, the fun part about watching them, and it's been this way for a while, but they're just an even better offensive team now. But they offensive rebound and score. They get out in transition and score. And the defense, they score off turnovers. And that is the big thing about U of H. That was the big thing about this game last night. They had 28 points off of 15 Baylor turnovers. So despite all of those good shooting numbers that you mentioned,
when they did miss,
Baylor were turning 15 times. U of H turned it into 28 points, and then U of H also had 9 offensive rebounds for 16.
And this is a regular thing.
Points.
There was a game either last week or the week before where I think Reggie was pointing out, yeah, they had a pretty good shooting percentage, and they got whooped by 30 or whatever it was by the Cougs because they just turn them over.
Yes.
The hard part is just getting a shot off.
Yeah.
Once you get a shot off, maybe you're going to make them.
I've been saying it for years. It feels like they got 6 guys out there.
Correct.
And it's obviously it's only 5, but it feels like 6 because that's how they play.
Yeah, and I do wonder, I think Ocho was mentioning this on the text line earlier, and maybe yesterday, the idea of they don't really necessarily have that individual defender at the high level, but they defend as a team.
Yes.
And I do wonder if you get to some levels where that maybe you need that lockdown defender, but for the time being, it has continued to serve them well that everybody defends at a high level. Also, welcome back Emmanuel Sharp. 3 of 7 from deep, and that was helpful as well. Like, he missed a few games with an injury, and him coming back, you're like, okay, when you had these threes going down, this team looks just to be really tough. That was a tournament type game that we saw, and they handled it with flying colors. I think it bodes really well for what their what the possibilities are come March with this Houston team.
Yeah, you absolutely have to feel good about them in March, and I know they've had some letdowns, but I mentioned it before. A lot of those letdowns in those years were about them lacking offensively. This is not a team lacking offense, at least in the context of college basketball.
Sure,
I mean, the entire sport, you could argue, it lacks a little bit offensive, but in the context of what they're doing, they'll be just fine.
Yeah, and again, finish this off by saluting Kelvin Sampson, a man who, if he needs anything, give it to him. Now has 28 career 20-win seasons as a head coach. If you ever doubted how good he is, I mean, is he in the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame yet?
He's been in.
I was like, can we put him in another time?
He has
10 consecutive 20-win seasons at the University of Houston, just how dominant and how good he's been as a head coach, in addition to being a great dude, clearly an incredible head coach, and we're lucky to have him here in the great city of Houston.
After the Astros, this is the team of this is the locals team of the last decade.
100%.
U of H basketball.
Yes. And all that it takes for them to like really step up and maybe contend with the Astros is the opportunity of winning that national championship. We hope that this is the year. All right, B. Scott, always appreciate you hanging out with us. In fact, to the point of where I am making us late on the clock. So coming up next, what's the biggest decision that the brain trust of the Texans have to make this offseason? 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Let's discuss that next.
Here in Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday in the great city of Houston. Hope that you are keeping dry out there because it's
still raining.
It is, boy. I can't see
I
can't see the Astrodome from here.
Man, well, that's lucky.
Wow. See how I threw
you
up
set,
that
yeah, you set them up.
See how I threw that oop? Seen that oop? That was behind the back.
Good for you.
Too. That was like, hey,
good for you.
He gonna drop that one. Drop that one. All right. How about this? Because look, again, if you haven't noticed, a little bit of the theme of the show, at least in my mind, was that Super Bowl's over, regular season is over. Now we move into off-season mode, at least when it comes to football and the Texans. So what is the biggest decision that remains for Nick and D'Amico that they have to make this off-season? I know that one of the big decisions that we were talking about before off-season was whether or not you remain with the staff that you had. And obviously they made the decision to move on from Bobby Slowick. They've now made the decision to bring in Nick Caley to be the offensive coordinator. So now moving forward, what is indeed the biggest decision that Nick and D'Amico have to make?
I think this is easy. I think this is another alley-oop. I really do. And you can argue. Obviously that's what we do here. We listen and chop it up a little bit. But we don't judge. Well, we don't judge. I think it's easy. Can these offensive linemen do it? And I, we can. There's some levels to that. Specifically, the highest paid linemen. We know who they are: Shaq, Titus, Laramie Tunsil.
Not in that order. It'd be.
Well, right, but
I think it'd be Laramie, Titus, Shaq in that order.
But regardless, can the three highest paid linemen fit Nick Caley's scheme, or is it more than that? Are you going to from one or more of those guys? I think that's the biggest question facing this team.
Yeah, I think to put a spin on that, the thought that I had was just how much change is necessary. I think it's given that change is necessary on this offensive line. How much change is necessary in order to get a workable solution done? And because again, I've been looking at this, and this is a gargantuan task. When you're not feeling up to it, and you're looking at that pile of clothes, and you're looking at that pile of trash and everything, and you're like, man, it all looked like too much today.
I don't want to do all that.
How much can I get away with and be able to make through? Like, how much can I live with here? Because I think, obviously, I don't know that, or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you will be able to overhaul in a way that's huge. But I think that there's a lot of circumstances that make it tough for you to just, like, completely turn this thing over and redo it, especially in a short period of time that you want to do this. And I guess everybody's thinking along the same lines because from the 832 on the text line, it seems like they want to go relatively nuclear. They say, is it possible to trade Laramie Tunsil? And if so, how much of the contract do you think the Texans would have to absorb to trade him away? And what did you think that you could get for him? Before we even get to any of that, the dead cap that you would be dealing with is so unsavory.
Yeah.
Laramie Tunsil, and looking at over the cap, I think it's a really good resource. If you're talking about a trade for him, I imagine you'd have to trade him pre-June 1. Like I don't know that you can make it all the way through that offseason to the point where you get to after June 1st and then able to make a move that is palatable, especially because you would need to address that tackle position immediately. It's the most important tackle position when you have a right-handed quarterback, which you do in C.J. Stroud. And I don't know that are you going to draft a tackle and just be like, yeah, we'll trade him later? And just, hey, we're going to trade him later.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, but yeah, the point that I was making there before I got sidetracked is if you trade him pre-June 1, there's $15 million of dead cap money that you just have to eat.
And that's huge. That's huge for that position, which, by the way, and here's where it gets interesting, he can pass block with the best of them.
Yes.
He has his quirks and he has his shortcomings.
And the run blocking did not seem to work very well.
Shortcomings.
Yes, fair enough. Touche. And I think that sometimes we're talking about some of like the soft skill type things, some of the other things, which again, I don't use soft to mean that they are unimportant. I think those actually end up being very important in a lot of spaces. However, I don't know that you can use those as the end all be all, especially when you go and you look at this offensive line. And if you are power ranking issues with it, that is not one.
Well,
maybe you go that's 2, but even then I'm not certain. Like, I think you handle the bigger issues first and you try and find what is palatable while also understanding that, hey man, Laramie Tunsil, he does, as you mentioned, does things well. He's not perfect by any means and you're paying him a lot of money, but I personally don't find it tenable to try and trade him and make it work, especially when you talk about adding that dead money to if you do not bring back Stephon Diggs, which again, there's a little bit of a timer on that. February 17th is the time when his contract solidifies and you have those void years go into effect where you're eating $16 million of dead money with his void years. Imagine you have those void years that dead money plus some more dead money that you're eating while you're already sitting at a place where you're really tight on the cap and you want to make additions to this team. Like it does not feel like a reasonable.
So can Nick Caley make it work specifically with Laramie Tunsil, but by extension, at least Titus Howard. I don't know what their plans are with Shaq Mason, but at least Titus Howard.
It can't be Shaq Mason again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if that's going to be, but at least for sure Laramie Tunsil and probably Titus Howard. And frankly, I think this was a big part of the discussion in the interview process with Nick Caley. Like D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio know what the dead cap is potentially. So they maybe went to Nick Caley and said, can you make it work with these guys?
When you say maybe, they absolutely. I can't imagine. It would be malpractice if you went through an offensive coordinator search and you said, hey, look at these guys right now. Can you make it work with these guys? Or if you can, what is the amount of work that you would need done?
Or can you not?
Or can you not? Can it simply not, right?
Or can you not? And this was sort of born from that discussion we had with Ryan Harris, on Radio Row, where he was so adamant about it.
Would you ask him again?
Well, let's hear it.
No, I don't think they had the question there, but I think the question.
I said basically our thought has been, our discussion has been, these guys just don't fit Bobby Slowick's scheme. I said, is it as simple as that?
Because that's been like a big talking point with the Houston Texans. Bobby Slowick was let go as offensive coordinator, and everybody's like, well, he was trying to force feed that system to linemen that are not equipped to block that system in terms of Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard. Big dudes that more lean on you more than get to the second level. You know what I mean?
It's not real. What it is it's poor coaching. Okay. Because the thing is whether you're running the Parcells system or you're running the zone system, this is about expectation and consistency. And so what it sounds like when there's bad coaches is, well, we don't have the right alignment. Let me tell you what, you could put Titus over here on the Chiefs. You think they're going to be in this game? You better believe it, right? And I got to call the game for Westwood One when you guys were playing in the playoffs there, that first game against the Chargers. What an amazing game. What a fantastic defense. But that offensive line they did not share the same technique. One thing you will see on Sunday, the Chiefs have the best offensive line coach in Andy Heck in the NFL. They have a center playing left tackle, and they're in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So you're telling me it's a system?
Yeah. So we're not disagreeing.
No, yeah. But I'm saying, a coach who says that, the truth is you didn't get a great offensive line coach. And what the sad thing is, I think even this year, there's only 7 offensive line coaches that actually played the position in the NFL. Could you imagine having a quarterback coach that never played quarterback? That doesn't happen, but it happens with linemen, and that's what happened in Houston.
That was eye-opening, man.
It was also kind of tough hearing that back after the Super Bowl. Because that's it. Man, they done made it to the Super Bowl with this offensive line. Great coaching.
Well, that's as far as they got.
You make a quick optical flip, and now it's just boom, 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 them getting slapped up.
But the gist of it is, no, that's coaching. In other words, these guys were not coached properly, no matter the system. Well, now the system I think we all figure is going to change slightly especially the run scheme, the run blocking scheme. So can coaching get them part to that? Are they coachable?
Sure.
To fit that.
And I think that's where a lot of people seem to have issues with Laramie Tunsil. There's a belief that he's not coachable. And I mean, I understand where that comes from. Seeing some of the same issues pop up repeatedly makes you kind of get to that place. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I keep laughing at this text that came in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line from the 713. Laramie Tunsil from Ilata, who says no? Well, I have a strong reason that I believe that the Philadelphia Eagles say no. Look, we done seen crazier trades happen. Nick, give him a call. Just see. Mm-hmm. Just ask. Mm-hmm. See what happens. Like, apparently people are just saying yes to wild trades in sports. But no, Look, I understand people are like, yeah, no, Laramie can get traded. I don't know how easy it is. But, yeah, no, I think that finding the right number of dudes that you can maybe make moves works. And, I mean, I'm still interested, man, that Cole Popovich hire, moving him up from offensive line coach to big-time offensive line coach. I'm real interested to see, like, what changes are able to be made. Maybe you could say that the familiarity would allow him and help him to maybe have these guys be as coachable as possible and get to a certain place. But, yeah, there's definitely some new blood is necessary. Like, interior offensive line is necessary, and that's why those names keep popping up on mock drafts for this team.
Well, there's going to be a new look, but specifically these high-priced players that just didn't fit. And maybe Cole Popovich was in the camp of, no, we need to change our blocking scheme. You heard Harris talking about their footwork, their technique, and some of that. Bobby Slowick, to his own detriment, didn't want that to happen. But if it's as simple as that, well, then now you're cooking with oil, because if they can fit his scheme and Popovich can connect into the new blocking scheme and techniques that they use, maybe, it solves a lot of issues, certainly with the cap.
What are the other big questions that you're looking at, or big decisions rather, that Nick and Nico need to make?
Let me ask you and Figgy. Do they need to remake the wide receiver room? Remake the wide receiver room.
That's one of the things that I've been thinking on. With the Tank Dell injury, with how much his game is predicated on that quickness and speed that he has. Obviously, those are not exactly the same thing, but I think you get what I mean. With those two things, having another leg injury, it makes me wonder, right? Is he going to be able to come back the same? And I really and truly and sincerely hope that he does. By the way, he was at the UH game last night, got a real big standing ovation, which obviously makes sense. But is he going to be the same? Because it does not seem. I'd be hard pressed to believe that he plays this next season.
Think about it.
The season after. What happens if he does not come back with that same speed? I feel like you need to draft at least one wide receiver, but is this something where
you might need three?
Right? Are you getting another wide receiver who is for the long haul, or is just like a short-term fill-in until you can get Tank back?
We came into the season saying, "Oh man, they are so good at wide receiver.
Too many wide receivers.
Too many wide receivers." They ended up, moving on from some veterans.
Yeah.
But now you got Nico and
the Pips.
What
at this point? I hate to say it like that, but like
Mechie,
I think,
Hutchinson.
And that's the other kind of.
Do you remake the wide receiver room outside of Nico?
I would. I would.
It'd probably be.
I'm not saying get rid of everybody but Nico, but I do think that should be a focus.
And I don't know how much that's an immediate decision, and that's why this definitely does not rise to the level for me of the offensive line, because I think that you need to draft a wide receiver one way or the other, and you probably need a free agent one way or the other. And then if you get to next season and you learn more about the Tank Dell injury and you go, ooh, this is not looking as tenable, then you would have a wide receiver who has a year or two under his belt, and then you maybe go draft another wide receiver. And especially with the modern NFL draft process, the pipeline that we've developed from college to pros, there seems to be a lot of wide receivers coming out.
That's kind of remaking the room, though.
Oh,
But I think that's slower.
Yeah, it would be slower.
Slower.
And I think that's probably the way that it happens, slower, as you can get closer to having better information on what Tank Dell looks like. Because I think the optimal situation is still getting Tank Dell back with the benefit that he brings to your team. But as much as the more I think about it, the more I lean towards eventually it might be the instance where you remake your line or remake your wide receiving core, because again, I love Tank Dell, but you'd be closer to that extension portion of his career too. And this is where the cold-hearted nature of team building maybe slides in, where you go, are we going to wait and then give him an extension, or are we just going to go get another younger guy to kind of do similar things?
What about running back?
Running back is an interesting one.
Damian, how much more do you need to find out about Damian?
But see, my thing is, I feel like the Houston Texans don't really value that running back like how we would want to. It seems like Joe Mixon is the workhorse, and they're totally fine with whoever's the backup. Like me personally, I will, if it's a really good running back that can do some damage, I will pick him. But it seems like they kind of rolling with Joe Mixon as the main man, and that's it.
Would you be good with like just taking a late flyer on maybe
That's
like
what I was
a fifth round running back, something like that?
It's a pretty deep class.
Yeah.
Well, according to, quote unquote, all the experts, but it's a pretty good running back class reported.
See, I would be, we getting into this game, I would do what they do. I would do what Detroit is doing with the running back position, man. Like get you two good guys, man, and play them both. Like I don't want to sign just a backup, like an actual backup running back or somebody in the late fourth round or something like that, man. Get you a duo, man.
Yeah, but for them, that worked out, especially once that offensive line was already stout.
Yeah.
But yes, I think that getting a mid-round or something towards the back end, flyer on a running back, it feels like you see those happen all the time where somebody comes on strong. That'd be really helpful because, I like Dameon Pierce, but it feels at the very least when his effectiveness is relatively limited, and then it seems like maybe we see more gap scheme type stuff where he becomes effective again. But at the very least,
But see, Damian Pierce was that flyer to me because he wasn't a first round pick or nothing like that. He was he was
what, like a
third?
Third round, yeah. So, I think if it's a guy there or somebody in free agency, man, like let's get a good duo going. In the past history, it seemed like they just focus on getting that one workhorse guy.
Yeah, and I agree with the 402 as we've got to wrap this up because now we done run this a little long as well. But they said a great tight end would help that wide receiver out tremendously, and I think that's true.
Yeah.
However, I think they've situated themselves, and I guess maybe it's not in a place where they couldn't wriggle their way out of it, but they have a lot of money tied up in Dalton Schultz. I believe he'll be here. Brevin Jordan, you just re-signed, and I think that he's a little bit closer to some of what you were hoping. And then Cade Stover is somebody that's young and that they've invested in capital in, and I don't think they're ready to move on from. So you have three right there. Unless you're like going to move one of those guys, I think that you're probably going to go with one of these guys. Now,
making a little tough, man.
Yeah, finding a way to make Dalton Schultz more effective, especially more than what you saw this past year, is probably the move for the team. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time for us to do our lunchtime confessions, and we will do those next.
All right.
Sports Radio 610.
Ability tree.
in this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I got a question. B. Scott happened back in. B. Scott rolled back into the studio, and I'm glad you did because I have a question for you guys. Mike, I'm worried that one American dime is going to cost me an entry on my expense report from the trip to New Orleans. I want to ask you guys and Figgy. Let me give you the backstory. So one of the receipts I turned in on the expense report. Hope I'm not doing too much here, but anyway,
you probably are, but it's all good.
But anyway, one of the receipts I turned in, my fault. Totally, my fault. I calculated the tip. And it has to be a certain amount, certain percentage. And I calculated by a dime, by 10 cents.
Oh, you did bad math?
Too much. Yeah. I just, you know how it is.
Bad math.
So I was 10 cents over on this thing. It got kicked back when I was doing it online, but I went ahead and just submitted it anyway.
Wait, all right, but did you have you actually wrote out the tip on the receipt?
Yeah.
See, that was where you messed up. The heady play is to have the tip, but then just like keep the receipt without writing it in,
right?
And then write in whatever you need to in the back end to make sure.
And I was doing that.
But you're talking about having cash.
No. You can do it on the merchant copy.
Because on the receipt when you sign it, you fill in what.
Just make sure that whatever it says,
whichever one you have, just have it blank until you need to actually make sure.
I did start doing that, but I messed up. So here's the thing.
Okay.
I miscalculated by 10 cents. Am I going to not get that reimbursed?
Yeah, you're not getting that back. Look, man.
So
this is a company in America in 2025. They're not trying to pay out if they don't have to.
There you go. So you don't need us to explain to you, Lopez, as somebody that's lived this life. This whole thing is designed for this. Dude, like it's betting on you
to make a mistake.
Either not turning in your receipts at all, or making some kind of clerical error or technical error that bails them out from having to pay you at all. And I don't think I do see the irony in.
It's like $39.
We don't work for an insurance company nowadays.
$49.
How a dime is going to be what causes them to nickel and dime you out of the dollars that they owe you.
Look at that.
Yeah, they making it hard for you to like even.
So
the whole,
I'm out. Dog.
Yes,
all that money you just did charge it to the love of the game.
They making the process so difficult for you, so you can be like, never mind, screw it.
Let me ask you both this, not to dominate here, but because I know we're going to get to some other confessions, but will these mitigating factors matter at all? There were at least a couple of meals that I didn't either get the receipt or I lost it and didn't turn those in. Also, and let me make this very, very clear. I don't want this money back because I wanted to just do this for the boys and have a good time on the first night.
And we appreciate it.
But I spent damn near $250 on that Sunday night dinner.
And they don't give a rat's tail.
Yeah, there's nowhere in that submission process that asks for a sob story.
Yeah, they did not.
Nowhere.
That's all that is more data.
They did not force you to do that.
No, and I don't want it back. I'm just saying there's no mitigating factors.
Nah, they don't care.
Yeah,
they said you knew the rules
for a dime.
In. They told you the rules going in
because of a dime.
Hey, you got caught lacking, brother.
You might have a little bit more sauce, no pun intended. You might have a little bit more sauce than the rest of us and know exactly where to go and who to work, even know who to ask that question to.
That's right.
Because of the way they got it set up.
Yeah, they would have me talking directly to Pixels. I don't know who you. Yeah, maybe you can go up the ladder and see if you can make something shake. But I have a strong feeling that
no suggestion box.
I have a strong feeling that the firmament will remain intact, that there will be no movement, and that you will be out that money. Sorry,
this is
my
a
boy.
charge it to the game.
Charge it to the game.
Yeah. We do it all the time.
That's right.
Also known as it is what it
is. It's what it is.
Shout out to Michael on the YouTube who said, "Did y'all gain weight in New Orleans grubbing down?" Funny enough,
I don't think I did.
I actually lost weight.
Yeah. I mean, we walked a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Like there was a lot of walking in New Orleans. So that actually kind of leveled out in a way that I did not. I budgeted myself 10 pounds. I was like, if I gain 10 pounds, then we're still good.
Yeah.
Really and truly, I was like, if I come back 10 pounds heavier, there ain't nothing wrong
good.
with that.
I ate the same amount for the most part. I just ate different things, but I ate the same amount, but I walked more.
Yeah.
So it was actually a healthy trip.
These are my confessions.
So, are you guys familiar with the Unrivaled League? This league that the 3-on-3 league that the women have put together in their WNBA off season to kind of have something domestic, so they don't have to go anywhere else to get their money. I think it's broadcasting on TNT as well. Where I happen to have one of those things on, and they have a one-on-one tournament happening.
Oh.
And I was like, yo, this is kind of interesting. And in watching it a little bit, I wasn't watching it all that intently because there was other things that caught my attention to a large degree. But I think that I would love to see that in the NBA All-Star Weekend festivities. Either 1v1 tournament straight up or like King of the Court.
They used to do it.
Something like that.
70s and 80s, they had. You can find them on YouTube, and they're sweet. Like George Gervin against Dr. J.
Yeah, that's
it was badass.
And look, I understand that always the thing with All-Star Weekend is just, are you going to get dudes who are willing to buy in? But I feel like one-on-one is something that dudes do so much in practice and stuff to where I think you might be able to get them in on actually doing that and having something that draws some level of real attention from the fans on All-Star Weekend.
So I hate to be this guy because I don't like to complain about the NBA guy, but the thing that's going to keep that from happening, Reggie, is that the one-on-one requires work.
Oh, big time.
They're not gonna lazy their way through a one-on-one.
Yeah, but it's one-on-one, 3 dribbles, right? Like that's kind of the game that guys typically have anyways.
I'm against even inferring that the NBA players are lazy, but I do feel like on All-Star Weekend,
everybody trying to chill.
They're trying to do the least amount of work as possible.
Yeah.
And that is part of the issue with All-Star Weekend.
Is that it's the one break that they get in this long season?
I think that's what's going to keep that.
Do you feel like it's an ego with it too, a little bit?
I think that would make it more competitive.
Yeah, because it seemed like it was an ego with the court style pick'em type thing. Because remember, they didn't broadcast the first one,
right?
And it seemed like they didn't. I guess I don't know. Somebody don't want to be last, or I don't know what it is, but it seemed like it might be a little bit of an ego.
Oh, so you got the ego on the other side of like, damn, I don't want to lose in front of America.
I wonder if that kind of play a part
like
in
when LeBron had that tape of him getting dunked on in the pickup game like 15 years ago, had it like
wiped,
shut down,
wiped.
Yeah,
I tell you, no America or internet was there. Oh, we got video of Pistol
Pete and George Gervin. They were playing. They had horse and one-on-one.
Yeah. Okay, but that's not in front of everybody, is it? They pre-recorded.
That one was on the Wide World.
I remember when they tried to bring out horse, and that was terrible.
Moral of the story. I think that the players are more talented. Most of them are more talented now, but not built like that.
Yeah.
Not the same type of competitor, not the same type of worker. And I hate to sound like the old dude yelling at the cloud about the NBA, but I think this part of it is true. They are not built the same.
But I also think that they're making, in some ways, like logical decisions. There's more on the line.
Sure.
There's more money on the line.
I think that's part of the reason why
they're not built the same. Man, come on, get out here and give me some king of the court. 3 dribbles. And we could get this done in 20 minutes, and we can all have a lot of fun. How about that?
These are my confessions.
Me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So last night, man, I actually watched the pregame and all that stuff for the Lakers game, man.
Oh, you're in.
I really wanted to see Luka in the Lakers uniform, and I watched like the first half, man. And to the point, I kind of caught myself because the crowd was really rowdy, man. As soon as Luka touched the ball, the crowd started going nuts. I actually started cheering a little bit.
There you go, Lakers fan.
I had to catch myself. I'm like, what am I doing?
Lakers fan.
Yeah, Luka. I think Luka made his first shot or first 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
I was just like, I'm like, what am I doing cheering for the doggone? I can't stand the Lakers, man. I didn't like the Lakers when Kobe was playing for the Lakers. I didn't care for Kobe. I'm like, what am I doing?
You're a Luka fan, man.
I'm like, what am I doing cheering for the Lakers? So I had to snap out of it, man.
These are my confessions.
Or you might weigh in on this one too, B. Scott. Glad you're here and you stopped by. So Ryan Williams, Alabama receiver.
Yes, he's so good. He's so good.
Amazing player. Got an NIL deal, very lucrative, 7 figures plus, with a nail polish company. Did you see this?
Oh wow!
No, I didn't.
This is interesting. No,
I seen that.
It's a nail polish company, and it's not about that per se, but it kind of is. I actually spent the next 10 minutes Googling why is Gen Z so different.
Yeah.
I'm not passing judgment on that.
I don't know. It kind of
seemed like it is.
Maybe a little bit.
I'm okay with this.
Caleb Williams.
Oh, you're like, I will also pass that same judgment?
Yeah. I mean, I I have the same.
But
I'm not judging, but I have the same question.
My question to myself was, okay, whatever, he's doing that. Caleb Williams does that. And I actually read like several different things. I think you're familiar with is it the Pewter Report? It's a research company. I read something that they wrote about why is Gen Z is not that much younger than you.
That's right. Yeah, that's fair.
Like you're what, 3 years removed from the official, maybe
Cut off
4 years.
Yeah, generations get a little.
Wasn't it like 98? No, you're like 10 years or no,
6.
5 years. Yeah,
but it's a thin line, a thin enough line.
Reggie is not like that. I was going to say as weird as that, but then I would really be commenting on the pen nail polish.
Thanks,
that would be
different.
I don't know.
I can't explain the nail polish thing. I don't get it. My heart don't understand it. You come look at my nails now. It's an issue. My manicure situation is a problem.
Yeah.
Which is the way I understood it to work for men back in the day. But yeah, no, different strokes, different folks. Things change.
It's the Pew Research Institute.
Yes. Okay, gotcha.
The Pew. I read that
Pew
story.
Research. Okay.
And they had like a whole diatribe on what that they
you got any
a little bit
tasters
here.
for
It
us?
says they were tiny children on September 11th of 01.
Yeah, I don't know how much that one hits on them.
They were about a
like
decade. They were about a decade old at the end of the deepest and most protracted global recession.
Okay.
And they began entering high school, pursuing post-secondary education during the global pandemic. So they have always had to find their own way. Is their conclusion?
I don't know what that got to do with
We've
nail
all
polish.
had to find our own way. We've all had to find our own.
I think part of it too is you got a lot of athletes and people in general just influenced by rappers and stuff like that. All it takes is a popular rapper to do something, and that catch on with a lot of people. And our rappers didn't really do that.
B. Scott, go back to my generation. My parents were saying, "Why are these, these kids these days?"
Yeah, this kind of is a generational
to your generation.
Thing.
People were saying these kids these days. To Reggie's generation, they were saying the kids these days.
Are we not in the same generation?
But
we're
kind of.
I was about to say,
But what I'm saying is,
we're like 3 years apart.
We would have all been in high school together at some point.
Well, let's say Seth's then. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
like generation after generation, they all say the same thing. But they also reached its peak with Gen Z. And that might have been a factor of why they just sent to kind of do their own little
I love
thing.
when that happens when we go, actually, it's not their fault. It's yours.
Yeah. Which is usually true.
But the thing is, they're different.
Yeah.
They are different.
They are different. I don't understand why.
I mean, we had this whole conversation, and I still don't know how they got to the nail polish. but it's their prerogative. Do you think?
All it takes is a famous rapper to do it and brag about it.
I do wonder how much of that is just like, small. They have to enjoy more, or generally stick more to like small indulgences than larger ones. And and I'm just spitballing here. I'm nobody's economist or anything in that way. But yeah, that's going to be a question I imagine a lot of people are asking for a very, very long time. Somebody said we're more accepting, probably due to nationwide anti-bullying movements. Possible. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot. I feel like there's a lot. This is a very deep
deep question. But my confession, I spent half an hour just reading on why are they so different.
Yeah,
sociological.
and that's why Ryan Williams got paid.
That's right. That's right. Hey man, you say whatever you want about that nail polish. He got some money. He's really good at football.
You see that dude from Philly that what was it, McLean? I forgot his name.
It was Jeremy McCain or whatever.
Yeah. He's like a TikTok star outside of basketball, and he do his thing on there too.
From the 713, will this generation find a war? They are. They currently are.
Yeah.
But yeah, there you go. Our lunchtime confessions here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. B. Scott, thanks for coming back, I guess.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm just on the other side of the hall. So
that's true. You're always working, hanging out. We appreciate you giving us a little bit more of your time. All right, coming up next, let's get a little bit of an audio hodgepodge, including Will Anderson Jr. jumped on for one in San Antonio talking about his relationship to Miko and CJ. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, let me get you one of those success.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, Lopez. Well, first of all, we're going to make it. But second of all, you got the text line. Jim Aller, the text
I got him going?
text line. Got him going.
Gen Z, man.
I feel like
you're switching the music.
If no, not that. No. Like everybody's just banging president. On the Gen Z.
Everybody has a theory.
Everybody just banging on the Gen Z. Well, not everybody. I should be fair about that. But I feel like that's if there's one thing you want to get people going with, it's just, hey, man, let's look at the generation next after ours. Yeah. We don't talk crazy about it.
I'm just glad they ain't talking about millennials, man.
What do you mean?
Every time somebody say something, you millennials.
I remember, man,
millennials are yesterday's news.
There was a little bit of a cottage industry built of newspapers and magazines saying millennials killed most everything. Yeah. This is why millennials killed banking, and they killed this and they killed that. And I'm like, dang, dog, I don't even have money.
Like, what did I do?
I can't even go out to eat. What you mean I'm killing stuff? What are you talking about? So yeah, shout out to all the Gen Z listen to the show. Come on, if you're Gen Z, listen to the show. Let us know.
Hey, text in if you want.
Yeah, text in or hit us on the YouTube. The shout out to Karam Injury Lawyers for providing the live stream. So yeah, let us know. I'm actually kind of interested to see if there are any Gen Z listeners taking part of Sports Radio 610 and In the Loop. All right, let's jump into this. A little bit of audio grab bag of sorts for you here, and we'll start with a man that we actually got to talk to last week. Courtesy of was it Campbell's Chunky Soup.
Mm-hmm.
I do love that he jumps in the lineage of the Campbell's Chunky Soup.
Hey, that coat was fire.
It was. Man. He had a bomber jacket.
I'm like that. I would rock that today.
100%. Yeah, he jumps in that lineage of the folks that have pushed that Campbell's Chunky Soup. Mm-hmm. Will Anderson Jr. I found it interesting when we talked to him. He was talking about like the flexibility that he is building and such. And I'm interested to see how that serves him come next year. This is Will Anderson Jr. jumping on 94.1 there in San Antonio, the Sports Star. And he was talking about his relationship with D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud.
That's why I love Coach Ryan so much because, you hear all this talk about it's the NFL, coaches can't do this, it's a business. And I was telling my coach, I was like, Coach, my coach, he's a college coach. He came from Miami. He came here. I'm like, we have to move away from that. We all have a common goal, which is the Super Bowl. We have to get away from, I don't know how long I'm going to be here, all that type of talk. Why are you here? What type of legacy are you leaving? Why are you here? How you build relationships with the people in this building? why you're here, how you pointed to your coach, how you pointed to your player. And that's what I love about this coaching style so much, because it's not that we have to be kumbaya. It's not that we have to let our kids play with each other. But why I want to build this relationship with you. And Coach Ryan's had me and CJ over his house this offseason for dinner and whatever like that. And that just gives us a much better relationship off the field for when we on the field, we know, like, I can go to war for this guy. Like, I've been to this guy's house. I know what he's about. We have a relationship. Like, that's my brother. That's my coach. Like, how can we continue to make this thing better?
That was so interesting.
I wonder
to hear.
what they had for dinner.
Yeah, well, that too.
Who cooked?
Yeah, D'Amico had to cook. Had to have been D'Amico. You're inviting
You
someone
think D'Amico
over.
be cooking?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I
was just asking. Like, that was not a
Yeah, I don't
judgment.
know. I never looked at him as like a
I never considered, like, I wonder what he got in his repertoire. You know what I mean?
Well, he's at least got steaks.
You can say that.
I feel like
everybody's.
I
At
feel
least,
like every man.
That's what I'm
cooking
saying.
Steak,
Everyone at least has steaks. So the default is
713-572-4610. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. What is in your repertoire? What you got in your repertoire that you can make?
Well, some have like a high level repertoire, some mid, and some. Hey, I can cook you a steak.
What is the midline of the repertoire?
I mean, maybe
I can see his
put
old
some
lady.
chicken wings
I can,
on there.
I can see his old lady cooking.
Well, maybe
Chicken wings is lower than steaks.
No, it's mid.
That's what I'm saying. No, but I'm saying
because you got to baste them, you got to do them just
But
right.
you inviting Will Anderson in the
Well, you'll
guys
need more
over.
wings. You'll need more wings. But here, that's the second part that I found very interesting. I don't know what y'all heard. I heard just he and CJ.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It was just those two.
That was a leadership council meeting.
And so that was very interesting to me.
My leader of the offense, my leader of the defense.
Yes. I could see where, hey, the season's over. Come on over to the house. You two guys.
What are you guys seeing?
Yeah,
How are you feeling? I do wonder, actually.
Not only that, but you're showing us the way.
Of course.
Like, you know what I mean? You two, I thought that was interesting.
Absolutely. I had to, by the way, I had to pull up the Wikipedia just to go ahead and look at it one more time. He is 23 years of age.
23.
That man
with
was
that
talking
kind
like
of
a
maturity.
veteran. Man was talking like a veteran. But no, I do find it interesting, like the value that is being placed on camaraderie on this team. Like, obviously pulling in the same direction. And I just wanted to make sure I heard it right, because it seemed like he was like talking about the idea of, hey man, we could all just kind of come to work, and as long as we come into work, we don't have to all be like super buddy. But he was like, yo, no, we went, had dinner, playing with the kids and everything, to the point of, no, if they find a value, and I feel like you see it with this Texas team, specifically with the defense, you find the value of that energy, of really liking the guys you play with, or at least having a certain respect for them, and how that translates to the field. Hell, even I know that there was a lot of people coming down on CJ for crying in the moment where Tank Dell gets hurt. I think that's also a extension of this. The idea of no. I believe in these dudes, and I always am very hesitant to make a war comparison to football, because they're not in war.
Yeah.
However, like, when you have that level of feeling towards, like, I feel like I'm willing to go to great lengths for this player. I think that it drive for my team, that drives you to a different place. It drives you to a completely different place. And I like that there is it's an outwardly spoken thing, as opposed to just kind of one of those things that's in the background, somewhat understood. I like that this team has that within them, because they're going to need it to get to the heights that they want to.
Yeah, and so I found that very interesting. Obviously, his maturity level at age 23 is incredible. And I feel like, these are two guys that are not just, hey, you're our guys, you're going to show us the way, but what, to your point, all right, what do we need? I think he respects them enough, and maybe C.J. Stroud, I feel like maybe C.J. Stroud wasn't heard enough by Bobby Slowick. I feel like that was part of the conversation at some point after.
How early do you think this meeting happened? Because someone asked, did CJ have the final say on Slowick? I don't think he had the final say on Slowick, but I do wonder how much he inputted.
I think he was probably. I would do it. I would at least say, hey, these are the candidates we're looking at, or this is the candidate we're looking at.
I'm talking about before.
No, I'm saying before
you fire Bobby.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You don't think so?
No way. No way are they going to say, and give him the opportunity to say, no, don't fire him, even though your decision's already been made.
That's a good point. Well, I don't know if their decision had been made, but if they were
certainly leaning.
No, I do see D'Amico just picking everybody's brain. Like, hey, how do you feel the offense went this year?
Yes, but
it's kind of being very generic.
No way you mentioned.
I don't think he tipped his hand.
No way you mentioned anything of now. As they're hiring Nick Caley, he might have said, but I think that's the other part of this dinner, this meeting. What do we need? What do you feel? You're there, and I think that's important. I think it's important to include them, and you just heard him talking about it.
All right, so I've done the thing that I often do where I ask the text line for a whole bunch of stuff, and then I realize that I've asked for too many things. So I'm gonna try and appeal to all these things. Somebody said HEB Prime one ribeye. According to 97, right on the line of Gen Z and millennial, but they said they're definitely on the millennial side of the
Hey, salute, King.
Don't put that hate on me.
No, you did that. No. You got to own that. You better put your hand up.
Salute, King.
We got someone who said that they're definitely. Boudin and brisket is their wheelhouse. Deer sausage and blackstrap.
All right, so now you're getting to the higher level.
Yeah, that's what I was like, man.
Now he is from Bessemer, Alabama, so he probably got a little country.
Oh, that's
steak.
right.
Yeah.
He can cook a dang
Big
steak.
Bessemer.
That's right. Somebody said make a badass chicken parm. Oh yeah, that sounds like something. They said scrambled eggs. Don't judge me. Hey man, but are they really good scrambled eggs?
They're really good.
They're really good scrambled eggs. Hey man, you can find that. Somebody said their list would be, of course, steaks, mainly filet mignon, seafood, grilled mahi, chili or sea bass. Okay, Chilean sea bass.
Yeah.
All right, you showing out. You showing out at that point. I get it. Brisket, ribs, steak, wings, pulled pork sandwich, spatchcock turkey for Thanksgiving. All right,
we need to find out what D'Amico can cook, man.
Yeah,
I'm kind of curious.
I think he's at least mid-level. Maybe not high level, but mid-level for sure. Because he's got that background. He's been.
Yeah.
He knows his way around.
It might be a little too nosy to see what they had for dinner, like at this little house dinner or whatever. But I'm kind of curious to see who cooked.
Yeah.
What they had. I'm really curious.
Can we get John Harris on the search to find out?
We can ask.
Like, can we employ can we use our resources?
Can we use our sources
at Sports Radio 610 to try and find out maybe specifically what they had for dinner on that occasion? Where
because
CJ
these are two cornerstones of your team.
But I also kind of just want to
cooking
know.
for them?
I want to know what the arsenal is for D'Amico Ryan. Better understand a man to know, like, hey man, does D'Amico Ryan, is he like, I'm a spaghetti guy, right? Like, what you know what I mean? Like, I kind of just want to know.
How would you feel if they catered? If they just ordered catered?
I wouldn't necessarily think that was a cop out or weak or whatever, because he might have just been, heck, he might have just been, hey, you know what's easier? Let's just sit and chat. And we got this.
Hey,
catered.
just
You know
order
what I
some
mean?
killings.
Yeah, exactly.
That might be, just outsource it. Just say,
Hey, that's cool with me.
We live in an elite food city. Like, maybe outsource. All right, can you play this one more time? This is Will Anderson Jr. on Sports Star 94.1 in San Antonio, talking about the relationship with D'Amico and CJ.
That's why I love Coach Ryan so much, because, you hear all this talk about it's the NFL, coaches can't do this, it's a business. And I was telling my coach, I was like, Coach,
I should have asked you to skip forward to the dinner part.
He's a college coach. He came from Miami. He came in. I'm like, we have to move away from that.
Let me get to the dinner.
All right. Appreciate you. While you do that, somebody said butter chicken. Ooh.
That sounds good already.
But it don't have to be difficult in order to be good. Somebody said sunny side up eggs. That was part of the long list of breakfast tacos and all that. I'll go up against any of y'all with them eggs. I like that. I like the confidence.
You haven't tasted my eggs.
All right, I got it.
All right, so here it is.
And that's what I love about this coaching style so much, because it's not that we have to be kumbaya. It's not that we have to let our kids play with each other. It's about we have one goal, and I want to know why you're doing it. I want to build this relationship with you. And Coach Ryan's had me and CJ over his house this offseason for dinner and whatever like that.
There we go. This offseason. Somebody said that he thought last offseason. But yeah, and he did say that they don't have to be kumbaya. I'm interested, but yeah, it seems like there's some leadership there. Somebody said, do you feel like the leaders would feel some type of way about not being included? I don't know. I feel like those guys have taken the responsibility of leadership, like just in general, and they're older guys that I don't think would get upset about.
I don't think anybody would doubt
guys like Joe Mixon, guys like Aziz Al-Shaair.
Aziz Al-Shaair is a leader, but he's not going to doubt that Will Anderson is the leader.
And they see these boys. They see these boys, and they know the spot, the space that CJ holds, and the space that Will holds.
Sure. And they know that they are the future.
And honestly, just by where they're drafted and their production on the field, it's like, okay, they setting these guys up to be the man.
Yeah.
Oh, YouTube said, I wish y'all had Johnny Harris on for an hour with y'all like once a week. That dude is so effing football smart. John, this is a challenge. They said you couldn't do it. They said you wouldn't do it. I don't know. Are you willing to come on In the Loop? We'll see if he answers the challenge at some point. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we are in the week in which pitchers and catchers report in West Palm Beach for your Houston Astros. Just like that, Lopez. It comes that quickly.
Unbelievable.
Let's get into some key questions for the Astros as spring training nears. We'll do that next.
In the Loop.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how
play. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I love the song so much. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Remember, 1 o'clock hour, we are giving away another pair of tickets. This time, Bailey Zimmerman for Rodeo Houston. You didn't think I was going to remember it, did you? I see you, Figgy. I seen it in your eyes. You're like, he's not going to know it.
Yeah. I'm like Dan Orlowski when he pointing at the camera.
Yeah, Bailey Zimmerman tickets going to be given away in this hour for Rodeo Houston as a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. And then we'll have a Rodeo Ticket Thursday on Thursday, baby. You know we got you here in the great city of Houston. H-Time, what's up? A few things to mention before we get into the key questions key questions leading into spring training for your Houston Astros. Let's talk about the Houston Rockets. They are off again tonight. They will play tomorrow evening at home versus the Phoenix Suns. And Ime Udoka speaking to the media said, one, the Alperen Sengun is feeling better. That he'll test out his back tomorrow and determine whether he'll be able to play against the Suns. Steven Adams practiced today, and he's going to be good to go. So you'll at least get Steven Adams as one of your bigs tomorrow evening. We'll see if you can get Alperen Sengun back after, he had a back spasm happen during the game versus the Raptors on Sunday. Another important thing is that Ime said that every Rocket practice today, except for Jabari Smith Jr., which obviously would mean that includes Fred VanVleet, who it seems like is on track to possibly play tomorrow evening, which is huge. We saw the impact of him not playing. And then also, again, the Alperen Sengun, we'll see how that back goes going in.
And Jabari Smith after the All-Star break, boy, that's going to be the one that very, very much anticipated because of the way they've been playing lately on the inside. You got to get that.
Yeah, man, absolutely giving the opportunity to get some more rebounds.
That brother is missed.
He is missed.
He is. I mean, sometimes
and he should start.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you. Okay, Figgy, go ahead. Let me ISO real quick. Who you starting? Who you starting? Jabari needs to start.
Hey, give us a starting line.
Who's being benched?
He should start. I don't know who should be benched, but he should start, man.
That's not a minor detail.
Figgy trying to bench Dylan Brooks, dog. That's crazy.
Hey, man, I don't think we need him coming. That was a conversation before. I think right now it shows he need to be in the lineup.
Well, he needs to be on the court.
Figgy said, "Hey, Dylan Brooks, come off the bench, but big fella." That's what
that might be the play, man.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right. We'll talk more about that as we go during the week, and of course, we'll do a little bit of a preview for the Suns game tomorrow. I think is the way we'll go about that. But key questions for the Houston Astros as spring training nears. Pitchers and catchers report. I believe is that Friday?
Yeah.
Is it Friday when pitchers and catchers, or the 13th rather? I don't think they're reporting on Valentine's Day, but. Man, we are there. Like, we're there in the offseason, which makes it kind of funny that you still have a big question mark out there as to one of the things that might happen. You know what I'm talking about, the Alex Bregman thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the Houston Chronicle, Matt Kawahara of the Houston Chronicle, put together some questions, some key questions for the Astros as they head into spring training. And number one is really an interesting one that kind of ties in with Bregman, but actually we're finding does not as much as we had previously actually play in left field. We first learned of this as a public that Jose Altuve could move to left field in the confines of, it's heating back up that the Astros might retain the services.
Because of Alex Bregman.
Of Bregman in order to kind of accommodate.
Maybe he'll play in left field.
Come to find out, no.
Yeah.
Like, even with a seemingly, again, turning back away from Bregman, which, again, that is a will they, won't they on the levels of Ross or Rachel and Friends if you subscribe to that show or what have you, right? But even with that being the case, Altuve is out here working in left field using Yordan Alvarez's glove in left field, taking practice at Dyken Park before they even head out to West Palm Beach. Like, this is a thing that they are looking at. And in listening to the Crush City Territory podcast, I thought that was really interesting. They had on Joe Espada. It seems like, to me personally, and this is my personal takeaway from talking about it, it seems like defensively, they want that right side of the infield to be much, much better than it had been last year. Like, can we all deny that, or is it possible to deny that the infield was not nearly as good defensively as you would have hoped?
No, the right side was well below par. And that includes, no matter what, obviously Altuve, but first base, we know the story there, especially how it started out.
Yeah, there's all sorts of people. And so now you bring in Christian Walker, who has a solid glove in addition to having a good bat that profiles well in the park. But then I think they look at Jose Altuve and they're like, hey, this is a bat that we love. He's a legend in the game. But defensively, guys, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And so I do wonder if how much of this is like, hey, can we have somebody, maybe one these young guys and be a second base. Like I think Bryce Matthews was one that Joe Espada was mentioning, watching him in Puerto Rico and some of these, kind of off-season, games and such, that he might be a guy that looks good defensively at second, even if you still need to figure out the bat a little bit better if that comes along. So I think that there might be trying to make way in the future, whether it's more distant or more near future, for second base to be held by somebody who can handle defense a little bit better. In fact, to that point, and I forgot to mention this earlier, it seems like they have signed somebody to a minor league contract. The Astros have,
but invited to Major League camp.
Yes.
Luis Guillorme.
Yes, thank you, because I was trying to remember his name. He's been a Met in his career for a majority of the time, and that he's played a lot of second base.
He's played a lot of second base, no stick to speak of, but apparently just an amazing glove. Like they defensively, defense is where he shines. So it kind of speaks to what we're talking about here. Like Alex Bregman, no Alex Bregman. I expect to see Jose Altuve at left field at this point.
But I don't know how much. I think that's
not on a regular necessary base, but to see him in left field.
Out of what's probably a fair, like 150.
Let's say 152.
152 is what reasonably you can expect from a guy who does not get hurt, who's playing mostly every day. How many of those games do you anticipate? And of course, I understand you don't have any inside knowledge.
No.
I'm just kind of guessing. How many games would you expect to see Jose Altuve at left field?
Just based on their focus on improving the defensive element of the right side of that. Jose Altuve, maybe not quite as much wear and tear in left field. 30%.
I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm not.
So that would be
45
like games,
50, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
I was thinking something similar, especially when you add maybe he'll DH some of these games as well, and he'll still get some.
Wouldn't that be
run
something?
At second.
We all thought, oh yeah, what a guy! He's gonna, and he is. But I'm saying he's willing to move to left field so Alex Bregman can come back, and he definitely wants Alex Bregman back. No, this might have been in the works anyway.
Yeah, which is very interesting. Somebody said all home games from the 3-4-6. I could see that with the smaller left field and dealing with the Crawford boxes. Maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable. That's a little closer to probably 70, 80 games in that person's estimation. I could see it being a decent amount. But yeah, that's really interesting that's the place that we're going, and I'm interested to see what that looks like. We'll get a little bit of a feel for that once they get out there in spring training. How about this? Question number 2: who will form the bullpen for this team? We know there's 2 answers that are very clear, especially in high leverage situations, and those are
certainly Hader. And who's
Brian Abreu.
Oh, well, of course,
like those are the ones that we are certain on. But who of the likes of Caleb Ort and Brian King are going to get some of those more high leverage situations? How about a Taylor Scott or some like some of those guys that are out there? Forrest Whitley, is he finally going to latch on? Because Forrest Whitley predates Joe Espada on this team, which is not an easy thing to do. So, is he finally going to latch on to something in the pen there? And then, what's happening there? But, which of those guys will they be able to stand up? Because, look, the very back end of your rotation, or of your pen, you feel good about. But some of those kind of setup situations, I think
that's been the ongoing thing.
There's still some room to figure out what happens there, with King and Ort and Scott. I think that there's still some space to figure out. Do you have something that feels a little bit more consistent that you can turn to, especially in big ticket situations if the Astros want to be really good?
Look, the middle. It's every team. Every team is looking for middle relief.
Yeah.
Name the Dodgers. They're always, well, maybe not the Dodgers, but most every
got
team.
A lot of them.
Most every team.
They got a lot of them.
Most every team is always looking for middle relief. So that's just a part of doing business at the major league level. You're always trying to bolster those middle relievers, especially in today's game. The back end, I actually, as much as it was difficult but understandable to lose Ryan Presley, I feel like Abreu Hader is going to have a better 1-2, punch feel in a sense, because Abreu knows that's his role. Is not despondent about having been demoted. Might be able to still close some games occasionally. I like the Brian Abreu and Josh Hader 1-2 at the back of the end.
Somebody said Montero looked good in the Mexican League as a closer. I'll need to go and double check what Montero's numbers look like in the Mexican League. But yeah, I guess that's fair. Maybe he could find a little confidence and with the opportunity there find some better play for you as the Astros. But that's another place to look. Can Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers stay on track? And this is one of those ones that because, again, I think we've gotten to a place where we understand you can only trust the Astros' evaluation of health, but so far. But that's going to be helpful for them because the starting lineup, as it's currently situated, has obviously Fromber up top, Hunter Brown up top. I think you feel great about those. Ronel Blanco, question, good?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Well, I mean, we'll see, but certainly coming off of last
Spencer Arrighetti.
So-so,
and
but
then
he had his moments.
Hayden Wesneski is the big question mark, right? How much better do you feel if you could slide a Luis Garcia in there?
Oh, 100% better, even though I wouldn't necessarily have high expectations. But he's been there, done that, and he is a year removed, so should be getting better.
Especially because when you play baseball, man, what do they? What's the cliche? It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Right.
You should expect to need to use your starting pitching depth at various points in the season. And how about these names once you get past the guys that we know? And I didn't even mention Lance McCullers there. Let's be honest. Like, yeah. I'm not trying to upset you in your car right now. I'm not going to insult your intelligence on this. But the depth after those guys, and then Luis Garcia, Colton Gordon, Ryan Gusto, AJ, and I'm going to be honest. I don't know how to say your name, my man. I'm going to be honest, but it's Blue Ball.
Who? I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry. I hope I said it correctly. Who? I might not have, right? Like, I'm gonna be completely honest. But yeah. I don't have the same
What's his name?
AJ Blue Ball. I will consult with
I'm guessing he's a frustrating pitcher.
All right. Okay. I'm so mad that I walked into that. I'm so upset with myself. Oh my. You do not know. I should have seen that one.
I'm guessing he's frustrating to watch.
Oh my God! But yes,
just sort of standing there
ultimately, the point being, hey man, these are the guys that.
Is it still pitcher?
All right, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Will any of the prospects push for roster? I think this is the big one.
Here's the serious point on this.
Yeah,
and this is one of the baseball truisms that I've always subscribed to for as long as I can remember. You never, ever, ever, ever. Let me say it one more time. Ever. End the season with the same starting rotation that you begin a season with. So you have to go into every season knowing.
I hate you guys so much. Text line 281, he can't finish in big games. All right. Okay.
You have to go into every season thinking you're going to have at least two, maybe more, different starting pitchers at the end of the season than you have at the beginning. So that being said, we don't know who those two are, but some of those guys, including our frustrating friend,
all right,
are going to have to step up.
Apologies to AJ. I didn't mean to do that to you, dog. I really did.
Hey, I'm sure he got them jokes in school.
Oh,
man.
He probably did. We're not all that creative.
Yeah.
Real quick before we go, will any of the prospects push for the roster spots? I think that's the big thing for me. The likes of Jacob Melton and in the outfield. We mentioned Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews. Cam Smith, I feel like he's just a little bit further away, but the way that Joe Espada talks about him and the way that he's, him and Bryce Matthews, those guys actually got nods when it came to prospect rankings. When you get to the offseason, to refresh the prospect rankings. I don't think they were in the top 100, but they actually got nods. Those are high-level prospects that once they make it to the pros, that you feel like they can impact. Cam's type of player that can carry a team. So if he makes it up, if he is like maybe a corner infielder, corner outfielder type guy, like, hey, that could be huge. But will they make it up this soon? I think if we're talking about the guys that can maybe make it up to the roster sooner, I think it's possibly the outfielders that can maybe step in and possibly grab something from the likes of Chaz McCormick or Jake Myers or one of those kind of infield or outfield spots. I think that's where you're looking at the possibility of one of these young guys coming in and grabbing a spot. What are you playing right now?
You know who that is.
Hey, you know what time it is,
You know who that is?
Bailey Zimmerman.
Yeah.
You thought it was a girl, didn't you?
For a second. 4 seconds.
I did too, man.
4 seconds.
Bailey Zimmerman.
Well, look, I'm sorry. I apologize to Bailey Zimmerman. I didn't know your game, but you can know his game right now by calling in. Call number 10 right now on a Radio Ticket Tuesday.
Rodeo Ticket.
Did I say radio? Radio Ticket Tuesday. We're just going to pretend like I did that on purpose. Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. See Bailey Zimmerman for when he plays Rodeo Houston. Because that's what we're doing for you here at Odyssey. We're taking care of you heading into Rodeo Houston this year. Call number 10, 713-572-4610. Yeah, go ahead and get in there. But yeah, I'm super excited. We're going to have Sean and Seth out there broadcasting live from West Palm Beach for spring training. So we'll have boots on the ground, as they say, getting a feel for what's happening and maybe how the Astros, begin to lay out their answers for all of these questions for sure. And get some hands-on experience. All right, you're in right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time we hand this thing over to Figgy Fig for the Figgies mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so Dan Orlowski made a cryptic going away message on ESPN. Is he really leaving ESPN? Plus, Stephen A. Smith said he will divorce Serena Williams for whatever she did at the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
And Hot Tour Girl, remember her?
Barely.
She spoke for the first time since her little Bitcoin thing.
Oh, goodness.
Happened.
All right, we'll talk to her next.
All right, see what you did there. Low T Center, lowtcenter.com is where you need to go.
Dallas, Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there.
Except for all the people texting in right now talking about AJ Blue Ball always gets warmed up and never gets in the game. He sounds like a downer, doesn't give up the big one.
Can't finish.
Yeah, can't finish in big games.
Hey, I hope he don't make it to the league.
No happy Tuesday.
Is he on the current squad?
He's in Sugar Land.
Well, he's on the roster.
Was in Sugar Land.
And he wore number 69 in Sugar Land, so I'm guessing that. Yeah, someone texted and said he's in on the joke. I'm sure.
Yeah, he might as well be. I know he got teased.
And that is official pronunciation. We double checked it. Blue Ball.
I double checked it.
Blue Ball.
Mm-hmm. It's a cool last name though, man. It's a little creative. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Back to your originally scheduled Figgy's Mixtape.
Yeah, man. So Dan Orlowski, this is after the Super Bowl, and a lot of NFL analysts usually take this time to kind of chill out a little bit because they've been working for the last, how many weeks? But about
3.5, 4 months, man.
Yeah, they've been working for a long time, man. So a lot of people are going to take a little time off to kind of chill with the family and relax a little bit. And here's Dan Orlowski. He kind of gave a little cryptic message. I don't know if this guy coming back or not.
You guys know this is the end of the season for me, certainly for RC as well. I'm taking a break, won't be on TV for a long time, but just want to say thank you to guys, Stephen A. Miles, Shannon, for a great season. Love being with you guys. I love y'all. Never know what the future holds, but I'm taking a break. I'm sure RC is as well. So just want to say thank you. Appreciate you guys so much.
Appreciate you. You don't know what the future holds.
Yeah,
that was a goodbye if I ever heard.
If it wasn't that one little phrase, otherwise I'd just be like, all right, cool. I'll take it.
Yeah, I don't know what the future holds. Sound a little kind of like, what's going on, man?
No, that was very obvious, wasn't it?
Just that phrase kind of, and then also the fact that he took the time to say that on air, like all of that, it felt very goodbye like. Which is weird, and I mean, sincerely, I would not kind of like seeing him go. Like I understand that not everybody loves Dan Orlovsky, but I feel like he, along with all the folks on that NFL Live program, they've got one of the best football programs that's out there.
He's really good at breaking down the film, man. He's probably one of the best in the game right now. Currently on TV.
100%.
He is fantastic. The only problem I have with Dan Orlovsky is his eating habits.
Yeah, his palate is. He has the palate of a 10-year-old.
It's unbelievable. The basic crap that he eats and nothing else.
But that don't hurt me.
It hurts me a little bit.
That's just that's him. Yeah. Like it doesn't hurt nobody else. He just eats basically.
That's somebody else. He actually tried the po' boy live on stage
and didn't like it.
Didn't like it, man.
Unbelievable.
What's wrong with that?
Honestly, it got to a point it wouldn't even surprise me. Yeah. I'm like, oh well, he would be the one that don't like a po' boy, but he like weenies and mac and cheese together.
Yeah, his palate is awful.
Yeah, but I wonder what he got planned going on, man. Because
what do you think?
I'm honestly right now I'm feeling like he's just awkward and said bye in a really weird way. Or honestly,
I think
it might be. It might be he has a contract coming up and he just isn't certain.
No, he does. I did read that. Wasn't that in the story? His contract expires. And contract expired or is expiring, and maybe he's going to renegotiate. But I mean, we're in a space. We saw it at Radio Row, where a guy like that can just go do his own thing. He's big enough now.
Podcast,
he's just like the Dan Orlovsky, whatever, podcast show.
Yeah,
I think he would have success.
Yeah, he'd have success. I feel like that Disney money is nice, especially when you have a nice lane cut out for yourself. I mean, he does when they expand down, they do multiple games and stuff. He does NFL and all that type of NFL games and stuff. Like he has a nice role for himself there. I mean, depending on, of course, it all depends on if ESPN is willing to pay.
Sure. See, that's what it is. Yeah. I wonder how valuable do ESPN think he is?
Well, I think they're valuable, but they're not willing to pay what maybe the market would.
That's what I'm saying.
And he might be able to make more on his own.
That's what I'm saying. They might not think he's that he's not worth paying that money.
Yeah. He's not as much like podcast guy though, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe he goes kind of YouTube space.
He could be like Gruden on the board, that kind of thing.
I could see somebody like FanDuel or one of these big time these networks just giving them a bag and giving them the Dan Orlowski show, where he could bring guests on a breakdown film and stuff like that. I can see him getting a nice little bag from him.
832 mentions that he'd spoken recently about possibly being a quarterback coach. Any chance that you think he's itching to get into the game?
That's another rumor I kept seeing too. Somebody saying with the opening for OC in Philly. Now I don't think he's gonna get the offensive coordinator position, but I could see him maybe. Let me try a little coaching.
It's possible because football people love to do that.
They're really.
You think?
Yeah, I say that without judgment.
What are you thinking?
I say that.
Why would you do that to yourself?
That coaching is a tough business, man.
But they love it. Like in order to do it, you gotta love it. There's some things in life where like. And if you were doing this, it's away from the logic of why you do this. It's just because you enjoy it. And honestly, it feels like coaching is one of those. I mean, obviously the check is nice. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, it feels like especially if you already have a check. And
the check might not even at quarterback coach might not even be what he's making
compared to being TV guy. Right? Yeah, no, it's fair. Somebody says they think he goes to Fox. Fox has done a lot to make sure that they add NFL talent, so maybe that's what they do. I feel like Fox has kind of gotten out of the business. Early on, I feel like Fox was doing if you worked at ESPN, you can come over here, we'll give you the money. And I feel like they might have gotten past doing that specifically of just snatching up everybody that used to work at ESPN.
But they ain't got nobody like Dan Orlowski though, do they?
Fox?
That would be, Fox
as like their NFL analyst,
like that analyst guy that knows what he talk about when he watching the film. That type of person.
Yeah,
I don't know if they have anybody. They got a lot of personalities, a lot of players on there, but that would be a big get if they get Dan Orlowski do what he's doing right now at ESPN.
It's possible. It's possible, but I mean, if he does go, I'm sure that NFL Live they still have like a nice group of folks, and especially still having Mina Kimes and Marcus Spears and stuff and Ryan Clark. But I thought it was a nice dynamic having like, especially those guys as the core four of their analysts. I thought it was really good. So if he is leaving, it'll be a little sad, but I mean, I'm sure that he'll get his.
Yeah, that's part of the business, but I guess we got planned in the future, man.
Right.
So we're gonna stick with ESPN a little bit. So if you haven't heard, Kendrick Lamar performed that Super Bowl.
Oh, we've heard a lot.
And one of the bigger topics of his performance was Serena Williams. She made an appearance, and she was doing a sea walk, dripped out in blue and all that stuff. And the backstory on that is she used to date Drake back in the day. So now it's like, oh, you crip walking out here to a song that's dissing Drake. Apparently, Stephen A. Smith said, "If that was my woman, if that was my wife,
Lord,
I would divorce her right on the spot."
No, you wouldn't.
This is him talking about Serena Williams doing the crip walk on the Drake song, which is her ex.
Oh, no.
That's what he said.
If I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass. Because clearly you don't belong with me. What you worried about him for and you with me?
I gotta get that lick back.
Go ahead,
Stop it. Stop it.
What?
Stop it, Stephen A.
This is true.
He's just saying stuff to say it, man.
Yeah.
Come on,
And
dog.
I feel like people, they kind of just looking at that situation right there and saying, oh, why she worried about him?
She's mocking him.
But the other thing is they don't understand how much Drake was bringing up her husband, who's not like in the
even I know that.
Yeah, Drake do a lot of sneak dissing in his songs where he's talking about that person.
But it's also like his Stephen A's whole point was, oh, he's still in her head. No,
don't worry about her.
No, she's mocking him.
She just didn't come out of nowhere saying, you know what?
Exactly.
My ex-boyfriend, I'm gonna dance on this grave. It's a lot of back and forth that a lot of people didn't know. So this is why it kind of makes sense.
Honestly, outside of all of that, right? And I understand Stephen A is in a place where he makes a whole bunch of money, and I imagine that he be hanging out with some nice women, right? I imagine that. But also, that's a catch right there. You throwing that away because she decided to dance at the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Word?
Yeah, you must be the man.
Word?
If you could say, oh, screw you for dancing to a song.
Get out of here, Serena Williams.
Yeah.
Leave.
Yes. And a little extra to this.
I don't need you.
And by the way, a little extra to the story. So Drake got he got like a burner account he liked to post on.
Oh, is that confirmed?
Yeah, it been confirmed for like over the past year.
Oh, okay.
So
did not know that.
Yeah, it's an account called Plot Twist with a bunch of T's.
Mm-hmm.
And so apparently he posted a picture with Serena Williams' ex, I want to say ex former agent or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's just a lot of little corny back and forth, man.
Messy stuff.
Yeah, so
everything is high school, as I like to say.
Yep.
Yeah. Remember Hot Tour Girl?
Oh yeah.
Remember when we first played her whatever she did on the air, and everybody thought it was funny, and she got a podcast deal and all that good stuff, and then she eventually earned the coin. It's not Bitcoin. It
was a meme coin.
Yeah. It was like a Hot Tour coin.
Yeah,
It was a Hot Tour coin.
It was a scam.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And so apparently you had some fools that actually invested in this coin.
Classic pump and dump.
Yep. And you know what happened? That coin went down the drain pretty much.
I'm glad that you didn't say the other word.
But she made a lot of money.
She made a lot of money and she disappeared. Haven't heard from her since until now. So this is her on her this is called Tour Talk. It's her little podcast YouTube show. And this I want to say this was like the first episode or first time she spoke about this situation at all in months. So this is what she had to say about the whole coin, the little scam thing, whatever it happened.
I want to start by saying thank you to all my true fans and all the people that actually watch my stuff and they keep up with me. We're trying to sort out all the pieces and stuff, and it just didn't go the way I planned. And all the money out of this episode is getting donated to all the animals that have been affected by the fires up here.
And I'll match it. Me, Ricky, I'll match it, whatever.
Sure.
That's what she had to say, man. Just imagine if, first of all, like you are Boo-Boo the Fool on coin because of her. Second of all, just imagine listening to this and you invested all this money, you lost everything.
The first thing I thought of when Hawk Tour Girl came into our lives
was,
boy, I bet you she knows a lot about investments.
That's right. Well, yet I was taken aback by the fact that she said when the account said, and I'm like, wait, somebody hit you up on social media and was just like, yo, I'm trying to do this coin you down?
Yeah.
That's how this came together?
Yeah.
Wasn't no business plan officially brokered?
She knows her stuff. She didn't need a
somebody
business
just
plan.
came through the DMs and was like, hey, I got a business plan. I got an idea.
Yeah.
We can all get rich. And you were like, let's do it.
I also like at the very end, she was like, oh, yeah, by the way, all the money we make on this episode, we going to donate it to the animals affecting.
But not the millions she made on
you got scammed. You SOL, but we just going to make sure the animals. That's right.
I'm sure somebody, bitch, where my money at?
Exactly.
Like, girl, if you don't, get your scamming ass out of here, man.
Yep.
Don't be coming over here with those crocodile tears.
Well, also,
I done lost this money, but.
If you're going to come out here with crocodile tears, I feel like you should really land it, right? The first thing is she's like, appreciate my real fans. I'm like, hold on. If somebody is not your quote-unquote real fan, but you scam them for money, you need to be talking nice to them right now.
She's saying, what are they, day ones, as they put?
Yeah.
There was no day one.
Thanks for
like
the people that actually support me.
Who the hell was a fan of Hot Tour Girl?
Nobody.
Man?
Like, yeah.
You better lay prostrate before the people. You just took people for a whole bunch of money. I feel like you should talk a little bit more respectfully.
Even so, she been quiet for months.
Well, yeah.
That podcast ain't had an episode since. And that girl ain't hot to or nothing in months. And now she coming back with these crocodile tears, man.
Well, maybe she needs to meet Blue Ball.
So yeah, thank you for listening in the loop on Sports Radio 610. That was the mixtape.
That's right.
You can hear that every day at 1:20.
Correct. Right here in the loop.
You know what? Let me cut this mic off.
Yeah.
I'll cut your mic off, man.
At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see anything that
your mic is off, man.
No, you're
done
talking.
for the day.
You're done.
You're done for the day.
You're done. Go
man.
ahead and take a walk, buddy. Take a walk, pal. It's over for you. Yeah, exactly. But yes, at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see anything that you think should go in the mixtape. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to hey, cut it on over there. Cut it out. Your mic's off. Take the hint. All right, coming up next, we'll get ready to hand off to our guys, Clint and Ron of The Drive. But also, Ryan Hollins really said that? We'll do it next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, so today's been a show. Thanks for hanging out on Sports Radio 610. The stuff continues. The fun continues here in a little bit when we hand off to the fellas, Clint, Ron, and T-Mill of The Drive. But before we get there, a few things. Yes, Ocho on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, saying that the college basketball slate is pretty strong tonight. A lot of really top SEC games. I know A&M is in action as well. Arizona's in action against Kansas State. But then Kentucky versus Tennessee, the top 20 matchup is happening in Lexington. There's a lot of interesting games happening tonight in college basketball that are worth watching.
It's that time, man.
It is that time where if you want to get yourself a little bit learned up before tournament time, before you have to put that bracket together, this is the time to do it. Also, I guess let's go here. Daniel Jeremiah, who is a really good NFL analyst, draft guy as well. He said that last year at this time he had potential starter grades on 12 defensive tackles. So, defensive tackles, they're like, hey, these guys could be starters, not just rotational type dudes. I imagine that's, probably anywhere from in my mind, I'm imagining hey, these are top three, the first round, second round, third round grade type guys that, hey, I can anticipate them being starters for you at some point. This year, though, Daniel Jeremiah has 24. 24. At the same, doubled the amount. And he says there's a ridiculous amount of depth at the position in that position in the draft class, which I think it bodes really well for the Texans, who I think they could stand to add one of those. Hopefully, you want to add not just a starter caliber, but somebody who can be a level impact. But maybe I've seen a lot. There's a lot of them tomorrow. It feels like a lot of the mock drafts have popped up with a defensive tackle here or there in either that first or second round for the Texans. And it seems like, hey, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them available that are going to be in that space where I think there's a nice crop of defensive talent.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of scrolling through them, and like you said, we'll go through them more as we move forward this week. But for our purposes, what it does is it gives the Texans a real option to not even have to move from their spot in the draft and still be able to get an impact player at a position where, frankly, they got a lot out of their defensive tackles this past season. But frankly, if you can get a young, sort of dynamic defensive tackle at that spot, and by the way, the same thing is true at offensive tackle. Maybe not to this degree.
Sure.
But it's a deep offensive tackle class, or at least, and especially even more so, interior offensive line.
Yeah, I was like, interior probably matters a lot, significantly more for the Texans. I don't know how much they want to kind of switch, how much they're looking at, hey, getting another offensive tackle, especially with the priorities that they have and what they currently are looking at. But there are a lot of guys out there for them, and to the point where I think it might even still be beneficial to see if you can extract some value from your pick by moving back in some ways. Because, again, a nice large group of guys that could go anywhere from like 20 to probably like in the mid 50s. That I imagine means that you could afford to step back a little bit if you can pick up an extra pick of sorts and get another opportunity to get some more talent your team that could be interesting. So yeah,
I think the good thing from a Texans fan perspective before we really start looking forward to the draft and such is as long as you know this, you should feel pretty good. The places where the Texans need young help is strong in the draft by and large. So that's good news.
That is good. That is good. And not to say that the draft is the only way that they're going to try and address some of these, but at least there is a very clearly one pathway to make yourself better in this place. How about this? Ime Udoka, we mentioned he was talking with practice today. They'll be playing. The Rockets will be playing again tomorrow against the Suns. Ime said that Jabari Smith Jr. will be able to play in games soon once he's cleared for contact, and that could be during the All-Star break, which is fast approaching. He said a decision on what the starting lineup will look like when that happens has not been made. Do you believe Ime Udoka when he says that there is not a decision on the starting lineup once Jabari Smith Jr. is back healthy again is not something that's already been determined?
I do. I think it's going to be. I think he's going to slide into the starting lineup, but this is not an easy decision for them. Because the Dylan Brooks would be probably the most likely candidate, wouldn't you say? And
because you're in a place where just a man has to start.
A man has to start. And obviously, everybody else up there, Van Vliet and Jalen Green and Şengün, you're not going to move those guys. So Dylan Brooks is a very key element to sort of the makeup of this team, and I guess you can use the word leadership of this team. So I believe him. I don't think it's an easy decision, but I think it's one he's going to have to make.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder how much this shifts when you have this stretch of time since probably around the start of the league or the calendar year once you lose Jabari, and seeing kind of the slide that's happened and seeing how, I mean, not to say that he did not fully understand how important Jabari Smith Jr. is to his team, but seeing specifically how his team reacted when he was not there.
Yeah.
I wonder if that you just looks up and he's like, hey, man, not just getting him back in the rotation, but having him play prominent minutes next to Alperin could be something that you still want to get back to at some point. So
and the other big, I'm sorry, but the other big part of this is, he was there before and it was working to a degree.
Right.
But you cannot bench a man. You just can't do it.
And so, yeah, it feels like if it's not a men, I mean, Alperin is not going to be the guy.
Narrows it down. That kind of narrows it down.
I mean, Fred VanVleet, you taking him out the starting lineup?
No.
Jalen Green, you taking him out the starting lineup?
Nope.
It would have to be that particular decision. Are you making that trade there? I'm not certain, actually. I'm still trying to ponder and process that. But
the other part, if they bench a man, boy, then all sorts of possibilities, and not all good ones, could happen there.
What do you?
Well, I mean, because he's been so valuable.
Yeah.
You would take a step back in terms of the way that he's impacted games, because his minutes would inherently go down.
Yeah, it's probably hard to play him similar types of minutes at that position. I do wonder though, like, do you give any credence to the idea of fatigue affecting a man? Yeah, you're trying to give him extended minutes, but you've seen some of that take a toll on him.
I think fatigue is affecting the team. I think that's one of the big factors. It's not just you're missing Jabari. I think that this is a team that has been kind of in the thick of things all year long, and it's relatively new to them as a group. You do have some young players. Thompson not being the only one. I think it's affecting them, but it's a hurdle that they're going to have to kind of push through, like a lot of teams do, like every team does. But I think it's affecting them.
So Sunday, in watching the game, I mentioned that I was trying to also watch QB Brown's last game, the Sixers-Bucks game. And so I did not hear when this happened. But Ryan Hollins, who is the color analyst on Space City Home Network for the Rockets, when they were facing off against the Toronto Raptors, Grady Dick, who is a player for the Raptors, formerly Kansas Jayhawk, he got hit in the face, and this is what it sounded like.
Yeah, so I got in the face, Craig. See if he's okay.
Somebody got.
I've used my.
Yeah, so I got
today.
in the face, Craig.
Grady, but they said his last name.
Yeah,
in the face.
In the face.
And look, he was speaking about Grady Dick got hit in the face.
Yeah,
and he was like, "Oh, you got him in the face." Except,
that's like saying somebody got green in the face, right? If you talk about Jalen Green, somebody got green in the face.
Except his name is very particular. And that was what I was going to get at.
That's what his name is.
I am incredibly
upset about it, to be honest.
I'm incredibly shocked. And to be fair, he did not like full apologize, like what happened here, because it seems like y'all did not fully understand what was happening here, right? Like, hey man, that's his name. I was saying it. I caught myself. Sometimes you say something that sounds a little awkward, but you had no ill intention. And then he hit you on the back end. Ryan Hollins did with the, basically the idea that if I offended you,
gosh,
I apologize. However, rock with us. Like, to say specifically, I'll read it specifically. Quote, later in the game, one of our guys was knocked down for some time and had exact phrase was, he got blank in the face. We talked for 2 hours plus, and there's a 5-second clip running rampant. Please gather context next time. For the rest of his career, it's just one of those names. Above all, if there's anyone I've offended, I send my apologies. Love you guys. Check us out next game.
What are we doing?
I didn't realize that
his
this
name's
roast.
Grady Dick.
I didn't realize
Dick in the face.
Yes,
it's his name. Like he got it. And he's not saying it.
I'm sorry, I'm a child.
You could hear it. It was not. It wasn't like I got him.
Why are we having to explain this? Just let it go.
And I understand.
Yeah.
You think
this wasn't on purpose, trying to be. He
missed a huge opportunity.
Okay, I'm listening.
Well, I think it's a crying ass shame that he has to apologize. Right?
You think he was pushed to?
I wonder.
You think it was suggested, or he felt like
whether it was just people responding negatively, like in his DMs, like somebody being offended, whether it's parents and kids are watching and what are you doing, or it's somebody trolling. Yeah, I think he was pressured, whether it was by people responding or by the higher ups. Yeah, he missed the opportunity. The opportunity was, if I offended you, then you should do like Grady. How about you do like Grady?
Hey, yo.
Well, my thing is
that probably wouldn't it.
I think that was a great. I think that went viral.
For sure.
That probably wouldn't it.
Holland's following would have went through the roof.
Anyone who went there, they went there. Like, he was just explaining what happened.
Yeah.
In the moment.
You can hear it in his voice. He wasn't
trying to be.
Planned,
yes, he wasn't trying to be. But if people are talking about it in those terms, they went there, not him. Their mind went there.
You think he probably it's too late for him. Do you think his father considered changing it?
His last name?
The last name?
Yeah.
Nah. Well, I mean, maybe, but I don't think so.
I think I would. I would consider.
You think hop up out of that one?
Yeah. To Jones.
Dyke, like Dick Van Dyke.
All right.
What?
You just can't be trusted.
It can't just be.
You just can't be trusted.
It can't just be that without the Van. The Van Dyke makes it sound different. If you take the Van off, it's Grady Dyke.
Well, that's why I said Van Dyke.
Yeah, like Reynolds. I would just get off.
Just straight out of left field.
Or Sugar. Like something cool. Like
now I'm Grady Anderson.
I've always his sweet mother Carmen. I always wondered, was this a potential deal breaker?
Yeah, so I got in the face, Craig.
She was a great basketball player at Iowa State. Was this a deal breaker?
Mm-hmm.
It's just his name, man. What you want me to do?
Yeah,
I'm just out here pronouncing his name properly.
Yeah,
that's what he did, man. Shout out to you, Ryan. It's all right.
Keep doing your work, man. Like I appreciate it that you just look. This is his name. I'm going to treat it the same way.
See you at the dentist.
That's right. All right.
In the face, Craig.
Okay, very good.
No, our kids go to the same dental.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Shout out.
He looks so uncomfortable in them chairs.
He does.
His big ass.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. He's very tall.
Like he's sliding himself into that chair.
All right, fellas, I want y'all to have a good show today. Enjoy giving away them rodeo tickets and such.
That's right.
We are done here in the Loop on this Tuesday. We'll catch you tomorrow. But we leave you in the fine hands of these fine gentlemen. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And we were live in studio today. And as they said, we will be hooking your ass up. All right, it starts now. Rodeo tickets, rodeo entertainment that we will be hooking people up with every single day leading up to it. It starts today. Your chance in the 3 o'clock hour, and I know Clint talks about this one. She's one of the queens. Reba McEntire. Reba McEntire, you got a chance to win tickets in the 3 o'clock hour. I'm not going to tell you when so you can be ready. Your ass just got to listen to the whole 3 o'clock hour. But Reba McEntire, 3 o'clock hour, and then Bailey Zimmerman, who I saw for the first time at Monday Night Raw. He was out front row enjoying himself. And Pat McAfee brought it up, said he's going to be playing at the rodeo. I'm like, all right, there you go. So Bailey Zimmerman tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you stay tuned. This is about to be the time. Listen to Sports Radio 610. All 3 of the shows every day. You got a chance to win tickets.
Every Tuesday and Thursday.
Sure, every day. You got a chance to win tickets. Every day that starts with a T, you got a chance to win tickets. And get yourself to go there. And I'm telling you, there may be other times. I remember one time we was up at Twin Peaks, and baby, we gave away 40 tickets in one day. So you just never, ever know. It is a
Texans. Some good ones, too. I remember Eric Church was in that bunch, I think. Zach Brown Band was in that. Yeah, there was a bunch of them in that show. But the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. It is right around the corner. And as Ron said, we got what I believe is one of, for damn sure, the queens of country music, one of the most successful female artists in the game, in the country game, Reba McEntire. If you hadn't seen Reba McEntire and you're a country music fan, this is it. I mean, you got to go see Reba. This is big time. She is tremendous. Every single hit, every single song was a hit or is a hit, and you will know the words. She is absolutely tremendous. And Bailey Zimmerman, I mean, he's entertaining now. He's only had to apologize for being drunk on stage and butchering his concert twice.
Oh, he's one of those guys.
He's twice
drunk
now.
On stage guy.
Twice now.
He's got nothing.
No, look, well, looks like he's about 19. I mean, he's got a long way to go, right?
He did look a little young. He had a backwards hat on.
He's super young. He's super energetic. He will have NRG Stadium rocking, no doubt about it, assuming that my man is in the right shape. Because there's been a couple of times now he's literally had to apologize for how bad he sounded when he was drunk. Like it is rough. Like people accuse him of not being able to sing because when he's drunk, it's the real him, and they're not doing whatever they do in real time. I'm telling you, if the guy is drunk, yeah, he might be. But if Bailey Zimmerman shows up right, he's entertaining, folks. He is entertaining, no doubt about it.
I kind of want him to just show up. I feel like either one of them would be entertaining.
Well, I think the rodeo is a very safe event venue for him. He really has problems when he's playing like a festival on the beach somewhere in Florida or something. Like when there's a lot
Bonnaroo and
there's a lot of temptation running around on the beach, and there's a lot of dead time before to really get into trouble. I think the rodeo, he's probably going to be under wraps.
I don't know I've heard Bailey. I just saw him yesterday. I don't know.
You've heard Bailey. Absolutely, you've heard Bailey. Now, that's Reba. But you have definitely.
I figured that wasn't Bailey.
You've heard one of Bailey's, I can't even think of the name of it, but his big hit that like he arrived on was more of a pop. I mean, it's country, but it's more of a lot of his stuff is more popish. But it definitely crossed the threshold of the line of time.
All right.
It's a banger, though.
This Reba song right here, Fancy.
Yeah.
Man, this is one of them 90s country songs that my mom ran on a loop in the car when I was a kid. Every lyric is just imprinted into my brain.
I'll be honest with you.
Be nice to the gentleman, Fancy.
Reba is someone clearly I know. And I clearly know, for me, I know she was a country singer icon. Like this song I've never heard.
Really?
Maybe I need to get to the chorus.
Prostitute.
Maybe I need to get to the chorus. I don't like right now. I can't tell you a Reba song. Like if you played one, I can maybe say, "Oh, I've heard that one." Like not like, "Hey, Friends in Low Places with Garth."
Sure.
I can. Or Feels Like a Woman with Shania Twain, one of your favorites. But I don't know that I have like by name. If you played something, I know Reba from her damn television show.
Yeah. And I never watched that.
When I didn't have cable for a little bit there in college, I used to watch that damn Reba McEntire television show.
We had a friend in Baytown whose mom looked just like Reba growing up. We used to tease him a bit. we just go Reba, Reba with a little pelvic action.
Yeah.
He was not a fan.
Yeah, I doubt he was towards his mama. Yeah, that's a little. That's great.
He got over it.
I mean, I think it's boys being boys. I think it's absolutely tremendous. The thing about Reba, here's the thing about Reba.
I need to. Maybe I do know. Maybe I'm lying.
The thing about Reba, like you're a big music fan across the all the different genres. Like the minute Reba speaks or sings, you know who it is. Like it is one of the most unique voices that in all of music. The country twang. I'm talking about when she's just talking. Obviously, when she's singing too, you know the song in it. But like when she's just talking or singing, like you know it's Reba immediately. Immediately. Ain't no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Yeah, they said her number one song. Is this Fancy?
This is Fancy. Yep.
It's her number one song. I don't have it.
This is probably the only Reba song, like you were saying, like you think of Garth and you have these hits off top. This is probably the Reba song I have just off the dome.
Oh, I feel bad. I don't. Sorry, Daddy's sorry. Got to cancel Disney. Second time.
Show?
Twice.
We got to cancel Disney, man. Second time. We were supposed to go in October, and that damn hurricane hit and blew off the Tropicana field.
Oh, man.
By the way, I wonder if they're going to have that ready for the season. Blew off that roof and messed up everything, so we had to cancel it then.
The Hughley family just wants to go
to Disney. And got the two of the three little ones got sick, got the flu, and one's on the way. And I give them hell, man. They tried, boy. I believe they tried to act like they were feeling good.
They tried to get on that plane, didn't they?
Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, no, I'm good. We're good. But
we'll see you soon, Hughley's.
We're good. We're gonna have to move it back. Sorry for the grandparents that already flew down there.
Oh, have a good time. Tyler said you can drink in one of those establishments.
They're already down there. We had to make the tough call.
Well, gosh.
I'm good. We are good. We are good. I'm good. Good. We had to make the tough call to shut it down. Just didn't feel like, hey, man, walking, being drained out there is the best getting over the flu. Doctor said they should be getting over. Nah,
that ain't no way to go, man. That ain't no way.
You want to make sure they enjoy it.
So. That ain't no way to go. You made the right decision, pulling the plug. Let them grandparents fend for themselves. Sorry, but kiddos come first, man. They're down and out. They can't go out there and you be spreading that damn flu all over the park, man.
Oh
no, we're never. I just heard Trey in the background. So we ain't going now.
Oh God.
Yeah, man. It sucks, man. Tough one.
Does suck, man.
Tough one, man. I was looking forward to it.
Do you think if and when y'all ever get there,
if we ever go, something will happen in March.
Do you think that Trey will enjoy it more?
Tyler.
I'd go with Tyler too.
No lies detected.
Yeah, Tyler.
Tyler, you see him hear them voices. Tyler was I bet he was talking to them characters in their own voice. I bet.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Trey is 100% ready for the mascot.
Oh yeah,
he's been doing a lot better with it.
It's okay, Trey.
I think he walked past Orbit. At the icebox now. I think he walked past Orbit. All right, there.
Alien.
So I think he's doing better, but no, Tyler definitely will.
Can't wait to see it, Trey.
Like that. I bet he got 20 videos. I bet he got 20 videos in his phone just like that. Hey Megan, here comes Goofy. Hey, video this, man.
Walt Disney.
See there? Yeah, I guarantee.
Well, we already saw him with the photo, half cocked and drunk, with that one.
Epcot will get you.
Yeah, with Goofy standing behind him. We already saw that photo. But sorry, guys. March, hopefully, third time's a charm, I guess. Courtney said, "I guess we just ain't never gonna go to Disney."
Saving money.
Well, not really, just pushing it down the road.
Yeah, I got you.
We had the 4 o'clock. It was a little one, man. He ain't got sick yet. And the doctor told us today, yeah, man, this flu that's rolling around is gonna roll through the entirety of house. I know you got lucky. You didn't hit it. I know Low was in there.
Well, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm
Clint, Tyler,
I don't know if you're just talking about it or what, but it's got me a little. My eyes are a little heavy over here, and voice been coughing a few times over here. I don't know if you done brought it in the office, man.
This fool Clint got on the phone at the spot last week and said, "Talk to Low," and he answered the phone. So Low, he said, "Damn, you sound awful.
You sound terrible." I mean, it was like when I left, she was good. We got there and I was like, "Damn, I'll call her before I go to bed."
You sound terrible.
You just smoke a pack.
Well, we're not big like when one or the other is.
Damn, Clint.
I think I actually said you sound like Ish.
She sound like Roseanne Barr. I mean, what was it?
Like she would sound like she is. I mean, was like both nostrils, everything was stopped up, swollen and stopped up. We're not big like checker inners when we're one or the other's out of town.
Yeah.
Like we're just not like a text here, there's good. Like I mean, there's no, we never have been. Like there's just never been a like call when you want to. Just shoot me a text, let me know you're in the hotel safe. You know, that kind of thing. And so I was just making that quick call, man. Just, hey babe, you good? I said, whoa, God, clearly. Never mind.
You're not.
Forget the question. Clearly you're not.
No, do I need to come back?
Once again, thank the good Lord for Granny. Thank the good Lord for CC, Momo, Ginger, all the help we got, man. That was big.
It was big. All right. Again, as we said, got a chance to win tickets 3 and 5 o'clock hours. All right. As we are moving out of footballs are rolling right now, and hopefully they can get back on track. But we know then the Astros are coming up. And every year we know what the standard has been. And the standard has been championship expectations.
7 times.
There you go. He's no longer here. But I'm just saying.
Damn it.
Well, I mean, I just think that feeds right into the conversation we're about to have. Guys like Justin Verlander are no longer here. Guys like Kyle Tucker are no longer here. Guys like Ryan Presley are no longer here. Guys like Alex Bregman are, frankly, I don't know what the hell Alex Bregman is, but
limbo.
Right now not here. And according to Dana, who is not afraid to just keep it real with you professionally, right now Bregman's not here.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Is this still 713-572-4610 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line? And those of you on YouTube and Twitch, is this still a team right now in which you have championship expectations? Right now, is that where you are? That's where we have lived since I've been here, since this golden age has started. Are they still in that space right now with this team?
They are for me.
They are for you. You are still championship.
Yeah.
You're
Look, I
treating
mean,
this team the way you
it's
have.
not the team it was 2 years ago. It's not the team it was 4 years ago. I get that, but yeah, I mean, I'm still in a spot where I expect this team to win a division, assuming they're healthy. I expect tender for another ALCS and another World Series. Yeah, I mean, I don't until I need more evidence than just what we watched last year. I mean, last year obviously wasn't a big boost towards the way I feel right now. But yeah, look, I think the clubhouse, I think the chemistry, I think.
Yeah, but when they entered the playoffs, I think people were feeling pretty good about their chances.
I felt a lot better than the way it ended up. That's for damn sure.
And then it ended.
Yeah, no, look, I think they've got to have some things go their way. I think they've got to make some moves at the trade deadline. I think they got to get some guys healthy, and not just healthy, but guys get healthy and be critical pieces in the rotation. So yeah, I mean they need, I think, going into the season a lot more to make it happen than what we were accustomed to here in Houston. Like typically in Houston, you go into the season, everybody's healthy, you feel good about your line, you feel good. Now you're gonna need some dudes to get healthy. You're gonna need some guys that you made moves for to have big years. But yeah, I think it's possible. You're gonna need some young guys.
You're gonna need some
take
people
the next step in a big way.
Up.
Yeah. I think that's where I'm at now. I'm not just hell bent on it the way I have been of late, but I still expect him to compete for a World Series. Absolutely.
Yeah, from the text line, still got a shot even with without the big now. All right, Framber is still a big-time presence. Obviously, Altuve and Jordan are big-time presence. So they still have some guys there. Someone else texted in, yes, Christian Walker will bring a much-needed bat and defense at first base. I don't see a drop-off at all. You don't see a drop-off at all.
Well,
I can see it. I'm hoping not. I still think they are.
There's a way it could happen. Absolutely. I think to me, there's like the pressure. Before we get into the pitching, the rotation, and the overall staff, like to me, the pressure with this lineup is on two guys, Pena and Diaz.
Oh, not on Altuve, Jordan, not those guys.
No. I mean, look. I expect those guys to go out. Like I'm talking about guys that have to take the next step, guys that have to do things that maybe we hadn't seen them do, whether it's be more consistent or bring more power or bat consistently in the top 5 in the lineup. Like I still think this lineup in the best shape is Pena's batting second.
It feels huge.
Can Pena swing it well enough from jump to justify you putting him in a 2-hole? Right? Can Diaz be a guy that's in the 4 or 5 hole? Or are you scrambling once you get beyond Christian Walker, right? And Diaz proved last year, right? Lost a little bit of power, but hit for a better average, swung it really well, very promising. But I think those two guys, to me, have to keep trending in the right direction, or this lineup's going to have hell to keeping up.
Yeah. No, those guys, I get what you mean in there. I just Altuve and Jordan, I know they got to carry.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? There's like they have just
Altuve, Jordan, Walker. I mean, if those guys don't have big years, then the Astros are going to be toast. If you go out there and that in the starting rotation, if Hunter Brown doesn't continue,
that's another one. He's got to be.
Yeah, you get into the rotation. We can talk about that all day long. But like if those, hell, you can say every single pitcher in the starting rotation. I mean, if they don't have their best year or equal to what we've seen some of the veterans have their best year, then it's going to be tough for the Astros to win. But I think they're capable of doing it.
Absolutely. All right, coming up, this is going to be an offseason story talked about in the NFL throughout the offseason. We'll start that conversation coming up next, right here, live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. I tell y'all damn near every day, you got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. Trust me right now, I'm not getting much sleep, but it's not because I ain't.
610 listeners, a slam dunk trip to Vegas could be yours. How? By tuning in to Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app. 60 minutes earns you a daily entry. If you win, you and 3 friends will be wheels up to Vegas in March, staying at the Circa Resort and Casino with an extra $20K in your pocket and access to Stadium Swim for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The sense of humor that the universe has.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I remember a couple years ago, Clint, for you talked about this Baltimore Ravens situation, the most interesting thing of the offseason. And it was. They went back and forth, and finally Lamar got his money and then put together maybe his 2 best career seasons of his life afterwards. This year, another quarterback in the AFC potentially will be that, Clint. And I know for you, it's Aaron Rodgers. This situation with Aaron Rodgers, the Jets have, and I'm not surprised at all with Aaron Glenn, have decided they're going to move on, and that they've closed the book on that, which from the Jets' perspective, I'm glad they're not fooling around and taking it. They know exactly what they're doing. They're
fresh
moving
out
on.
the punch of karma.
And now it is, where is Aaron Rodgers going to go? Where is Aaron Rodgers? You said it before. You think he'll be a starter in the NFL next year.
Yeah.
And I think there's enough spots. But where do you think he's going to go? That is going to be a big thing of the offseason.
Yeah, I have not seen the report. You said the Steelers are the betting favorite right now?
The Steelers, yeah. The Steelers, I saw Vegas had the Steelers as 2-1 as the betting favorite right now.
Yeah, I saw Chris Collinsworth, and nothing has anything to do with Vegas, but he was making the statement he was pushing all his chips to the middle of the table on Vegas. Now, I don't know if that was just a little pun there or what he was thinking, but he thought Vegas would be the spot for Aaron Rodgers to land. Look, I don't know where he lands, but I would imagine that – look, I think he's a starting quarterback in the league. I think the overall there's not 32 quarterbacks in the league that are better than him that give you – and there's a lot of vacancies or at least spots where Aaron Rodgers would be a big upgrade. So I think there's going to be multiple teams – interested at the very least. The interesting thing with Aaron is there's a report out there, and I think it was actually Aaron on McAfee's show today, I think, but said that the Jets, had they retained him, they wanted to make it clear, hey, if you're a Jet, you're not going to be on Pat McAfee's show. Your weekly appearance on Pat McAfee's show isn't going to be on, right? Which I tip my cap to Aaron Glenn for doing it. I think whichever team he goes to will be smart to put an end to that right there.
It feels like Mike Tomlin would be about that.
Well, it just seems like, look, I am not anti, but I lean on the side of I don't want my players in season creating any kind of distractions. And I think whether you're doing a podcast that's gaining traction, you're shooting videos in the club like they do up in Dallas, or you're Aaron Rodgers joining an established TV show, any of that, the reality of it is it's not up to you whether it causes a distraction or not. It's up to the media. It's up to the fans. And when it's all said and done, it just doesn't make sense. So I think any team out there with Aaron Rodgers is going to be smart to say, hey, man, we're going to end all the charades, the circus that comes with Aaron Rodgers. You're going to have to come in here and play football and show us that you want to play football. But I do think that there is a starting spot, probably multiple teams that would be interested in Aaron Rodgers.
No, I think you got to come and play ball and play ball with us, right? Like I think with the Jets, and I think even with the Packers to a certain extent, but definitely with the Jets, like he's had an upper hand of kind of controlling what he wanted to do. He had a powerful hand in there, and I think obviously he may be rolling to a space where he needs the organization as much as they need him. and he's got to get on. He's got to get on the ball. And right, like that's just it's clearly become a distraction, and it is something that his comments are used every single week, and he's probably going to make something, even if he's not intending to be controversial, that becomes a talking point that is a distraction to the team.
Well, I mean, here's the reality of it with Aaron Rodgers is the hate for Aaron Rodgers has gone through the roof since the whole COVID thing, and there are people out there that are going to take whatever he said and drive it as far as they can into the negative lane. Now he does his own.
Yeah, he'll do it. He'll ride there.
But there's he'll say something that is maybe straddling the fence and it'll get ran off in the weeds consistently, and that's what I mean by it's not necessarily up to him. I mean you're going on there because you give opinions and you're entertaining, right? And if you give an opinion that may be middle of the road opinion, but somebody doesn't like a term you use or doesn't like the fact that you're different than everybody else and you approach this different than everybody else, it can be driven off in the weeds, given the media today and fans today. So I'm just not a fan. I think it would be smart. Like I think there was a time, like you take the Jets situation. Like if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm not going to the New York Jets unless I have control. I'm not going to a dysfunctional organization that is on the verge of firing their head coach, that's been through different offensive coordinators, that been through several quarterbacks. I'm not going to a dysfunctional organization unless I have some level of control. Now, you can argue we didn't like the way that Aaron handled the control, bringing his buddies, bringing the players. I don't think anybody had any problem with Devontae Adams. It was some of the other guys that they may have problems with. But like that was Aaron Rodgers at that point in time. He was like recently a year removed from playing at an MVP level and putting a season on the field that was second to none in the last 10, 15 years. Like the numbers he was putting up. Right? I think that ship has sailed. Right? You go to Las Vegas, like Pete Carroll's got all that handled. Like, hey, Pete is in here to handle a dysfunction. Now, Aaron, we need you to get your ass in line. Right? I mean I think
he does need a strong-minded coach.
No question about it. No, there ain't no doubt about it.
And somebody that he immediately respects.
Absolutely, 100%.
I don't think he immediately respects. Who's the last coach you think he's looked at and immediately respected? You think he respected LaFleur? I think LaFleur when he came in.
I don't think it's. I think the last time he probably didn't.
Mike.
Yeah, Mike before Aaron had success.
McCarthy, yeah.
Like once Aaron had success, I think
because Mike went in and fought for him. It was the whole Favre thing, and Mike went in and said, "You're a starter."
But look, there's a lot of dudes out there that their personality in general, it's just not wired. You're just not wired to be with the same group of people for 10, 15, 20 years.
It's that
right?
simple.
And he is definitely one of them where, hey, and I know it doesn't have this long left, but 3-4 years with Aaron Rodgers, I got had enough. All right, let's bounce up out of here. Let's make a change. He's going to rub people the wrong way. He's not the kind of guy that's going to sit back there and let dysfunction just continue. At some point, he's going to say something. And when you join a team like the Jets, I mean, I'm sure it got out of line. So the reality of it is, though, you got Mike Tomlin, you got Pete Carroll, whoever he joins, I would think, or assuming it's going to be one of those two, whoever he joins, I would assume those guys would say, all right, enough of the games. Enough of the circus that you have created over the last handful of years. We're done with that. We're here to win football games, and if you want to be a part of it, come on. If not, then go jump into the media.
Yeah,
I think Pete Carroll. The thing is,
Pete and Tomlin feel like really good.
That's it.
Martin.
That's it.
Two guys that as soon as he walks into the door, they're champions. He has respect for Tomlin. We've heard that a lot, and I think he would immediately be at least more inclined to fall kind of in line, so to speak. All right, we will. That will be one that is talked about all offseason. Coming up, Robert Flores, MLB Network, our friend. He will join the show. We'll get his thoughts. Baseball season is around the corner. A lot of things happening with the Astros, and we'll get his thoughts on those coming up.
Hey, is your place of your order? Is it dull? Is it time for an upgrade?
joint and muscle pain fast. And best of all, you won't stink. Join the 91% who felt the difference. Find Blue Emu at your local retailer or online. Blue Emu works fast and you won't stink.
Bistros ain't loyal.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are live and joined by our guy, Robert Flores. Remember, the final 3 episodes of MLB Network's Top 100 Right Now series rolls for the next 3 nights at 7 Central. Spring training games start February 20th on MLB Network, with Robert co-hosting MLB Central throughout the season. Roflo, we appreciate you joining us. How you doing, brother?
Well, it's 30 degrees, and it's about to get dark here in about 15 minutes. So not did I mention there's 4 inches of snow on the ground and another 6 to 8 on the way. So how do you think I'm doing?
Hey, Texas misses you, baby. Come on home.
Jeez. I was just there last week, so it was great to be home.
Go catch a play, Robert. Go have a good time. All right, hey, man, what's going on with Bregman? What's happening here? Are the Astros, would you be surprised at this point if the Astros are able to get him?
I would be stunned, yes. My guess is, and from a couple of people that I've talked to, said that ship has sailed. So I would be stunned if he came back to Houston. I know Buster Olney had reported that it was down to 3 teams: Cubs, Tigers, and Red Sox. I personally believe it's going to be the Cubs. A shopped out after year 1. I would also be stunned if he got the 6-year, $156 million deal from any of those 3 teams or any other team at this stage of the negotiations. I think it's going to be a short deal, pretty high AAV with an opt-out after 1 year.
What do you think the noise was in Houston? Standing pat, this is the offer, and then all of a sudden there's reportedly another offer that still ain't gonna get the deal done, but here we are. I mean, what do you think that is? Just posturing? Is that agent talk? Is that Crane getting involved because he loves the guy? Like, where do you think that stems from?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of everything. I think that they were really hoping that they could keep him there because he's going to go down as one of the all-time greatest Astros in the history of the franchise. Who knows? If he had stuck around, maybe they build a statue out in front of, is it Daikin, the icebox? What are we calling it? Is that what it is? Baby. Yeah. Shout out to Omarion. But I think that, they wanted to have him. Of course, he's a huge part of the golden age of Astros baseball. He's a big part, or was a big part, of the leadership in that clubhouse. So, yeah, I think that they tried everything to get him to stay. And look, I mean, far be it from me to get in anyone's business when it comes to money, but 6 years, $165 million, 161, something like that. For I think Bregman is he going in his age 31 season, age 30?
31.
I think that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
So if that's something that he didn't feel comfortable accepting, then I don't necessarily, if I'm a fan, I don't necessarily blame the Astros because I feel like they put their best foot forward. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Roflo, Robert Flores joining us right here on The Drive. What we've been hearing off of the Bregman thing is, hey, maybe Altuve moves to the outfield somewhere. And listen, me and Clint just refused to even believe that. We had Tony Gwynn Jr. on, and he softened my stance on that and didn't think it was as wild as I thought. Said it can maybe lengthen his career and maybe get him more at bats. Is that something that you think is realistic for the Astros to move Altuve to left field?
You know what? Honestly, I don't know. What I do know is I think that there is a sentiment within the organization that they're a little concerned about Jose Altuve's defense at this stage of his career. I personally think he's more than serviceable. I just don't see how him moving to left field. I don't know how that would work. Obviously he's a smaller player, which I feel like in the infield you can compensate for that a little bit. But also I feel like when you're playing in one of those corner outfield positions, I think that sometimes that's even harder to judge how a ball's coming off the bat, judging how much room you have before the wall hits. I think it's almost more difficult than just playing straight center field, which is, that's what Craig Biggio did for a couple of years when Jeff Kent came into town and played second base. They moved Biggio from second to center field, and he did that in the later ends of his career. But again, I just don't know Jose Altuve in left field. I don't know if that create or solves the problems that the Astros are facing with the outfield, because as currently constructed, guys, that outfield right now leaves a lot to be desired from an offensive standpoint. You're losing one of the best hitters in the game, if not one of the best complete players in the game in Kyle Tucker. And it's just right now that outfield, like I said, they need some work. To do.
Let me ask you this, Rofo. By the way, Robert Flores of MLB Network joining us. The final 3 episodes of MLB Network's Top 100 Right Now series rolls on for the next 3 nights at 7 Central, y'all. MLB Network. Spring training games start February the 20th on MLB Network, with Robert co-hosting MLB Central throughout the season. Make sure you stay plugged into MLB Network, and specifically Robert Flores. You got to feel for him, man. He's up there freezing his ass off instead of down here in his home state of Texas. So and watching.
Yeah, help me out,
Robert. Here's the deal, man. Is you mentioned the outfield? I'm not real concerned about the outfield. Or let me put it this way: I'm not as concerned as everybody else, because I think when the rubber meets the road and games matter, you plug in one of the best players in baseball in left field in Yordan Alvarez, and the flip side of that is you need Chas McCormick to get back to what he was a year and a half ago. Or you need Jake Myers to just be a good 6-7 hole hitter, right? I mean, I don't know, I don't look at that and go, man, no way in hell that's going to happen. I know it's a different, I guess, journey to being competitive and competing for a World Series for the Astros. There's no lock, stock, and barrel guy out there, but I'm not as concerned as I think most people are. There is an answer to the quiz there, I believe.
Well, to your point about Chas McCormick, the thing that I will say is that what we can point to Chas McCormick is that he has performed at a pretty consistent level offensively before at the major league level. I believe, was it 2022? Did he hit 20 home runs, something along those lines? I mean, he was last year was just a struggle straight from the start for him. I just felt like he was playing catch up the whole time. So I feel like with McCormick, we've seen it at the major league level from an offensive perspective. With Jake Myers, I think he's definitely glove first. He's an elite defensive outfielder, but I don't know if we've seen it at the plate so much on a consistent basis. Yeah. But who's not to say, hey, look, for both of them, the opportunity's there, because if this is what they're rolling with in the outfield, then, hey, guys, here's your chance. You want to show us that you can be a consistent performer in a major league lineup with a team that has aspirations for the postseason? Here it is for you. So, like I said, I think it's fair to question whether that can happen, but look, time will tell. And who's not to say, look, there's still some outfielders out there. Yeah. Alex Verdugo, for one. I would love to see Alex Verdugo in that. You could get him on a short-term deal. Maybe the money is right. But we'll see. It's one of the big question marks facing this team for me.
Roflo, before we get you out of here, what about, I know you talked about potential additions. Well, Dana Brown has made some additions after losing some of the guys like Kyle Tucker and losing maybe Bregman. What do you think about the new guys that are part of this team that they've got on the offseason?
Yeah, I like it. Look, I think Christian Walker is going to do wonders, certainly for the position, both offensively but also defensively. Isaac Paredes, look, he's gonna hit all his home runs to left field. He is a pull monster, so he's going to love it. And I love Cam Smith. He immediately becomes the Astros' top prospect. I don't think we'll see him, this season, but when the time comes, he is an immediate plug and play, over at third base. I understand why they had to trade Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker is going to be, looking for a contract in excess of $300 million next year in the offseason when he becomes a free agent. And I just thought there was no way that the Astros were going to do that. So I understand why they did it, and I felt like they had to do it. So and don't forget the pitcher, Wisniewski. I think that, look, he's a hometown kid, so I think there's something there, but it's going to be real interesting to see what this team looks like past the deadline in July. I'm real interested to see what they look like.
You and us both. We are all intrigued to see what it looks like.
Because if it goes south, is Fromber on the move? Is Hader on the move? So they're a very fascinating team for a couple of reasons.
No, they are. They feel like they're being run differently now. It feels like they are. Like if you said they're not going to pay Kyle Tucker, it makes you wonder the same thing with guys like Framber as well. All right, Roflo, we appreciate you joining us, man. And
you got it, guys.
We're getting ready for this baseball season, man. We'll look out for you.
Yes, sir. You guys have a great week. Talk to you later.
All right, you too. Remember the final 3 episodes of MLB Network's Top 100 right now. It's a really good – I like the different positions. Jordan out list, he never plays. But the Top 100 right now, series rolls on for the next 3 nights at 7 Central. Spring training games start up February 20th on MLB Network, where you can also find Robert co-hosting MLB Central throughout the season. All right, coming up, this is the hour in which you will be able to win Reba McEntire tickets. And not just 1, not just 2, but 4. A 4-pack of a 4-pack of Reba McEntire tickets.
Thinking about his friend's mom in
there. That got away from him there. I enjoy it. That's coming up in this hour. And this is a question because it is the biggest question in the offseason for the Houston Texans. We'll talk about that next.
All right, look, we can't predict when the next storm is going to hit our beautiful
From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Hey, T-Mill.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are live here on a succulent Tuesday.
Succulent is a type of plant. You know that?
I like that
Does
verb.
it also have a
adjective?
I didn't know it was the type of plant.
It's a cactus.
Is it? A cactus,
an agave, an aloe.
Is it?
That tequila.
Those are all succulents.
It's a good taste.
I like a good succulent.
When you're referring to a day, what does succulent mean?
It's got to be a pleasurable afternoon.
Pleasurable day, baby.
Especially if you're treating your ears to this show.
Well, I mean, is that just because you're a pervert and anything, any word that includes suck?
I just thought he was saying it was a good afternoon, man. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I thought that suck part really got you dialed in.
You know it did.
That is a succulent plant. There it is.
Solid education.
Juicy day. Yes. And maybe that may be why the succulents I purchased and planted in my rock bed did not survive the freeze.
Good succulent.
Drive's busting this day open.
Busted what the hell open, ain't it?
And we're telling them to bring it back.
That's right, man. We appreciate you can be involved in the show. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can join the show that way. We always have fun interacting. Even if you don't know what the hell you're talking about, we always have fun interacting with those of you on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch. And it's always a good time to do so. All right, coming up in this hour, you better stay tuned for this. In this hour, be listening. Your chance to win a 4-pack. It is happening in the 3 o'clock hour. 4-pack of tickets to see Reba McEntire. And coming up a little bit later in the 5 o'clock hour, you will also have a chance to win tickets to see Bailey Zimmerman. So that's coming up. But in this hour, this is the first one. So make sure you are there and ready. And when you hear the cue to call on in. This is that right there. What I'm saying is not the cue, but when you hear the cue to call in to win that 4-pack of tickets. All right, let's the number one thing. The number one is them big jokers up front. And then I ought to just take away big when you look at what the Philadelphia Eagles ran out there up front. Because they ain't up to their, I mean, just talking about height and weight. They're not up to that. But the guys up front.
Hello.
And I've said it, and we've talked about it, the regression of C.J. Stroud. I think one big main reason to that is what happened with the offensive line that helped take a part into that helped in that step-back process. That especially the start of it, and then those bad habits continue, and then we obviously saw a different C.J. Stroud. And that's the big thing that needs to change and help being fixed. They've already fired the offensive line coach and Bobby Slowick. A lot of people kind of pinned that on those things with the offensive line. Now, they did bring in the guy that was the assistant offensive line coach to now be the head offensive line coach. But that's the thing that Nick Caserio has to fix. Nick Caserio, I'm sure D'Amico is involved in this as well. But as I look up on the screen right now is the Philadelphia Eagles, Howie Roseman, who put together their roster and put together that amazing offensive line.
What's up, Bird Gang?
That I think a lot of people dream that the Texans would have. That is what Nick Caserio is tasked with. And now the thing is, how confident are you that he can fix this problem? And the best way you look at that, Clint, is how confident are you that he can fix this problem, Clint?
Not confident at all. Not confident at all. Not like my confidence level being extremely low.
Oh my God!
Doesn't just stem from what you just mentioned in terms of boy, he has swung and missed on damn near every guy he's brought in here as it pertains to, especially if you look at the money that he's paid him.
While he says that, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, those of you texting there on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, what do you think is the best offensive lineman that Nick Caserio is responsible for bringing in? That's draft, free agency, trade. Who do you think is the best offensive lineman? Texting the best one you think that Nick has been responsible for bringing in. Going to the point of what Clint is talking about, some of the swings and misses.
I'll give you mine real quick. Jarrett Patterson.
6th-round pick. You think is the best one that he's brought in?
Right now, yes. Right now, I think Jarrett Patterson is the best one he's brought in. I think right there with Jarrett's probably Juice Scruggs in terms of that's who he drafted. He drafted him. I think those two guys would top that list, and that's depressing. But it doesn't. It's not only Ron that like his track record, his history. Nick Caserio has been really good in many areas. This is not one of them, right? As you mentioned, swung and missed, and whether it's free agents, just swung and completely missed. And we're paying the cost here right now. But again, the same thing that I think Bobby Slowick was guilty of. I think the biggest thing that caused Bobby Slowick to lose his job was the fact that he was unwilling to adjust. Like he just kept going to the well of we got to execute, do your job, we got to I think there is, now that's the offensive coordinator mentality in Bobby Slowick, which I think was dead ass wrong. I think this organization has a little bit of that in there as well. Like I think we're sitting here and I'm dead ass serious. I am dead serious. Right now I'd be calling Kansas City and seeing if they were interested in Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard for that matter. I would start it over. I'm on record. I would blow this thing up on the offensive line, period, and change the game. And as I say that, I believe D'Amico and Nick think they're just fine. Like I believe that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't know that we're going to see a lot of changes.
That big
I don't think we're going to see the changes until it's too late. Like I don't think. I think they think they're just fine. You listen to D'Amico and the way that he'll like everybody else. He's pretty.
They're all fixable.
He's pretty specific on and pretty. I think. Direct towards, but boy, when it's Laramie, it's just, hey man, we got big Laramie over on the left side. Doesn't matter. I don't think that they believe that. Like I've talked to many folks that cover the team. If you think they're going to do anything with Laramie Tunsil, you're crazy. Like I am dead ass serious when I say I believe they should blow it up and start with Laramie.
And they talk about with money. It seems like money is the money thing.
Well, I mean, whether it's the money or you got some kind of inside track or you listen to what Nick and D'Amico say, like any of it. Like I don't know how anybody that's serious about winning and playing good offensive football. I don't know how anybody at this point in time can't have at the very least. Hey, we like the guy. If you want to say you like the guys you got, but we're holding everybody accountable, and it starts the day after the Super Bowl. We're going to hold everybody, and there's no exceptions. There's no exceptions. Nobody needs extra time to recover. Nobody needs extra time to have that level of need to address what's going on up front. And I think Nick and D'Amico are I think they're A-okay. They are extremely comfortable with Laramie Tunsil leading the show up front.
Guys at 6'10" to talk about on the radio.
No, right?
The arrow's pointed up.
They walked into last year, didn't think they missed on Kenyon. The way you are, it's just not. We've watched it.
then we got real struggles.
Oh no!
I mean, it's if we can't shore up the interior offensive line without going and paying the league high for the player, going out and just like you.
Hell, you still did. I mean, they paid Shaq Mason pretty good at the guard spot.
Yep. Yeah, the confidence is low. The confidence is low in the ability to do it. The confidence is low in like the thought of where this offense stands. Like, I think the Texans should address their offensive line the same way Nick Sirianni addressed his offensive.
Somebody text in, I need them damn Reba tickets. Well, this is the hour. You better make sure you're listening.
Hang on, Fancy Pants.
Reba.
I'm a little annoyed I don't have any Reba. I feel like if I didn't have that fan as the
I don't have that one.
The theme on the TV head
about it.
Yeah.
I think, but I don't know for sure.
Well, be listening in this hour for your chance. Art said, "Time to fire T-Mill." What the hell? I've never been to a good juicy and that juice is running out.
No, I've done
this
it.
is succulent.
Yes.
I love getting in it.
I call it Popeyes. Why is Art firing Tyler?
What did I like?
I don't even know what you did.
That's what I'm saying. I could normally at least think of something.
You're not above like getting somebody doing something that's going to provoke somebody to say that.
Hey, we had moved on. Tyler came back.
I guess I'm having a good ass Tuesday and jumping in my pockets, man.
They're deep, man.
Yeah.
Good
All right, deep. Don't get lost in there.
All right, rank these, and Art, you rank them. Cooper and Deebo had the injury things. mover.
To
and
me,
always,
I know he's not this, and so this is maybe a little disrespectful to if I said it to his friend. Let's do Nico Collins, right? Just that dynamic.
or the Deebo out of the back. There's just so many things.
Yeah, well, I was using him as one of the run threats, but yeah, or you can flip it to him, like the screen game that you can create off of it, the smoke and mirrors that you throw at a group of linebackers to then have to use those to get Nico even open more than he already is. Like it just, to me, you don't have to get like necessarily the most productive receivers, as if their skill sets are complementary. A good coordinator is going to use that and just manipulate defenses big time.
Yeah, to me, Nico is the only big play threat that they have on the offense right now.
Oh yeah, healthy.
Yeah, healthy. Like with Tank not going to be, it's the only big.
Like literally, there's not a tight end.
I've ever seen. All right, I'm not going to play with you no more. Coming up, as soon as we get back, so your ass better wait through. As soon as we get back, it will be your cue to call to win those tickets. We'll do that as soon as we get back right here live on The Drive.
All my Texas